over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch and shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Michigan football has been at the forefront of the national conversation over the last 2 weeks, even without playing a game. Sure, an 8-0 team in the Big Ten, a national championship race, one that was ranked number 3 in the first college football playoff poll. That team is still going to garner coverage during an off week, but that was most certainly not the main reason for the coverage. Since October the 19th, 2 days before the Wolverines shutout win at Michigan State, reports have circulated about an alleged sign-stealing initiative, reportedly spearheaded by Connor Stalions, a former analyst with the program who was suspended with pay until yesterday when he elected to resign. Reports, editorials, social media critiques, there have been plenty in recent days. NCAA investigations rarely, if ever, wrap up quickly, and there are reports and rumors circulating about whether or not the Big Ten can or will step in before that. All while the 2023 season has hit the stretch run. 4 regular season games remain, with all of college football's biggest prizes still very much within the Wolverines' reach. As we lead you up to kickoff tonight, we will talk about everything that goes into this game and everything that surrounds the program as best as we can. No denying, it's an odd circumstance. And this is a rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game, Michigan and Purdue. Welcome to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the player, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football scene.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
So, Jack, quite a couple of weeks, huh? Good seeing you.
Couple of weeks, 1 game in 14 days, and I've never seen so much coverage on ESPN, on TV, or on the radio waves. Been a lot to talk about.
I before I came here to the University of Michigan, I worked in minor league baseball, and the rule was all coverage is good coverage. I don't believe that's the case.
That doesn't exist at the University of Michigan.
No, that's very much the case. When the first report came out about the sign-stealing allegations, now 16 days ago, Jim Harbaugh released a statement that, in part, said, quote, "I do not have any knowledge or information regarding the University of Michigan football program illegally stealing signals, nor have I directed any staff member or others to participate in an off-campus scouting assignment. I have no awareness of anyone on our staff having done that or having directed that action," end quote. And then Connor Stalions, I mentioned, he did indeed resign yesterday. His lawyer released this statement, quote, "As he informed the school earlier today, Connor chose to resign because recent stories regarding his time with the University of Michigan have created a distraction for the team. He hopes his resignation will help the team and coaching staff focus on tomorrow's game and the remainder of the season." Connor also wants to make it clear that, to his knowledge, neither Coach Harbaugh nor any other coach or staff member told anyone to break any rules or were aware of improper conduct regarding the recent allegations of advanced scouting, end quote. Harbaugh has stood behind his one statement from back on October the 19th several times in press conferences. He's had 2 pressers since then. The one was after the Michigan State game on October 21st, and that was in the infancy of this. And then 9 days later at Schembechler Hall this past Monday. And here's an exchange from that presser that sums up the situation pretty well.
Ryan? Jim, how do you think these allegations, investigations can possibly affect your legacy at Michigan as a coach?
Team's refreshed. I'm refreshed. Opportunity to spend time with the families, after a pretty good week of practice last week, got some things done, and we're in an onward mode. So, I mean, to answer your question specifically, it's a one-track mind.
Nothing wrong with the question. Nothing wrong with the answer in this spot. Harbaugh in Michigan, like any school in the midst of an NCAA investigation, can't say much at all. But it is interesting when you hear Coach Harbaugh talk about a one-track mind. This is going to be a multi-track, call it a stereo stretch run for this team with this situation hanging over the program. I mean, again, Michigan was maybe the most talked about college football team for 14 days, and they haven't played.
Yeah, certainly there's going to be a lot of rhetoric and narrative around the remainder of the season for Michigan and their success and what they're able to do in the home stretch here in November, hopefully into the playoffs. It's going to be clouded by that. And I think a lot of times football teams will talk about, hey, we don't listen to the outside noise. We don't hear those things. And it can be coaches speak to some extent. But I genuinely think the majority of the time players and coaches really try to buy in that and believe that. But the vast majority of the time that's going on, the outside noise is your coach isn't good enough, your players aren't good enough, something is wrong on the field. Coach needs fired, kid needs better. This is a different situation where you have a group of guys and a coaching staff that seems to be playing and coaching at a really elite level, that isn't afraid of anybody in the country, that I think if you asked pundits around the country, does Michigan have a shot to beat anyone, or could they beat anyone, will they beat anyone? By and large, I think the answer is going to be yes. So it's a different scenario where I think it only amplifies or heightens the ability for this team to truly embrace that mantra of, block out the outside noise. It doesn't matter. All we can control is what we're doing in the building, and what they're doing in the building is pretty darn good. And I think that this is a mature team, a veteran team that will be able to rally around each other and the way that they're playing, the way their coaches are coaching them. Coach Harbaugh, we had some controversy earlier in the year, right, where he wasn't around for the first few games because of another narrative, whatever you might call that. I don't think that's ever really come to light what exactly happened there. So this team is not only experienced on the field, they're actually kind of experienced with this dilemma. And I really think that this is the team, if there is one, that is going to be able to use all of this pressure and outside noise and whatabouts and maybe this and what's really true, what's going on, and say, screw it. We're going to go play football. We're going to practice our best every week. We're going to prepare for the opponent as best as we can every week. And we're going to go out and kick ass, which is what they've done to this point in the season.
Along those lines, here's Donovan Edwards on the culture of the program, helping out with any and all potential distractions.
We worry about what we could worry about, and that's us. That's the people in this building. That's the people who contribute a lot of their time and energy and love to Michigan football. And that's the people in this facility. All we can do is, just look at each other and have each other's backs. And that's what the culture has been around here. That's what the, Aiden Hutchinson, Josh Rosses have established for this team, man. Those same guys that they have led, my class, the 2020 class, the 2019 class, Mikey's class, Mike B's old self, his class.
The unnecessary shot there. I didn't have to continue that clip as long as it went, but the shot to poor Mike Barrett was a good one. But we will have plenty more on this. We'll map out the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show after we give you our first update of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
So much to do here on a jam-packed and a unique Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will be balancing the storylines, the investigation talk, what we can discuss throughout, but also breaking down the matchup with Purdue. At the top of the hour, we will give you a scouting report on the Boilermakers. 5:20 or thereabouts, it'll be Roman Wilson stopping by. John Jansen's first segment with us shortly after 5:30. Doug Karsh will give his thoughts at 6:10. Then in the final hour before kickoff, I'll visit with quarterback J.J. McCarthy, and Doug will sit down with Jim Harbaugh. Again, more on the allegations and Michigan's inability to respond as we discuss the week that was. And, boy, of all the weeks, it sure was one of them. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at buddiespizza.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you in the situation, but you just have to let it play out. Cooperate with the investigation, and then watch how it plays out. The speculation part, I mean, as I said, there's too much of a one-track mind on coaching the team to be able to engage in every piece of speculation that seems to be any and everywhere.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is another clip from Jim Harbaugh's Monday press conference at the football facility. It was a fascinating one because of the circumstances. And the question there before that answer was if Harbaugh wishes he could say something about this. And you heard in that first sentence the "I'm with you." In these types of spots, fans, the only option here to try to glean anything from questions about this are trying to read between the lines. And to me, of that whole clip, that was kind of the reaction, and then you kind of get into the way you have to handle this publicly. But the "I'm with you" was kind of that instinctual, probably, yeah, he probably does wish he could. He just can't.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, anyone who knows Coach Harbaugh either personally or from afar, if you follow Michigan football, knows, he likes to give his opinion. And so he certainly wishes that he could about this entire deal. The unfortunate part is that he can't. And so there seems to be, I don't know if a coordinated effort's the proper term, but certainly an effort on parts of different parties out there. Who they are still remains a little vague, to leak information, to say things that, I'm sure by the time this is all said and done, a big chunk of what's been known or heard is probably just incorrect. And some of it probably is very accurate and some's not. And there's still probably a lot out there that we just don't know the answers to. And so you take the high road and you do what you should, which is let the investigation play itself out. And the pundits and the fans on the message boards and all those folks can speculate and can come up with with answers to really what's going on here. But we won't know, and I don't think we'll know for some time. That doesn't mean that there might not be some sort of action in the foreseeable future. I don't know. I'm just really excited. I think Michigan fans are really excited. I think the college football world, unless you're one of those swamp creature pundit folks that go around and you make a living on this type of thing, I think that the majority of people are excited to watch Michigan play football because now that's out of the door, right? Any sign stealing that was going on right now, like that doesn't exist anymore. To what degree it did, we don't know, but that's gone now. So now it's football. And we'll see if this Michigan team can continue to be as dominant as they have. I have a feeling they will.
Mentioned the college football playoff rankings came out for the first time on Tuesday, and one of the questions asked was if this would have any effect, and the playoff committee very emphatically said no, that we deal with what happens on the field. That's not our area. Talked about the length and timelines of NCAA investigations. So obviously the question to the Big Ten, and one of the most impactful reports from ESPN's Pete Thamel this week, he said many Big Ten coaches expressed frustration in the lack of action by the Big Ten in the wake of these allegations. Thamel calling the call, quote, both intense and emotional, end quote. And we talked about it off the top. There are plenty of reports about all of this. But and there's plenty of things that Michigan and the program and Jim Harbaugh will have to answer to. And you heard it, right? He's going to follow through with the investigation as he has to. I do think any sort of current coach's thoughts in calls, I think has to be taken with a grain of salt because, I mean, let's just face it, there's ulterior motives. Michigan's 8-0, and there are plenty of gray areas in high-level sports where people can throw stones but have some Machiavellian-type tendencies of, if the shoe was on the other foot. Just don't know. So the reality is, if the Big Ten does not choose to act in the short term, then the only way that this season could be impacted by this circumstance is if it proves to be a distraction to the players. And in that fascinating Monday press conference, Jim Harbaugh compared his team more to field corn than a houseplant. Yep, he sure did.
Nothing against houseplants. They have their function. They can be beautiful in the home. They can bring great beauty and value to a home, but the field corn, just drop a seed in a crack of a sidewalk and it'll burrow down and come up with any energy that it can find and then rise up in a stalk-like fashion and just start producing. I'd say that's what our team's more like.
I will say, I mean, imagine all this hanging over you. And you delivered that. And that was, by the way, that was at the end of a question. Someone else had asked another question, and he went and backtracked to his previous thought and said that. It's man, what a week.
Well, they say football is like a gladiator sport, right? It's in the entertainment business. And I go back to that movie Gladiator. Are you not entertained, right? I mean, if you like college football, everything that Jim Harbaugh gives you, you're going to find a way to be drawn to. There's never a shortage of that stuff. And I appreciate from that interview Coach Harbaugh's demeanor around this. Like we were talking about before, I'm sure that there are things he wants to say. I'm sure that there are truths that he wants to make sure are known, and rumors that he wants to expel from the narrative out there. But he hasn't, and he's remained quiet as he's been asked to do about all these things. It's interesting. Jim Harbaugh's the only guy out there really advocating for revenue share. Jim Harbaugh has gone toe-to-toe with the NCAA a lot. And, you can, again, speculate on all these different things. But it just, for a guy like me who played in the early 10s, I was here 11 through 14, it was well known and documented then that bags of cash showed up down south for guys to end up playing there. And everyone was willing to turn a blind eye to that. And it just is a very, very strange set of circumstances and timing that the NCAA now decides that there is some sort of ethical or moral high ground that they need to adhere to, because I lived it, and that didn't exist for a long, long time.
Much more to do. First, we got to check traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Boilermakers coming up here, 7:33, the kickoff. As we talked about off the top, there will be discussion about what's going on around the program. We're also going to talk plenty of football, and that will continue with our self-scout of the Wolverines. Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. More of the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
High five, Wolverine Nation. You set a new record during the Recycle Bowl. We took on the University of Tennessee to see who could recycle the most at a home game. I'm excited to share that we beat the Volunteers and set a world record with almost 50,000 pounds collected. Thank you to our partners at Amcor, Husky, LyondellBasell, the Plastic Industry Association, Plastipack, and the National Association for Pet Container Resources. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
It's a Michigan game day.
I don't think it is at all because, the guys know where my head's at and, obviously tremendous gratitude for those guys thinking me in that light. But, I'm just so focused on watering the roots and nurturing the roots of, our success. And those apples are going to grow and just happen naturally with all the work we put in on, nurturing those roots. So I'm just steady focused on getting better every single day and, locked into the details.
We do need to see if Jim Harbaugh and J.J. McCarthy, they're a bigger fish to fry right now, but...
a lot of produce references in Schembechler Hall right now.
Apples versus field corn. I mean, both sound wonderful and delicious. However, again, we're going to talk football here. There's plenty surrounding this program, certainly, but let's talk some football. And, hey, that was J.J. McCarthy when asked about the talk of him and the Heisman Trophy. Now, that certainly has tampered down a little bit here as of late because of what's happening away from the program. But, he exited the Michigan State game 14 days ago, as according to many odds makers, as the favorite for the award. Roman Wilson said this week that JJ never talks about it, but, it's something to watch because he's right up there among the top candidates, and his two biggest opportunities to impress the committee come in the regular season, third to last game, and then the last game.
Yeah, maybe the most important factor when deciding who the Heisman winner is going to be is those big moment games, is the games that really the season boils down to. And we got two of them coming up in the next month. So if he was playing as well as he is with the stats that he has, and there was maybe a little bit of a strength of schedule play better than we have now, I think he'd be the front runner for it, no questions asked. But the good news is it's November 4th, and we have some time until they have to decide who the Heisman is going to be, and he's going to have the opportunities in front of him to showcase what he can do, what he does as a quarterback, what he does leading this team, and as the leader of hopefully a team that is going to be in the college football playoff and have a shot to win it all. He's got that in front of him still. He is trending the right way. All things look positive. Just stay, like he was saying, just keep, what do you say? Keep putting those seeds in the ground, right? And just keep watering those seeds, and good things will come. I think he's got the right mindset about it.
Take us through a bye week from a player's perspective. There's got to be some rest, recuperation, mental reset, future preparation. How did you try to handle a bye week when you played?
Yeah, it's nice. It's a really good opportunity, the way it fell this year, to get some recuperation, to try to heal up. Everyone at this point in the year in football is banged up. Everybody's injured, playing injured. Just a question of how bad. So, the advantage that Michigan has had is that a lot of their main guys haven't had to go in the fourth quarter. So they're recuperating at, probably being closer to 100% versus most guys in the country having a bye week at that point might have been recuperating at 60% of themselves. So that bodes well to what Michigan does. But I think it's a good time just to kind of, check out for a little bit, right? You're in the monotony of the season at that point, at this point in the year, and it's Groundhog Day to some extent. Every day is the same. Practice is the same. Your schedule for school is the same. Your schedule in the facility is the same. And so you're very regiment. And it's just an opportunity to release from that and just kind of unwind and maybe have some perspective. Obviously there's a lot going on surrounding the program, all the talk and speculation about, everything going on with the sign stealing thing. So maybe wasn't as restful as it could have been for these guys. But physically it certainly is. Mentally, you get away from your coaches and stuff who you're just, you're surrounded with. They're like family to you. You're around them for 12 hours a day a lot of times. And so you get away from each other. You get to get refreshed and come back at this thing with a clear lens on what the task is at hand.
So next week, Michigan's biggest test to date at Penn State. So I got two questions. First, what do you want to see from Michigan here today to get ready to see something coming out of the bye week, getting ready for that trip to Penn State?
Yeah, no letdown. I mean, this Purdue team is pretty darn similar to the last few teams we've played, right? Not all that good. Couple good players here and there, and they're going to give you their all. You know that. But they're very similar. And the way that we've dominated the past 5 teams, well, essentially the whole season, but really when we got into Big Ten play and started to feel good about those dominant-type performances, want to see the same thing tonight. No drop-off, right? Just continue that climb of playing good football. The offensive line and the running backs gelling a little bit better. JJ playing incredible. The defense stout, not giving anything up, not letting other teams score. That it should be that type of performance. It should look just like it's looked to this point in the year.
And secondly, I feel like this has the ability to be a trap game for a number of reasons.
Yeah, it does. It does. I really don't worry about that in my gut, right? I think this is a veteran team. I think they got a lot of moxie. I think they got a really good camaraderie in that locker room. They've rallied around Coach Harbaugh and some of the noise that surrounded the program the first few weeks. I really do believe that they'll be able to do that, at least tonight, coming off of the bye with everything going on and kind of set the record straight. No, this is who we are. This is how we play football, and we're ready to win championships in November.
Michigan will aim for a 9-0 start to this season and all-time win, number 998 for the program, against the team that the Wolverines beat for their 700th all-time win as we relive in this day in Michigan football history, presented by Buddy's Pizza. Back on November 4th, 1989, the Wolverines knocked off Purdue 42-27. At that point, Michigan was second to Yale in all-time college football victories. That has changed. Why are you laughing?
That's it. I wouldn't have expected to hear that. God love Yale football. They got a lot of other things going there now besides football.
I did not think we would have the phrase "God love Yale football" on this show.
Hey,
today.
It's a weird season. You never know what you're going to get here.
You know what? With some of the topics we had earlier and later on, I wouldn't mind talking Yale football instead. But yeah, Michigan now 3 wins shy, becoming the first ever 1,000-win program. This segment, a little Yale shout-out brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's has been an award-winning Michigan tradition since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today and experience the original Detroit-style pizza. We will talk about Purdue when we come back. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's take 10 for ID to let our stations identify themselves. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield. We will scout the visitors tonight, the Purdue Boilermakers. They've come to town for the first time in football in a long time. All of that next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Ellen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Miller Lite is tried and true and bleeds blue just like Ann Arbor crowds on football Saturdays. When you're in the mood for a light beer, you don't want a beer that's light on taste, right? So crack open that Miller Lite on game day, and with just 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12-ounce serving, Miller Lite has more of the flavor you want and less of the stuff you don't. Light beer with the flavor you love tastes like Miller time, the perfect pairing for that game day spread. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Burgers and chicken sandwiches are taking over at Big Boy. Check out our new favorites like our pretzel bacon cheeseburger and Bob's hot chicken, or classics like our best cheeseburger on the planet and the Dolly chicken sandwich. Don't forget to upgrade your regular fries for one of our loaded fry options. Save room for dessert because we have a treat for you. Indulge in our Reese's chocolate peanut butter thunder cake, or satisfy your sweet tooth with our funnel cake fries. Load up on all your favorites today at Big Boy.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
You just never know when a team is just ready to gel and ready to hit it, and that's why you play them one game at a time and get ready to play and have respect there. The defensive side of the ball, that's a very experienced unit, very well coached, very well coordinated, and as I said before, two really good edge rushers.
Here's head coach Jim Harbaugh on the matchup with a Purdue team that certainly looks quite different than the one that the Wolverines saw last season in the Big Ten championship game. Their head coach, Jeff Brom, who led Purdue to more wins over a two-year stretch, 17 with 9 coming in 2021 and 8 last season. That was their best two-year stretch this century. He left for the Louisville Cardinals, his alma mater, and then 37-year-old Ryan Walters became Purdue's 37th all-time head coach. He was a DC at Illinois for a couple of years. Aiden O'Connell, who started 26 games, finished as the program's top quarterback by completion percentage and pass efficiency. He's now the starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders, which certainly wasn't on my bingo card 6 months ago. Hudson Card, a Texas transfer, leads an air raid offense coordinated by former star quarterback Graham Harrell in college. Yet, Purdue is just 2-6 overall, 1-4 in Big Ten play. They've lost 3 straight by a margin of 92-35. Jack, I think everyone expected a step back considering all the departures, but this far?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You know, they just had really a terrible October month. Nothing could seem to go their way. It slid away from them, and it just kept getting worse. You talked about the point differential that they suffered in the last 3 games, and just not even close, not close to where they wanted to be. And you know, the unfortunate part if you're a Purdue fan or you know, a Boilermaker is, you know, when you have these flashes in the pan, if you don't grasp on to that success really, really quick, and again, like you said, you don't expect it to replicate year in and year out. You got to be an elite blue chip program to do that a lot of times. But if you don't grasp on to when you have a shot at things, it's really, really hard to rebuild that. And you know, Coach Brom leaving and going back to his alma mater, kind of reshuffling a program that is always going to be really in the transfer portal and living in that world of trying to do it again every single year. It's hard to do. It's hard to sustain that. They have not been able to this point in the season to do that this year. And, boy, you just kind of, you shake your head if you're a Boilermaker because you go, we had our shot to maybe get the ball rolling a little bit, get some momentum, and they just haven't been able to capitalize on the success they had last year.
Now, in fairness, there are plenty of other West Division teams that should be kicking themselves for not ever getting to Indianapolis. At least Purdue got there.
Yeah.
And when you have an 18-team league starting up next year with the 4 West Coast schools coming into the league, the Purdues of the world might be mathematically eliminated from the Big Ten championship game by October. So they at least got there. Now, individually, I want to start with Purdue's defense because they're last in the Big Ten in scoring defense, 30 points per game, yet they've got some real players led by the aforementioned 2 edge rushers from that Jim Harbaugh clip. Kadron Jenkins, he leads the Big Ten in both sacks and tackles for loss. And Nick Skorton, a captain, he's 3rd in sacks in the league, 4th in TFLs. And maybe those 2 might not even be the best overall defensive player on their team, at least certainly when they reach their ceiling, because Dylan Thieneman, he leads all freshmen nationally with 74 tackles and 3 interceptions. The cornerback is a 3-time Big Ten Freshman of the Week, including this past week. So talent's there, but it just hasn't come together overall, and a lot of it is that really rough October.
Yeah, it's a team game, and you can have star players and standout guys. Thieneman, a freshman, to be playing that well at this level, really impressive. You got to like what you see from the Purdue freshman defensive back. But, going back to the 2 edge rushers that they have, I'm happy about that in a way. I'm excited to watch that, I should say, tonight because that's a test. That's going to be a test for this offensive line, and if you can't be good on first down, if you're going to put yourself in obvious throwing situations, you're going to be tested by those guys. We know what's coming down the pike here. Penn State, Ohio State, they're struggling in their own ways. They're playing good at times, but what they do have is a good defensive lines. They got guys that can get after the quarterback. It's a good test for this offensive line tonight to see how they respond to Purdue's.
Offensively, as mentioned, air raid approach led by the quarterback Hudson Card. Spent his first 3 seasons at Texas, 5 starts there. Here at Purdue, he's been the guy. Has not been great. 59% completion, 1,700-plus yards, 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He'll spread it around. A lot of different potential pass catchers. Deion Burks, the Belleville High School product, leads the way in receiving. Running the football, a guy that did put up a good effort against Michigan in Indianapolis last year, Devin Mockabee. He had more than 100 total yards against the Wolverines. He's about 5 yards a carry. Thoughts on not just the Purdue offense, but also this air raid approach, a unique one. And again, as you're kind of thinking toward if Michigan can get into a playoff scenario, you never know what type of potential offense you could see.
Yeah, well, 2 things. Mockabee was impressive last year, and even though Michigan was in control of that Big Ten championship game, you could tell he was a talented player. And they had glimpses and flashes offensively running the ball with him that was like, oh wow, okay, there's a reason that they got this far. There's a reason that they got to a Big Ten championship game. He's a good running back, so going to be a good test, I think, for the front 7 for Michigan tonight. And then that air raid attack, if you remember last year, the defense played really, really well, and the times that they didn't, which I've been shocked that nobody's really tried that this year on us, was when it was hurry up. They get back to the line of scrimmage. There's no substitutions. It's probably a lot of times they would call 2 plays at once. We're running this. We're going right back to the line. We're running that. And that was the time that Michigan's defense would struggle a little bit last year. They just kind of couldn't catch their breath. They were playing on their heels. When Michigan's defense is playing well, set the ball down, everyone gets a call, line up, go play. When somebody gets a strike attack and then goes back to the line, that's when Michigan's defense over the last 2 years has been in some sticky situations and has looked poor. It's basically been about the only time that they've looked poor. I'm excited to see that tonight. I hope Purdue tries to do that, be a good test as we get down the stretch. The teams that are really going to challenge us, and then obviously in the college football playoff into the championship.
And that is one reason why if you keep teams behind the behind process, behind the sticks, 2nd and long, 3rd and long, it's really difficult to try to get that no huddle offense going. So that's a look at the Boilermakers. Plenty of action around college football to discuss with Rob Joyce here in a bit. First, we've got another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
For a first weekend in November, weather's pretty darn good. It's almost pleasant as we get ready for a 7:33 kickoff here at the Big House, Michigan and Purdue. We'll tell you about what else has happened in college football today and look ahead to the night games as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store is a Midwest-based company that's committed to the values of honesty and integrity in all of our transactions. From Detroit to Madison, from Chicago to Marquette, we have you covered. With huge selection, quality name brand products, a knowledgeable staff, and competitive low pricing. Plus, with our fast direct-to-home shipping, you can quickly get back to doing what you love most, working on your ride. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it. And thanks for shopping locally.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
We welcome you back here to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, and of course, we've got Rob Joyce in studio to talk about what else is happening in college football. Rob, I want to start at Wrigley Field because you told me about 10 minutes ago during a break. I want you to just repeat what you said to me.
You don't want to start with Yale beating Brown today? 934th win in program history. Watch out, Bulldogs are hot, man. They won 5 of 6.
Really? Oh, wow.
Not as much scoring.
Come on, you didn't. Come on, where's your excitement for Yale?
I'm very excited for Yale. I mean, it's expected. It's expected.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
5 out of 6, of course.
You're going to be excited
Go
for
ahead,
the Big
Rob.
Ten talk? Big Ten West talk? Because there's no score at halftime between Iowa and Northwestern at Wrigley. The numbers...
Maddox throwing a gem is what Rob told me, which is great because I think a lot of people forget that Greg Maddox pitched for the Cubs from the Immaculate Grid days when I used to do those. But, yeah, how about that? Hey, you know what? Brian Ferentz can put on the resume for next year that Iowa's offense did decline in that first game after, at least the first half after he announced he was leaving or whatever. That was very odd.
They are tripling Northwestern-ish in total yards. He can put that on his resume. Iowa has 81. Northwestern has 29 yards at halftime. And it's, we're laughing, but as of right now, Iowa is one of 2 co-leaders in the Big Ten West, along with the other team in progress. Minnesota leads Illinois at halftime 17-14. There was a 4-way tie to start the day, and then 2 of them lost. Indiana beat Wisconsin 20-14. Michigan State edged Nebraska 20-17. So right now, it's Minnesota at 3-2 in the Big Ten. Iowa's at 3-2 in the Big Ten. So those are right now your co-leaders, and then East Division. Penn State leads Maryland 21-7 at the half in College Park, and then Ohio State earlier today. Trailed at halftime, but big second half, 35-16 at Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everything that Ohio State and Penn State does will be at the top of our list of analysis and care, but credit Indiana. They gave Penn State a good game last weekend, and I mean, I certainly did not see that coming. I mean, again, Wisconsin had an opportunity to basically put this division away, and now they're 3-3.
Well, it's pretty fitting for the Big Ten West. Like we were worried earlier in the year that we weren't going to have enough things to talk about during this segment if somebody ran away with the Big Ten West. And how lucky
all of our sponsorship pitches.
How lucky are we that it'll continue to be up in the air and up for grabs for a little longer.
Yeah, no doubt. How about top 25, Rob Joyce?
It's actually a pretty interesting day. There are 5 games involving ranked-on-ranked teams, a couple at halftime that are interesting. Number 2, Georgia, is tied at home with number 12, Missouri. That game's 10-10. The last, maybe, Bedlam game for the foreseeable future, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Cowboys lead 17-14 there at the break. Earlier today, Monster Big 12 game went to overtime. Texas holds off Kansas State 33-30, made a stop inside the 5 in overtime. And then tonight, Washington at USC, Big Pac-12 game. Alabama, LSU, likely to decide the SEC West at 7:45. And then one game we're paying attention to, they're late in the first half. Number 4, Florida State, and Pitt, 2-6 on the year. They're tied at 7, though the Noles have it inside the red zone.
Yeah, Florida State's been weird. I mean, obviously they had that opening weekend drubbing of LSU. They've had some close calls. At Boston College, they only won by 2. At Clemson, which, at the time felt a lot bigger than it actually is now, they won by 7. Last few games, they've played a little bit better, but not totally surprising. ACC-wise, John and I talked about this on the podcast. It's important that Louisville is taking care of Virginia Tech because it should now be Florida State and Louisville in the ACC championship game, provided that 21-3 score holds. How about Alan Bowman for Oklahoma State? Cowboys didn't get off to a great start, and I mean, to me, it's tough not to kind of pull for the leftovers in the Big 12, especially a rivalry game like that when you have a rival that's exiting and getting away from you to go to perceived greener pastures.
Especially a rival that's always been on top of that rivalry, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Always has felt in control of that. So to end it that way, if Oklahoma State is able to do that, again, the beauty of college football, right, is those things, they somehow seem to take place more than any other sport where it's just there's some poetic justice in that if Oklahoma State's able to pull that off.
Who wins tonight? In Washington at USC and then in LSU at Alabama?
Yeah, I think Alabama is, in my opinion, Alabama is the scariest team that I see in college football right now. They're still Alabama. They're not what they were, but I do think they're still Alabama. Watching them, the speed that they have, the size that they have, I don't doubt Nick Saban and his ability to get the best out of his players. They're still to be watched. I think they'll take care of business against LSU, and then Washington, USC. I think Washington takes care of business. USC has proven to be a little bit of a pretender, I think, this year. They obviously have a lot of great talent, but they don't seem to be able to put it together for 4 quarters or want to play defense. And so Washington, while I still think that they lean more towards that West Coast style of football that USC has, they're better about it, and I think they're the better team. They'll come out with the win.
I agree. I'm more confident about Alabama than Washington. And the Huskies, they might have peaked in that win over Oregon because they've not been great since then against some inferior opponents, and their stretch run is really tough. The Pac-12 beating up on each other yet again. So that's a look at the rest of the Big Ten. Top 25 will do it throughout this countdown to Michigan and Purdue coming up. We have Roman Wilson stop receiver room in a little bit. First, another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We've got our recurring guest on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, our friend Andy Hensel, coming up here in a bit. And then Roman Wilson, Michigan wide receiver. Boy, he's done a heck of a job in this Wolverines offense. All of that to come as we get you ready. Michigan and Purdue from the Big House. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, November 19th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle. It's the Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway every Saturday in November. 2 hourly winners, 5 to 10 p.m., take home a cool $500 cash. At 11 p.m. each night, one lucky guest wins a hot new Jeep Renegade or $15,000. The Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
This season, we are introducing Sharifa Halal Beef Franks to Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. Sharifa Halal Beef Franks will be available as a concession option at the Big House kicking off this season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan fans, after a road test and a bye week, it feels good to be back home. And it's great to be joined by our Tailgate Show guest, Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. It's always great to check in with you in person for the tailgate.
Andy, we know this is the biggest month of the college football season, but as we've talked about before, November is also National Diabetes Month, and I just saw something on the Blue Cross YouTube channel with your chief medical officer talking about the importance of getting regular eye exams.
That's right. One of the most compelling reasons to get that eye exam, besides detecting and correcting your vision problems, is that our eyes tell a lot about the health of our whole body. Warning signs of diabetes, high blood pressure, and even some cancers can show up in our eyes.
Andy, blurry vision can be caused by elevated blood sugar levels, and that's a sign that we might want to get screened for diabetes, right, Andy?
That's right. That blurry vision can begin during what's called pre-diabetes, the condition in which your blood sugar is elevated but not high enough to be formally diagnosed as diabetes. Those high blood sugar levels can begin to damage blood vessels in the back of the eyes, and that's something that would be found in a routine eye exam.
So considering the fact that diabetes is a major chronic condition and 1.4 million Americans will be diagnosed with type 2 diabetes this year, it's easy to understand why those eye exams are so critical.
Absolutely, Brian. And Blue Cross is working together with healthcare providers from across Michigan on initiatives that can help prevent and even reverse type 2 diabetes. Catching diabetes early through an eye exam is one of the best ways to delay or reverse the condition.
We should visit the eye doctor every year if we have vision issues, use glasses or contacts, or if we have risk factors including diabetes, high blood pressure, or a family history of eye disease.
That's true. Blue Cross and Blue Care Network members, if they don't already have an eye doctor, can find one easily. Just log into your member account online at bcbsm.com and use our Find a Doctor feature.
All right, Andy. Great stuff as always. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, and we're with Michigan wide receiver Roman Wilson. First off, do you feel a little bit more rested, recuperated after the bye week?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm a little tired right now just because of like that bye week, a little time off. But after practice today, I know I'm gonna feel great when I wake up in the morning.
Did you get away at all? What did you do to try to get your mind as much as it could off of football?
Yeah, just stayed around, did like a deep clean in my house, took my dog to the dog park, like walked around a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Try to relax and just have a little fun. watch some games, so nothing crazy.
Yeah. All right, 2 follow-ups. One, dog's name, and tell us a little bit about the dog.
His name's Pluto. He's a Transylvanian Hound mix. When he's in the house and it's just me and him, he's the sweetest dog ever, but at the end of the day, he's a guard dog. Well, I want to be guard dog, so I don't know how far he'll get if someone tries to break in, but maybe we'll see one day.
All right. Hey, all bark, no bite. That's all right. And then when you're watching games around the country, especially with where you guys are in the national championship conversation, going for a Big Ten championship, how do you watch a random game or a Big Ten game? Are you taking notes? Are you letting it all come to you? How does that go?
I try to get a good feel for the flow of the game and see what defenses like to call. I like to see how corners play and if they're following receivers. Some teams like to put their best corner on the best receiver and follow them around. Kind of see what's going on, pick up tendencies on that, and kind of just really get a good flow for the game and what defensive coordinators like to call.
Coach Harbaugh's talked about the fact this is November. The stretch run is here. The leaves are changing. It's getting colder. For you, someone who's had such an incredible season so far, what are still some areas that you're trying to iron out, improve to get ready for this stretch run?
Yeah, well, I'm always trying to improve and get better. For me, just consistently throughout the whole year, just get on that jugs machine and make sure I'm getting enough catches on the balls and work on my releases and make sure I'm sharp on those. You never know when you're going to have to run a certain route or things like that or see a certain coverage. So just making sure I'm sharp on everything because, again, this is the time of the year when you start getting those, funky defenses and those weird techniques that DBs like to play, and they kind of try to throw you off your game. So I just got to make sure I'm sharp with everything.
Yeah. J.J. McCarthy is very much in the Heisman conversation. Some people have him as a favorite. What is that like to be around? It's the second straight year you've been in an offense with one of the top Heisman candidates going into the month of November. I mean, it's got to be pretty neat to be a part of, especially for you. You're catching so many of those J.J. touchdowns.
I try not to think about, oh, my God, we got a Heisman quarterback in here. But, he definitely is one of the best quarterbacks I've ever been around. And to have him on our team is such a great blessing. And, I would love for him to win it. But at the end of the day, I don't really think he minds too much. I think we're more focused. This team is more focused on a national championship.
4 games left. Starts with Purdue coming up here in this one. At night in the Big House. You've experienced some night games here. This might be the coolest one, though, weather-wise. What's it like to play in a night game, especially this late in the season?
It's truly amazing. You don't get too many night games late in the season, especially at home. And just the way the stadium is now with the LED lights. And even last time we had a night game, it's an unreal experience, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Purdue, how much of a chance did you get to kind of look at them during the bye week and what stands out about their defense after playing them last year in the Big Ten championship game?
Yeah. From what I've seen so far, Penn State and Purdue like to kind of have a little bit of the same defenses a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. So, going through Purdue and watching that and also watching a little bit of Penn State, you see a lot of similarities. So just be ready to have a battle when I show up to Purdue this week.
No doubt. Roman, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
There's Roman Wilson. He's been tremendous this season. Fun to catch up with him as we bring you now our tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer. Bring a large plastic tub to throw all your dirty utensils and dishes in, which makes it so you do have an easy, organized, and clean pack-up process. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. John Jansen standing by. We'll talk with him on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show in a bit. First, we've got another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Purdue, 7:33 the kickoff for this one. And we'll bring in John Jansen when we come back. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning, But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your buddies. Buddy, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at buddiespizza.com.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available throughout Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
In Texas, they got it wrong. Candy corn. Get that out of here.
Yes, I'm a fan. I love candy corn. All the healthy decisions that you make, and you make sure we all know about it. The candy corn,
mix it with dry roasted peanuts. It's outstanding. Try it.
No.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
That no that you heard from John Jansen.
Still don't know what the hell that was.
It was an old clip. You said as we were getting ready to go on the air here, you were going to have an edge, and I'm glad I brought that clip out.
Yeah.
Because that no is certainly a similar tone for John Jansen. But let's start with a icebreaker. John, how was Halloween at the Jansen household?
Oh, let's take us back to the family. It was great. Teddy was Henry Rowan Gardner from the Rookie.
Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year,
yep.
Yeah. So we had a great time there. He loved chasing kids up and down the street. Now, when he did go to the front door and was all set for the actual payoff, that's when he decided that he wanted to scream and cry. So we're still working on a few issues. We'll work through those. Hopefully by next year he'll show some improvement. And especially for the houses that give out the full candy bars. We cannot be crying on those.
Take notes of where those were.
Of course.
You shape up for those.
Where do you think we went?
Jack,
I'm going to waste my time with the 4 milk duds.
What is the number one? Like, if you have all the options available. Mine's Reese's. I pick pretty much any Reese's. But if you had one candy to take from Teddy to defer to later in his life.
Well, I'll never turn down a Reese's.
Yep.
But $100,000. I love the little crackle on top, the chocolate cover of the caramel, and it's all caramel on the inside. To me, that's worth. If they say $100,000, it'd be worth $1 million. I mean, it's good.
I wouldn't pay.
I'm not paying. That's not what I'm paying for.
Possible sponsor plug for next year?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. What about you?
Yeah, no, don't have children, so it would have been weird if I was running around looking for candy bars on Halloween. That certainly would have been a bit strange. So my girlfriend and some friends and I, we posted up and passed out candy to people walking by, had a little bonfire, and had a couple adult beverages in the front yard, and enjoyed the evening. So had some spooky noise and music in the background.
Spooky noise.
Yeah, like a Halloween playlist type of thing. Trust me, I did none of this. This was my buddy's fiance's setup. It was great. I just got to sit there and watch the kids run by and make spooky noises at them. That's probably the reason Teddy was crying. Honestly.
Can you give us a sample of the spooky noise?
No, we'll move on to the next deal here.
Not screaming, are you?
They're just Jack Boo.
Scaring kids all night. I don't know. It was weird.
All I did was stand there.
There's our icebreaker.
That's right. See, it worked. It was great. So we will talk about everything that's surrounding. Jack and I did off the top, and we will get to that with John. John, with you, I want to start with the football side. And coming off of a bye week, what do you hope this team did, right? Because I think in all of what's going on and off the field, what's most important in all of this is the players. What do you hope they did, both from a football standpoint and just a mental standpoint, the last 14 days?
Well, from a mental standpoint, get away. And Coach Harbaugh talked about he gave an extra day to all of the players. So get away, and he was pleasantly surprised and pleased that everybody made it back on time when they were supposed to. And that includes all of the freshmen, which doesn't always happen. So it's a nice sign from the team. But on the football side of things, it is simply making sure that you pay attention to all the little things. In wins, especially since you've had 8 of them, some of those things can be glossed over. They could be, hey, we need to fix this, but it was a win, we'll move on. You get a chance to go back and look at film of everything that you've done as an individual over 8 weeks. Now, as an offensive lineman, some of it can just simply be hat and hands. Where are your hands? Are they in the right place all the time? Sometimes they need to be tightened up. Your hat needs to be, if it's inside frame of the outside number, that's exactly where it needs to be. And you can work on all of those. They seem like minuscule things, but when you come back and you've only got 4 games and you're talking about going to Penn State to play, you're going to invite Ohio State into your house, that you make sure that you take care of all those little things, because those little things are the difference between getting to the college football playoffs and getting sent home in the first round or winning a national championship.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the bye fell at an opportune time, just the way it dropped in the season for, you have halftime for a reason in football. And I think they can use the bye week kind of as that, right? They got through those 8 games, 8-0, dominant, right? I mean, as dominant, if not more than we ever could have hoped that they would be. Take some time to rest, recuperate, and I think really it's a reality check. It's a way to just kind of to reset where you're at in your expectations. And so to further your point, John, then when you have that reset, you go back to the fundamentals. You go back to the little things. You're 8-0, you're dominant, you're playing well. Obviously, all the storylines and noise going around outside of it. Just go back to the fundamentals. Go back to the stuff, blocking and tackling, day one stuff that made you get to the point you are now. You keep focusing on those things, and good things will come.
I asked Jack this earlier. What do you want to see, considering that Penn State is coming up? What are the things you're looking for? Because, Purdue's a 2-win team. They've really struggled coming off that West Division championship last year. What do you want to see this team accomplish today getting ready for the Nittany Lions?
Oh, well, I want to see offensively be really good and effective and efficient on first down. You put yourself, and you get in a good rhythm offensively of being in 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3. Now all of a sudden the complete offense is at Sherrone Moore's fingertips. They can call whatever they want, be as aggressive or as conservative as they want, change things up, but it all comes down to being really good on first down, because when you go to State College and you're on the road, you want to make sure that you take the crowd out of the game. And how do you do that? Even just in the middle of a drive, it's being good on first down. You get to 2nd and 3. Now all of a sudden the crowd doesn't really know what to do. Yeah, they're going to be there. They're going to be present. They're going to have that presence there, but it's much less when the offense is always dictating what's going on.
Michigan and Purdue coming up. We'll go in the trenches in about 5 minutes. First, another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Well, it was indeed a bye week for the program. Some pretty interesting bye week stories for some of the activities the Wolverines did during, again, what's been a unique 14-day stretch. We'll tell you about those as we go in the trenches for some of the great stuff from the podcast this week. Here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Michigan and Purdue coming up as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Ken. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats, sure, but tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
High five, Wolverine Nation. You set a new record during the Recycle Bowl. We took on the University of Tennessee to see who could recycle the most at a home game. I'm excited to share that we beat the Volunteers and set a world record with almost 50,000 pounds collected. Thank you to our partners at Amcor, Husky, LyondellBasell, the Plastic Industry Association, Plastipack, and the National Association for Pet Container Resources. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
In the trenches, 3 times every week when there's a game. We have the Wednesday interview edition, Friday's Keys to the Game and John's locker room speech, and then, of course, the post-game episode coming up. And we also put up the replays of the Inside Michigan football, hockey, and basketball shows. All of those are up this week. And we were talking about last week being the bye week during the course of the season. Players don't get a ton of time to get away from the game. Coaches have basically no time. And, well, during the bye week, there is a chance for a brief respite. On Monday's radio show, Jim Harbaugh detailed his Sunday with the family.
Sunday we had a really, really lovely time. Grilled some things on the grill, and my parents came over, and wife and kids and the folks. We watched the Ravens game, and that was a fun experience. Watching a game with my mom and dad.
Yeah,
it should be a reality show.
How does your mom watch? I can only imagine your dad watching a game with as much energy as he has. But what's your mom like watching a game?
Oh, she is so into it, and. Yeah, I mean, very vocal. She's like a coach. I mean, she's coaching. I'm like, is this the way it is when she's watching a Michigan game? And my dad said, yeah, exactly the way it is. So,
if she was a coordinator, would she be an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator?
She would be both. She'd be
head coach.
She would coordinate both sides of the special teams. And she's so wise. She's. Best piece of advice I think I've ever gotten as a player and a coach came from my mom, which is one day at a time, one game at a time, one play at a time.
3 things. 1, excellent follow-up question by John. What side of the ball would she coordinate? Yeah. Well done. 2, we played the field corn versus houseplant clip earlier in the tailgate show. Between that and this story, just with all this going on around, the fact that this was relayed is remarkable. But I think the last part there, talk about the one-track mind that Jim Harbaugh is talking about. And, that's from his mom.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see that in how he coaches, how he approaches things with everything going on. he is solely focused on Purdue. And he was solely focused last week on improvement and talking to the young players about their opportunities that week. And next week it'll be solely focused on Penn State. And you could see that single focus, it's reflected in his players as well.
Yeah, I think Coach's ability to compartmentalize, to your point, John, I think it cascades down to the rest of the team as well. I don't think it's coaches speak when you listen to some of the interviews from earlier in this week, guys like JJ talking about just, we're watering seeds, right? We're just every day we're showing up, we're trying to do our job to the best that we can. I think it was Roman Wilson on the interview earlier who was talking about blocking out the outside noise. You hear that a lot of times, but I truly feel it with this program, right? It's a mature group of guys, and it starts at the top, who just have the ability to kind of block everything out and say, what's the task at hand today? And we're going to go after it as far as we can.
Also during the bye week, Donovan Edwards, Michigan running back, added a new member to his family. Here's Edwards on his new dog, Zora.
Yeah, I just got her Sunday, right after the Michigan State game. I was very excited that whole week to get my dog throughout that whole week.
What kind of dog is it, and what's her name?
Pure Rottweiler. Her name is Zora. Yeah, she act like a little diva too. I try to take her on walks. She be pulling away from me. I'm like, come on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. I be trying to train her. Well, she's good with the training, but the leash walking, she is a diva right now.
Yeah, she doesn't like rules.
Bro, come on, bro. I be trying to, I take her 10 steps. I start yanking, like, come on. And then, she just runs, just try to run back to the apartment room. Like, bro, little diva.
You know what? It's funny to hear a running back talk about a diva.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is an offensive lineman who's been around quarterbacks, who's been around receivers, running backs, and some of them have diva tendencies.
For sure. I understand that.
I mean, there's Donovan at the end. Yeah, I get that, man. You're right.
Yeah. Hey, own it. If you are a diva, then just own it. And obviously, Zora, she owns it.
John, you're 2 for 2 on the interviews. Yeah. Those are both good.
I appreciate
you got a lot out of Coach Harbaugh and Dono there. That's good stuff.
I mean, I'll tell you, though, training a dog, that's no joke. Like, good luck, Donovan. Good luck.
Yeah, training a dog, it's like
mid-season.
Mid-season.
It sounds like a great idea during the bye week.
Class, I got finals coming up. We're playing Ohio State.
Yeah.
I got a dog at home.
The dog barking at home. Middle of the night's got to go out.
But we played the clip earlier about all Donovan and this team working through the distractions, and certainly, Donovan's gotten a lot of questions about his on-field performance this year. But that was kind of a staple. And listen, it's tough for these players to have to answer some of the questions they've had to answer this week, right? Like Jim Harbaugh and any coach, that's the responsibility, right? It's part of it. But for a player, it's been unique.
Well, it is unique, but you also, one of the things that they've always done in Michigan, I know they do it now, I've been a part of it, where you practice the interviews. You train in regards to some of those things that you're going to have to face in the media. And you have 100% control over your answer. You can't control at all what the question's going to be. But when that question is asked, and they've got a great example in terms of Jim Harbaugh. You can ask
which
him,
simile or metaphor can I just throw out here?
And then you can answer it however you want. And you take that interview, you take that question, and you answer it how you want. You give and you talk about the things that you want to talk about, but you also have complete control over what you're seeing and the social media.
Sometimes it feels like Jim Harbaugh's been given a word to be like, hey, can you incorporate that in there? And that I could never.
The boys are getting plenty of practice at that.
Yeah. Hey, the word today, field court.
Got it.
Put that in your interview. Okay. Let's see where that. Okay, here's where I can put that.
That's right.
Field court. Yeah.
That's right. All right. We'll get more of Jack's thoughts during our pregame coverage when we get back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We'll talk through the sign stealing investigation, all the noise around it with John Jansen. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Warm-ups underway down at the base of this beautiful stadium. The gates are open as we get you ready for Michigan and Purdue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depends on us.
This is Michigan football.
One thing I like to think about, I think we were in like a meeting or something, and I think it was Coach Herbert, Coach Harbaugh talks about like a bison or a buffalo like walking away from a storm, and then they show us a picture of the buffalo just like chilling in the storm, and that's us. Like, we're not running away from the storm, we're not like scared of it, we're just chilling in it, and it's going to come through us and it's going to pass by. So, you know, that's by the definition of this team.
That's Michigan wide receiver Roman Wilson in his press availability earlier this week, and we were talking about it in the last segment, John. I thought the players represented themselves very well in all of this. It's a very difficult position for them to be in. The media have to ask these types of questions, and as you alluded to, you can answer them however the heck you want, but I thought they did so in a way that represented themselves very well.
Well, you want to be respectful to those that are asking the question. You know that, hey, as a player, you've got a job to do, and as those are in the media, they also have the job to do. They're going to ask those questions. Now, some can ask it respectfully, others not, and then it goes to your reaction. How do you react to that? But you're in full control of your reaction, of your emotions, and you should be, and you're in full control of your answer. You're also in full control of everything that you take in. Now, once you get to Michigan football, you're inside Schembechler Hall. You don't have to be exposed to anything to the outside world. You can hit the off button on your phone. You can hit the off button on notifications. You can control and take control of your situation. And that's what these kids have been trained to do, and that's what they're focused on is, hey, there are things right now going on that I have no control over. I don't have any control over the Big Ten. Don't have any control over the NCAA. I don't have any control over anything other than I'm going to go watch film. I'm going to go find out a way that I can get better, and then I have control at 7:30 when that ball is kicked off of how I treat the opponent. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to kick butt.
So Jack and I discussed all the allegations, the reports, the speculation, as Jim Harbaugh's alluded to. I'll just start broadly, right? I mean, there's not much Michigan can say on the matter yet. There are a bunch of reports, editorials, opinions everywhere. Just your takeaways from this whole situation over the last couple of weeks.
It's bizarre. That's about the best way that I can describe. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, if you had told me this was this was going to be what we were talking about now, I would have said you were a lunatic. And there's no way. Now we're sitting here, and some of these reports keep coming out, and we're trying to find out, is there validity to them? What are the facts? And that's what everybody's trying to find out right now.
Yeah. Now here's the reality, right? I mean, this is an 8-0 football team, ranked third in the initial rankings from the College Football Playoff Committee. Yet, obviously, not a whole lot of discussion about the football side of Michigan football during this bye week. The Wolverines were still very much maybe the most talked about program over the last 14 days in college football. Now, the discussion will change to football, obviously with this game tonight, but most certainly gearing up for a massive matchup next week at Penn State. The Nittany Lions look to be holding up their end of the bargain to make that game be as impactful as it can be. They lead at Maryland 24-7 right now. And the reality is, John, Michigan's play has a chance to, and it will change the discourse, either good or bad, depending on how these games go. We all know these games have massive implications, and let's face it, I mean, the implications have just risen because of the other storylines around this team.
They have. And now their job right now and for the rest of the year, when they take the field at 7:30, is to strike fear into Purdue, into every Boilermaker that showed up on the sidelines, in the stands. Oh, my God, I can't believe how good these kids are. It's about the student athletes on the field. It's about the execution on the field. And J.J. has control over that. This offensive line has control over that. Roman Wilson, Blake Corum, and then you flip to the defense. And I'm not going to go through the roster, but they have absolute control, and you strike fear in the hearts and the minds of every Boilermaker. And then in turn, when this game is done, and then Penn State, James Franklin, they turn this film on, that's where the fear really starts to happen. My God, how do we possibly defend this offense? How do we move the ball on this defense? That's where you've got to take this to another level, and you've got to strike fear into every opponent that comes from here until the end of the season.
I mean, let's face it, we hear a lot about how Michigan prepares the same way for Bowling Green and UNLV as they do for Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan State. That is normally perceived as a way of, the amount of prep, the intensity of prep. But here, I think it's also about the ability to block out the noise during the prep.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that these players have been able to block out the noise. You can't completely lock it out because your time here, your future here, a lot of it will be determined by other people that have control. But right now, what they have control over is when that ball is kicked off, the next 60 minutes of football. That's what they have control over, and that's what they're focused on.
Score big every game day with Big Boy, whether you're tackling their legendary Big Boy burger or going for a sweet touchdown with their desserts. Big Boy has your game time cravings covered. You're always on the winning team when you dine at Big Boy. Michigan and Purdue getting ready for this contest. It kicks off at 7:33. Every 10 minutes on the 8s, we give you a traffic and weather update, and the next one is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's take 10 for station identification. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield. Plenty going on throughout college football. Big Ten, top 25 clashes, some unique storylines. Rob Joyce will update on those, and we'll have some analysis for you as we continue next. Michigan and Purdue coming up. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student-athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student-athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
It's game day, Michigan, and we got something better than touchdowns to score. Remember those delicious, iconic flavors you grew up on? Well, they're here and ready to take the field at Big Boy. Craving the legendary Big Boy burger? We've got it. Better than ever. Slim Jim lovers, we're calling your name. For all you fans of classics, the classic Blockbuster is here to steal the spotlight. And don't forget about the all-time favorite hot fudge cake, ready to satisfy your sweet victory. Michigan, it's time to huddle up with your favorites, relive the good times, and make new memories at Big Boy. Local tastes better, the original farm to table. That's us, and we're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
9.5 to go, third quarter. Hawks trying to dent the scoreboard at Wrigley for the first time today and get the lead. Reganey goes right side this time. Large, the blocking back for Jazz Patterson. Here's the snap, play fake, roll out right. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Iowa. Deacon Hill flips it to Addison Espringa.
That's Gary Dolphin on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Yes, Iowa with a touchdown. You can hear the relief in Gary's voice. But as we bring Rob Joyce back in here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, Northwestern is driving. And if a few things go a certain way, Rob, there could be a 5-way tie in the Big Ten West.
We only have like 5 minutes in this segment. So we don't have time to. Yes. No, but we started the day with a 4-way tie for first in the Big Ten West. Yeah. But some earlier results today. Indiana beats Wisconsin. Michigan State beats Nebraska. So right now, Iowa's 3-2. But Northwestern faces 4th and 1 from the Iowa 16. Minnesota is 3-2, currently trailing by a point to Illinois, 21-20, with a minute to go in the third in Minneapolis. Gophers have the football. So if Minnesota were to lose, be 3-3. If Iowa were to lose, would be 3-3. Northwestern would be 3-3. Wisconsin would be 3-3. Nebraska would be 3-3. There's your Big Ten West scenario if complete chaos happens.
Yeah, and obviously if that happens and there's a 5-way tie, who would win? I have no idea who the heck would win. John, I think the most surprising part, credit Tom Allen and the Indiana Hoosiers. I mean, they gave Penn State a game. I certainly didn't expect them to not just give Wisconsin a game, but beat them at home for their first Big Ten win. Remember, a few weeks ago, we were talking about Wisconsin potentially taking over that West Division, and now they're 3-3 in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. That's perfect analysis, legitimately.
Yeah, who is the favorite? Does it even matter?
No. I mean, it certainly doesn't matter.
It doesn't, because, the Big Ten West, it's why they're getting rid of the division, is because they are inept and have been for over a decade.
I mean, the Iowa team 2 years ago that Michigan played in the Big Ten championship game, I think would be like a 10-point favorite over any team that wins the West this year. Is that fair?
Yeah, and maybe more.
Yeah. Ohio State and Penn State reactions from what you've seen from them. Ohio State took a little while to pull away from Rutgers, and Penn State. I think they've been more impressive than Ohio State has been today so far at Maryland.
Yeah, today, yes, but over the course of the season, Penn State not wowed anybody. Drew Aller, their quarterback, young, still inexperienced, and you could see that at times it feels like the pressure might be getting to him a little bit. He did not perform well in that game in Columbus. And then for Ohio State, again, it's the same thing. Like, there's nothing that wows you. Marvin Harrison Jr., I'll exclude him from this conversation. But if you're Kyle McCord and you can't find a way to get probably the best wide receiving room in the country the ball on a regular basis, at some point you've got to just say, you know what, it's not working as well as you would hope there. But, again, there's still time. This week for Penn State to work on things, getting ready for Michigan, and there's still plenty of time for Ohio State.
Rob, top 25 action. There's 2 top 25 duels going on right now, and both have been pretty close throughout.
Yeah, Georgia and Missouri were tied at 10 at the half. Bulldogs with a couple of third-quarter touchdowns now have a 2-possession lead. It's 24-13 there. They're about to go to the fourth in Athens. And then the last bedlam for the foreseeable future right now, Oklahoma leads at Oklahoma State 21-17, and the Sooners are driving. Other games we're watching out for right now, Florida State leads Pitt 10-7. Panthers, I believe, are facing a field goal to tie that one. Pitt was 2-6 on the year. Florida State ranked 4th nationally. And then later on tonight, a couple of more top 25 games. 7:30, it's Washington at USC, and then 7:45, likely to decide the SEC West, Alabama and LSU.
If Pitt comes back to win that game, they would have the most unintentionally hilarious resume, because their wins would be over Wofford and then the top 2 teams in the ACC, Louisville and Florida State. I don't think that'll happen, but certainly that is still possible as they're within 3. Those 2 games coming up later, Washington, USC, and LSU, Alabama. John, who you got in both of those?
I think Washington rolls USC. USC's defense is abysmal. And I think Washington, even though in the last 2 weeks offensively they've kind of lost their rhythm, Michael Penix hasn't been the dominant quarterback that we saw earlier in the year. I think that they roll in that one. And then, who was the other game that
LSU
Alabama? I think Alabama is sneaky. One of the things that you've got to appreciate about Nick Saban is that his teams throughout the course of a year always improve. The quarterback play for Milroe, their quarterback, throughout the course of the year has steadily improved. His confidence is better. His leadership, his execution is better.
Did you hear what Jack said earlier? He said he thinks Alabama is the scariest team in college football outside of Ann Arbor. That seemed high. That seemed a little too high praise for me.
I'm not ready to go there yet, but I think they are. I will say they're the most improved team in college football.
I mean, it is great. Was it 2 weeks ago? Was the Tennessee game in Tennessee? Joe Milton, they were up big.
Yeah,
and
then at halftime, it's like somebody flipped the switch.
Yeah.
And now it's a completely different team.
Crazy stuff and some fun games. You try to work through the scenarios and what you think could happen. Oh, if there's all these 13-0 teams, well, it's not normally how it works, and we're seeing that here with some interesting scores so far today in college football. Michigan and Purdue. Wolverines hoping that this score is not an eyeball raiser or anything along those lines coming up here tonight for the Wolverines, heavy favorites against the Boilermakers, who are 2-6. We'll get the thoughts of Doug Karsch coming up in a bit. First, though, we've got another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
7:33 the kickoff. Wolverines, Boilermakers, rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game. First time in more than a decade, though. Purdue is here at the Big House. We'll come back and hear from Doug Karsch next. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olga's.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Michigan fans, tailgate without the hassle this season through Revel XP's full-service tailgating packages. Let us go to work so you can go blue. Turnkey package options for all group sizes are now available. Reserve your premium space for home and away games by visiting revelxp.com or call us at 734-680-5170. Go blue.
Detroit's Atwater Brewery was founded with a philosophy that hard work deserves a quality beer. Atwater is a Michigan craft beer pioneer. Our beers pay tribute to the spirit of Detroit, the grit that built the city, the attitude that something is earned, not given, that nobody else decides when you're done. The same grit and attitude that our team grinds out every football Saturday. Tailgating with lovers of local craft beer, grab Dirty Blonde and cheers to football Saturdays in Ann Arbor. Atwater Brewery, Detroit, Michigan. Celebrate responsibly.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle. Book your stay this fall in a luxurious first-class room and receive $50 premium play, a $20 spa credit, and a $25 dining credit. Rates are just $289 a night, Sunday through Thursday, and $339 on Fridays and Saturdays. Reserve your room now, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Well, Doug, it sure has been a week, huh?
Football.
Yeah.
Football.
Yes.
Back to some football tonight. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before we get into that, just I asked John very broadly, just kind of your thoughts, what stood out to you, and I know you've had to talk plenty about it on your local show here in Detroit. But just, I mean, it certainly is a unique circumstance for this team considering what they have accomplished already, what's still to come. And we've heard some of the clips from Jim Harbaugh. And it's a unique spot for this program because they can't really say anything.
Yeah, I was speaking with Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, I think it was yesterday, and he made the point that when you are under an NCAA investigation, you're not even allowed by NCAA rules to conduct your own investigation, which seems bizarre. And people want Michigan to act, people want Michigan to do something, and by rule they can't. And the last thing they need to do right now is break another rule. Yeah. So, look, I mean, I'll just say this. Everything's been talked about and discussed ad nauseum. I think it's fair, just a minimum ask for Michigan is to just be treated like everybody else under these circumstances. And it feels like the rest of the Big Ten wants to change the rules, and they're not going to have any allies. And we get it. We understand that. But it's a fair and minimal ask just to be treated like anybody else that's under suspicion of any rule breaking. And there's been suspicion for years at other programs as well. The spotlight shifts, and right now it's in Ann Arbor, and someday when those schools have they're going to say the same thing. They're going to ask for due process, and I think there's a reason why we do things that way, and let it all sort out.
Yeah. Time now for
football, Brian. Football.
Yeah, football. So let's do our throwback call of the game, brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Of course, this is a rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game, and right now on the availability report, Kalel Mullings listed as questionable, along with DJ Waller and Amorion Walker. So hopefully he will officially return here, and he was the one who put the exclamation point on the win over the Boilermakers last year in Indy. Here's that clip.
Wolverines have it at the Purdue 3-yard line. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. He will take the handoff and battle towards the end zone and in. Touchdown, Michigan, with 1:22 to go. Kalel Mullings, first career touchdown, and Michigan extends their lead to 42-22.
That's our throwback call, brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is where Ann Arbor unites. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. Whether or not Kalel officially comes back today or if it's maybe next week at Penn State, it's November. It doesn't quite feel or look like November. It's a pretty darn good November evening, all things considered. But this month, only run the ball. But you got to be able to run it well to really well at this time of the year. And we know Michigan has that ability, but getting it to where it was humming like it was for so much last year, I think is a key on-field storyline for this team heading down the stretch.
Yeah, the rushing offense is not a dominant. It's not bad. I think it's kind of been misrepresented as bad. Yep. It's the 5th best rushing offense in the Big Ten. And you got schools that don't even really try to pass, like Nebraska, so they're going to have huge rushing totals. But they'd like to get it up and humming before they get into this November stretch, and they've had 2 weeks to work on things. Kalel Mullings, by the way, really seemed to be coming into his own in the last game he played at Minnesota. So hopefully he can provide something when he returns. I feel like, Blake Corum, we've had a exceptionally good 3-quarter running back. He's played, I think, 4 snaps in the 4th quarter of games. JJ hasn't played in the 4th quarter of games. We'll see if they just go for more on-field reps in practice. I know people like to get the starters out, but if they take care of business, and that's job one, right, is win the football game. If they take care of business and can work on some things later in the game, great. But ultimately, you can't think of games that way. You get yourself in trouble when you start. Just win the game, right? Just win the game.
Well, the threat of the run is still there. And whether or not the numbers have matched up to what Michigan has done in the previous years is somewhat irrelevant. And the threat is probably even more so now because J.J. has been added to the threat of being able to run the ball. Yeah. And his ability to the ball handling skills, what he has worked on throughout the offseason, the decision of, hey, looking at film, knowing when he should keep it, when he should hand it off, that has this rushing attack.
I'll tell you something that, did you look at this team and you talk about Purdue and what challenge they can present? And I saw the stat and it shocked me. These two teams have played 60 times. Purdue has only won 14 times, okay, in the 60 games. 5 of their wins, however, came against a Michigan team ranked in the top 5. So more than a third of their wins over Michigan were upsets of a top 5 ranked Michigan team. So they have definitely earned the nickname the Spoilermakers in this series.
And, Michigan hasn't been the only victim. There have been big upsets they've had in recent memory, too. Yeah. So definitely something to look for. Last thing, Doug, just impressions of what you saw from Ohio State in the win at Rutgers. And then Penn State's in action right now. Looks like they're going to take care of business in College Park.
It's really interesting because Ohio State, it's going to sound weird, but it kind of reminds me of Michigan teams in recent past where they're not humming at a high level, but they're managing to win games. Michigan's reminding me of what Ohio State's looked like in recent past where they're rolling over everybody. So, a little bit different feel going into this game. Ultimately, you want to get to that game undefeated. The first goal was to get to the Penn State game undefeated, and they could take care of that tonight. And by the way, you're right, 17 wins all time for Purdue over top 5 teams. They do it to people.
Yeah, there's no doubt. We'll get Doug's thoughts at the bottom of the hour as our network-wide pregame coverage begins here in a little bit. We'll get John's thoughts on how the Wolverines can take care of business momentarily as the Wolverines gear up for Purdue in advance of that trip to Penn State next week. We got to get you one more check of traffic and weather on the 8s, and that is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We got one more segment here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as John Jansen tells you how Michigan can take care of business. We'll do that next. Wolverines and Boilermakers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
The weather is starting to cool off, which means the basketball will soon be bouncing at Chrysler Center. Single-game tickets for Michigan men's basketball are on sale now, and those tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. So, head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats now. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets for your single-game Michigan men's basketball tickets.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
And before we get to those keys, John mentioned the availability report. Questionable: Morion Walker, DJ Waller, Kalel Mullings out. Davis Warren, CJ Stokes, and Keyshawn Harris. Again, it's been remarkable how healthy this team has stayed, and it's gone a long way how the Wolverines haven't had to lean a whole lot on guys snap percentage-wise.
No, they haven't. And they've gotten now to their 9th game, and you really haven't seen that impactful injury, that guy that goes down, and it's because JJ hasn't taken a snap in the fourth quarter. Defensively, the front seven, you're rotating through. They've got the rally group. They've got all of these different mechanisms in place, and it's really the base of it is they've recruited well. They're developing that talent. They've got good depth. That depth has experience, and so you instead of having 75 reps on a kid, now maybe you have 35 on one and you got 40 on another.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's time to find out how the Wolverines will take care of business tonight. Brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. John, let's start with that Michigan offense.
Offensively, number one, I want to see them find a rhythm in the ground game. That's what we talked about with Doug Karsh, and it's not just because I want to see them dominate the line of scrimmage, but when they get there and they have the confidence that, hey, we know we can throw the ball, we know what we've been accurate downfield, but now it's really just it's a selfish reason, but to find that confidence, and whether it's a handful of plays, it's one play, we know when we dial this one up, we're going to get 6 yards. That's where I want to see them find that rhythm and find that dominance. Be fast and efficient at the start of the game. We saw it last time they took the field in East Lansing. The first 3 drives ended in touchdowns. Same thing tonight. Pick up right where you left off, and then number one, it's protect JJ. And it kind of all revolves around, dominating the line of scrimmage, starting fast and efficient, owning the ground game. But if you could protect JJ, they've got 2 edge rushers in Kedron Jenkins and Nick Scourton who combined for 12 sacks. You've got, and I'm glad that they have that ability, because our tackles really haven't been pressured or tested against top edge talent. Next week against Penn State, they will. At the end of the year against Ohio State, they will. So this will be a nice test for them offensively.
Defensively, coming off a shutout finally at Michigan State against an air raid offensive attack.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier about the offense, but defensively as well. Win on first down, because that'll lead you to the next couple of things, is if you put them in second and long situation, and then you find a way, for my second key, to pressure Hudson Card. Get him off rhythm. He's a guy that can throw the ball around. They're in that air raid offense for a reason. They went out and got him from Texas as a transfer to be able to throw the ball and whip it around. But he's thrown the ball to opponents 7 different times. They've got 13 turnovers in total. So he can, under pressure, under duress, give us the ball. And Michigan, as we've seen, they've got 4 pick sixes. They're right now very good at being able to create turnovers through the air. The one thing I do want to see him continue to do is find ways to create turnovers when the ball is already in somebody's hands. Punch that ball, rip, do whatever you got to do to get it out, and then it's those turnovers. Hudson Card, as I mentioned, 7 interceptions. Find a way to continue to create turnovers.
Lastly, special teams, your keys there.
I want something big on special teams. I want a return, whether it's a punt return or a kick return. Show Penn State, show Ohio State, show Maryland that you have that threat of taking one to the house in both of those categories. And then on in terms of punt or field goal block, let's get one. That's been a kind of a hallmark of this special teams, is in the punt defense, you've been able to get your hands on a number of balls throughout the course of a season. They haven't done that yet. And I'm just kind of getting greedy if I say, hey, block a field goal as well. But why the hell not? Let's go.
You're known to never be greedy, ever.
That's
Yes,
right. I want it all.
No, for sure. Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance understand each client is different and every situation is unique. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Well, Michigan and Purdue getting set for this matchup. It'll kick off in a little bit more than an hour, and we've got you covered right up until, through, and shortly after kickoff. Wolverines and Purdue, a rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game. That'll do it for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. On the pregame show, John and I will break down the offensive and defensive scouting reports. You'll hear from Michigan quarterback and Heisman contender J.J. McCarthy around 6:50. Jason Avant, Jack Miller share their thoughts on the matchup around 7 o'clock. And then just before that 7:33 kickoff, Doug Karsh will sit down with the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Purdue has not been to the Big House since 2011. They have been upset types of teams in the past. They'll try to do that against a Wolverines team that is 8-0 and trying to set up a huge matchup at Penn State next week. Again, thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Michigan, Purdue, a little bit less than an hour away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Right now, you can reduce your carbon footprint and join My Green Power at no additional cost to your monthly bill. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, November 19th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
When all the leaves are brown and the skies are gray, that's when the championships get decided.
We control our own destiny. We just have to do what we're supposed to do and do what we're capable of doing.
Just staying poised at all times. You know, never getting too high, never getting too low.
We worry about what we could worry about, you know, and that's us. There's been a lot of distractions this year.
These guys have been locked in from the get-go, probably even more galvanized, you know, when things happen.
We're not running away from the storm. We're not, scared of it. We're just chilling in it, and it's going to come through us, and it's going to pass by, so... You know, that's about the definition of this team.
Be where your feet are. You know, you're going to hear outside noise. We're going to go through adversity.
We're going to continue to be us and continue to work for each other in this team and this program.
We know what our goal is, and the only thing on our mind right now is to beat Purdue.
One day at a time, one game at a time, one play at a time.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame thoughts of head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan athletics. Now let's go live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Well, we're going to have a football game tonight here in Ann Arbor. How about that? It feels like an eternity since the Wolverines last took to the field 2 weeks ago in East Lansing. But the season continues tonight, and we are ready for some football. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsch alongside the captain, John Jansen. And, John, I suppose you as a player, when you think back to times in your career where there were distractions and adversity, what was it like trying to prepare for a football game with all kinds of outside noise?
It was easier then because we didn't have phones. We didn't have all of this information at our fingertips, but you still have complete control over what you allow into your life, what you allow into your minds, and you need to be an active participant. And if that activity is, hey, I'm going to turn off the notifications on my phone, if I'm going to turn that phone off, or if I'm going to put it away, and then when I'm at Schembechler Hall, I'm going to focus completely on football. I'm going to be with my friends. I'm going to be in the moment and preparing for this week's game, and that happens to be Purdue.
And that is coming up tonight. The players and the coaches, they just need to win games. I mean, Michigan's 8-0, ranked number 3 in the college football playoff standings.
That's all it comes down to. You got 4 left in the regular season, and everything after that's gravy. So you got to find a way to earn that gravy.
Let's talk about the defense. Dominant through 8 games, allowing just 5.9 points per game.
This defense, and part of the reason it's dominant is, one, you've got really good players and you've got great athletes up there, and they're executing at a high level. The other reason is the depth. There haven't been any impactful injuries. Will Johnson was out. All of a sudden, you get Keyshawn Harris that steps into play. And throughout the course of the game, you're rotating guys in now, and all of a sudden, at the end of a game, you've got your starting defense maybe has 30, 35 reps. The second defense has nearly the same amount of reps. They're not taking that beating.
Michigan's offense, the Wolverines have scored 153 points in their last 3 games, and boy, were they humming 2 weeks ago in East Lansing.
It was. They had really good rhythm, and that's going to be the challenge on that bye week. How do you find a way to pick up that rhythm and get rolling just like you were before the layoff?
Who's playing better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy right now?
Honestly, nobody across the country. He's efficient, and the command that he has on the field, not just in terms of what he's doing physically, but how he has a command of this offense in leading these guys.
Purdue, 2-6 overall, 1-4 in the Big Ten under first-year coach Ryan Walters. They loaded up on portal guys, and they'll play some defense.
They will play some defense. He's a defensive-minded coach, and we know the struggle that Michigan had last year against Illinois. He was the defensive coordinator there. So we know that he can put together a good game plan. We know that he can come into the big house and have a team ready to go.
Michigan running back coach Mike Hart likes to say, the ball is the program, and Michigan is taking care of it with just 5 turnovers all year, 4 coming in that one game against Bowling Green. Other than that, it's been a pretty clean sheet offensively, and Purdue, well, they've recovered 7 fumbles on the year. They have 2 scoop and scores. They are opportunistic.
They are opportunistic, but they don't have the positive, turnover ratio where Michigan does. Offensively, they've turned the ball over, and Michigan right now, they need to take care of the program. And you mentioned it, Mike Hart, that football is the program. You trust the running backs, you trust JJ, you trust the receivers, and then you can see what trust is built.
Offensively for the Boilermakers, Hudson Card, the transfer quarterback from Texas, running the show. The air raid offensive coordinator, Graham Harrell, hasn't really quite taken off yet.
No, it hasn't, and you mentioned it earlier. They've gone to the transfer portal and tried to supplement some guys that they feel they need for this offense. But I don't think they've got a great match so far.
It's got to feel good to be back on the field for the players, the coaches. It's Michigan and Purdue tonight here at the Big House. The weather, 50 degrees on its way down to 42, slight breeze, almost no chance of rain. We will preview today's opponent, Purdue, in depth. Also coming up, scouting reports, offense, defense, special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8 Jason Avant. And later, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. It's number 3 Michigan and the Purdue Boilermakers coming up tonight from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield has everything you need to get ready for game day, from comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
For the first time in 12 years, the Boilermakers are in Ann Arbor. Let's return to Michigan Stadium. Here's your host, Brian Bush.
Michigan has not played a game in 14 days. 2 days before that, the initial story came out regarding allegations of sign stealing by the program, and many more reports and editorials and criticisms have come the Wolverines' way. The NCAA's investigation is in its early stages. The Big Ten's status on it is unknown, while Michigan football, 8-0 overall, number 3 in the initial College Football Playoff Committee rankings, will begin its November stretch run here tonight against Purdue. And this team will do it focused on the task at hand, as head coach Jim Harbaugh explains.
You just have to let it play out. Cooperate with the investigation and watch how it plays out. The speculation part, as I said, there's too much of a one-track mind on coaching the team to be able to engage in every piece of speculation that seems to be any and everywhere.
So, John, how have the Wolverines maintained that one-track mind this week?
Well, they've gone out there and taken care of business. They know what they can control, and it's their actions, it's their words, it's what they're doing to prepare for Purdue, and it's also they can lean on years and years of history at Michigan. I had a coach in the NFL tell me one time, I love coaching Wolverines because these guys are never too high, they're never too low. They're always right in the middle. And this could be a time where, hey, you could be really high coming off a big win against Michigan State. You could also be real low if you're sitting there listening to all the reports and the potential, all of this stuff. It doesn't matter to the student athlete right now in the moment on the field.
And on the field, as we turn into our offensive scouting report, Michigan's coming off the bye, trying to maintain one of the top and most efficient offenses in college football, with Heisman contender and to some front runner J.J. McCarthy leading the way at quarterback. What has offensive coordinator Sharon Moore hope his team accomplished during the bye week?
Rest, recovery, get their bodies, feeling a little bit better than they were. Obviously, with the season how it's been going, we're playing physical brand of football, and those guys, they get beat up a little bit, and they definitely, you can see it. The rest has really come to fruition, and you can see the guys running around, flying around. Guys are saying their bodies feel as good as they did at the beginning of training camp, so I think we accomplished that for sure.
We've talked about it much of the season, John. Those lower snap counts, the quick exits for starters, those could all pay off right now in November and hopefully beyond.
They can. Now it's a matter of, and you've got to go out there and you've got to play good. You've got to come out there and use all of those things that use those advantages that you've built up and make it pay off right now.
Purdue enters at just 2-6. They had won 17 games in its previous 2 seasons, and they're facing Michigan. They faced Michigan in the Big Ten championship game last year. Defensively, Boilermakers are last in the league in scoring defense, yet they still have some strong pieces. Edge rushers Kadron Jenkins, who leads the Big Ten in sacks and tackles for loss. Captain Nick Scorton, he's 3rd in sacks, 4th in tackles for loss. And they got true freshman corner Dylan Thieneman. He leads all freshmen nationally with 74 tackles and 3 interceptions. Here's Sharon Moore on those 3 and the rest of Purdue's defense.
First, the 2 edge guys. Both those guys are really explosive, big, strong, athletic guys that can make plays off the edge. They'll move them inside in some pass rush situations, and they do a really good job. They're stopping the run. And then the freshman, he's just all over the place, plays with high effort. They all play with a lot of effort, and they play fast and physical. So really excited about the challenge.
Michigan and Purdue getting set for this one. 7:33 kick. That's the offensive scouting report. We'll continue on the pre-show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
All-wheel drive season is coming. Changes, weather, road conditions. What doesn't change? Toyota's capability to keep pushing on. With trucks built to outlast and outlive, like the powerful Tundra. Now through December 5th, Toyota's offering $1,000 APR cash on any new gas-powered Tundra SR, SR5, or limited model when financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
For the first time since 2011, 12 years ago, Michigan welcomes Purdue to the Big House, and it's under the lights on a November night, and a pretty good one weather-wise, in Ann Arbor. Kickoff is at 7:33. Defensive scouting report now. Jim Harbaugh has mentioned his and the program's one-track mind this week, and as defensive coordinator Jesse Minter says, that's no different.
It's kind of been the mantra all year is just focus on the task at hand. Whoever it is that week, whatever practice rep it is, whatever day of the week it is, take advantage of every opportunity. These guys have been locked in from the get-go, probably even more galvanized, when things happen. So it's a great group to be around. They have a lot of pride in their work and their approach, and look forward to taking the field with them.
As for this Michigan defense, John, finally the shutout happened last time out at Michigan State after several close calls in that category. How can this defense take the next step, especially considering what lies ahead in 7 days at State College and then in 21 days here against Ohio State?
Well, keep building on what they did. They were able to create turnovers. They were able to get up the quarterback. They were able to shut down the run. Now, if you can do that, week in, week out, you're going to come away with a lot of wins. Today, it's going to be, hey, how do you get after Hudson Card? How often can you put hits on him, even if you can't get home? Because that ball's going to come out quick tonight. They know that this is going to be tough in terms of protection. They want to get the ball in and out of his hands as quickly as possible.
Purdue, year one under head coach Ryan Walters, who's a defensive mind coming from Illinois' D.C. spot. And the offense is under the watch of Graham Harrell, a former record-setting quarterback at Texas Tech, who has brought in that air raid attack that he thrived in as a player, and he's brought it to West Lafayette. So what must a defense focus on against such a unique pass-heavy system? Once again, here's Jesse Minter.
You really got to be able to match routes, and so there's times where you can play zone against, more traditional offenses that might not get 4 and 5 guys out as much. So these guys, they get 4 out, they get 5 out. You got to really match routes because efficiency for them is throwing a 4 or 5 yard route, trying to keep the chains moving, and try to keep you off balance. So we need to have the ability to play tight coverage, have the ability to take some of those quick throws away, but at the same time also keeping a roof on the defense and limiting some of the explosive plays that they've been able to hit.
Certainly there have been some growing pains for Graham Harrell, for Ryan Walters, and this Purdue team. For Texas transfer Hudson Card, he's been sub 60% completion, 8-7 touchdown to interception ratio. What kind of test is this? Forget the personnel, just the scheme.
Well, it's big play potential. And we've seen anytime teams have scored on Michigan, it's been the result of big plays. Now, against Michigan State, they were able to eliminate that one big play. But tonight, that's the threat. And you've always got to be on the heads up for, hey, making sure nobody gets behind you. Know exactly what the scheme of the defense is. And you mentioned, or Jesse Minter mentioned it there, sometimes you got to match up routes. You always have to be aware of especially number 4 on the field, when he is on the field and where he is at. Looking at him, and obviously I'm talking about Deion Burks.
Plenty more to come here on the pregame show. Up next, we'll hear from Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Wolverines and Boilermakers on the horizon. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
The weather is starting to cool off, which means the basketball will soon be bouncing at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets for Michigan men's basketball are on sale now, and those tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. So head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats now. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets for your single game Michigan men's basketball tickets.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's caught by Olave, but it's 5 yards short of the first down. That'll do it. Ohio State is vanquished.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Edge, and Ford Escape. All designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ Plan Escape lessees can lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active all-wheel drive for $259 a month for 24 months, with $3,199 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $500 year-end sales event RCL cash, $2,500 trade assist, and $1,000 vehicle-specific renewal. Offer ends November 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active today for $259 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today.
We continue here on the pregame show getting set for Michigan and Purdue. Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy joins us. First off, that Michigan State game. To this point, was that this team, offense, defense, special teams, most complete effort so far this year?
I'd like to think so because we want our next one to be our best one. So I feel like we're firing on all cylinders in all three phases, and, we did a pretty good job.
I talked to Sharon Moore, your offensive coordinator, a few weeks back, and I said, hey, how do you try to get more out of JJ? Because it seems like anything you'd critique would be nitpicking. Mm-hmm. And he said you help him with that because you are your own biggest critic, 100%. Your biggest motivator. So what are the things that you've pinpointed here through 8 games that you still want to make sure you improve on?
Definitely just, taking command of the huddle, really just being in there and letting my guys know that, it's time to go. It's one play at a time, but, this is the drive. We got to do it. Just making sure I reemphasize that every single drive and, just making the right reads in the read option game, just stuff like that. And, just staying poised at all times, never getting too high, never getting too low. And that's something that's always going to come up, and I got to be consistent with it every single week.
You've been named as one of, if not the favorite for the Heisman at this point. Jim Harbaugh, your head coach, is talking about how you might go down as one of the best quarterbacks ever. Blake Corum's out there campaigning for your Heisman Trophy candidacy. Yeah. How do you make sure to appreciate the kind words, especially from those inside the walls with you, but also not allow that to get complacent and let that affect you? Is that a difficult balance?
I don't think it is at all because, the guys know where my head's at and, obviously tremendous gratitude for those guys thinking of me in that light. But, I'm just so focused on watering the roots and nurturing the roots of, our success, and those apples are going to grow and just happen naturally with all the work we put in on, nurturing those roots. So I'm just steady focused on getting better every single day and, locked into the details.
That seems to have been a characteristic for the team the last couple of years, getting better every day. It feels like you all have peaked in November. So now that those November games are here, what must carry over from the last couple of seasons? And does that experience of having success late in a regular season help as you go into another stretch run?
100%. Experience is everything, whether individually or as a team. So I feel like, just the last couple of years being in the position we are in right now is going to help us going forward, whether that be, that time off between the Big Ten championship and the CFP, or, just, bye weeks like this. So I just feel like experience is one of the best things you can have, and, we got a lot of it.
2 home games left. We always know that the game at the end of the year will be at noon, but this one, a 7:30 kick. How much do you embrace night games, and what do you think of that light show the first time around against Bowling Green?
The light show was definitely special. I've never been in the big house where it was kind of like a party like that. But yeah, I love night games. It feels like Sunday night football when you're growing up. So, just preparing all day and just sitting on your butt watching other games and then just waiting for your shot to get out there. It's awesome. I can't wait to get back out there.
JJ, always appreciate it. Good luck.
Always appreciate you. Thank you.
There's JJ McCarthy, Michigan starting quarterback. We'll have Jason Avant and Jack Miller share their pregame thoughts before the Wolverines and the Boilermakers. Coming up, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain, and at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES, all in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Time now for our Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. Our guest today, Dr. Jonathan Haft, cardiac surgeon specializing in heart transplantation at University of Michigan Health. According to Donate Life America, there are 4,000 people in the U.S. waiting for a new heart. Currently, 124 Michigan patients are on that wait list. And this past March, Dr. Haft, you performed University of Michigan Health's first DCD heart transplant, or donation after circulatory death heart transplant. So tell fans what DCD heart transplant is and what are the benefits.
Thanks, Brian. When people become organ donors, it's obviously associated with tragedy. Somebody has suffered a devastating injury to their brain, and both the patient before the incident or their family member have chosen that they want to donate those organs to people that are desperately in need, dying of organ failure, including heart failure. Historically, patients could only donate their hearts if they met very specific criteria that defined the severity of the neurologic injury. And so there were lots of patients that could have become organ donors but didn't meet these very specific criteria, and those hearts could not be transplanted. In recent times, we have new technologic innovations that allow us to use those hearts in a way that we previously could not. This allows us to examine the function and usability of a donor heart that has stopped beating. Using this new technology, we can now take the heart, put it on this device, and examine its quality and its performance, knowing that it's going to work well in our recipients. What this really has done is it has expanded the donor pool. We believe that the whole world of heart transplantation can grow by as much as 30 or 40%, which is a very substantial number considering the huge imbalance between need for heart transplants and the actual supply of donors. Our own program has grown substantially with the use of these DCD organs.
Dr. Haft, you alluded to the impact this will have for the future of heart transplantation. Can you elaborate on the impact that DCD transplant and machine perfusion will have?
And the biggest advantage is that it's going to expand the donor pool. It's going to increase the opportunity for us to be able to treat our patients who are dying of heart failure. Right now we have lots of patients that are passing away of heart failure while on the transplant wait list. And if we can get them access to donor hearts in a sooner way, it really could dramatically improve the overall health of our community. The other thing I would point out about the technology that we're using can also be used in traditional organ donors that have donated in the context of brain death. We have very finite geographic barriers. We would be hard-pressed to take organs from very long distances because of the time that it takes for the organ to come here. And using this new technology where the organs can be completely supported, it really allows us to consider using hearts from much further geographic areas. I think it really has the opportunity to completely rewrite the way organs are allocated in this country.
To learn more about the first DCD heart transplant at U of M Health, visit uofmhealth.org/transplant. Dr. Haft, thank you so much and continued success in this very important field.
Thanks, Brian. It really is a privilege to be here. Please consider being an organ donor. There are people who are dying who could really benefit from it, so please consider organ donation.
Great message from Dr. Haft there. Appreciate him stopping by the pregame show before Michigan and Purdue. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House, Jack Miller and Brian Bush high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Devant down on the floor getting ready for this one in his sideline reporting. Jason, I'll start with you. Obviously plenty of outside discussion, commentary, criticism in football, especially at this level. So many people care all across the country, and obviously here with this program. It's revved up for Michigan lately. How do players try to put that aside as best as they can?
It's tough because I'm kind of frustrated with it all the way on the other side of the country, right? And I'm hearing about it, people sending me things and items. So I'm pretty sure that it's exhausting for, a lot of people. But I think this team is just different. I think they're wired differently. Just talking to some of the guys, they're one game at a time, one play at a time. They're trying to prove themselves each and every week, and I think that Coach Harbaugh has done a great job of trying to eliminate the distraction for the players as much as he can, but I know that they're hearing some outside stuff, and they could be worried about a lot of things, but you can't tell when you talk to these guys. I think they're going to come out and play really well tonight.
Yeah, Jason, I agree with you. I think it's coaches speak a lot of times to talk about, hey, we're just going to block the outside noise. We're not going to pay attention to it. We just got to do what we do best. And a lot of times, maybe that's true, maybe that's not. I do get the sense as well that it is true for this team. You got a lot of veteran guys down there, a lot of good leaders, mature guys that understand the task at hand, what's being asked of them. And, this isn't outside noise. We were talking about earlier on the pregame show. It's not outside noise like, hey, the coach isn't doing good enough, he might need to get fired, or this player is not good enough, he might need to get benched. These are things outside of the control of the day-to-day operations of the football players for Michigan. So I look forward to them coming out, kind of calming a lot of that noise, playing at a high level of football, and showcasing to the country tonight. Doesn't matter what's going on outside of this thing. We're a dominant team. We're going to do it again.
Jason, how did you try to take advantage of a bye week?
Well, there's a lot of things that you can do, but for a player, you got to make sure that you just get rest because there's a lot of things that go on. A lot of these guys can't really practice until, Thursday, Friday sometimes. So getting rest and healing your body, that's good. And I know from a coaching perspective, it's very rare for coaches to go out, especially good coaches like Harbaugh and his staff, to lose a game after bye week. It's so much time to get the nuances of the opponent down. I remember playing for Coach Reed. I think his record is something like 30-1 after a bye week. It's something ridiculous like that. And Harbaugh's in that category of great coaches. It's going to be very, very tough to compete with a guy like this after a bye week.
Yeah, I think during a bye week, you just try to reset, right? You want to hit the reset button. The monotony of the season, classes are the same every day, practice is the same, film, study tables, all those things, basically 2.5 months now have been very, very regimented. So it's an opportunity to reset, to get away from it a little bit, to have some perspective, take it all in, where you're at, where you're going, and what you need to do to achieve your goals.
More with Jason and Jack as we continue on the pregame show, gearing up for the Wolverines and the Boilermakers next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. And whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. Like 3 cents off every gallon every day. Download the Club Citgo app and start saving instantly at the pump. Whether you're heading into work or just to work out, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Remy Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield has everything you need to get ready for game day, from comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
The Wolverines begin the November stretch run with a home date against Purdue. Now, with former Wolverines Jason Avant and Jack Miller, here's Brian Bush.
All right, Jason, what are we going to be talking about post-game? Your thoughts on what Michigan can and will do here tonight against the Boilermakers?
Can you guys hear me?
We got you now, Jason.
All right, sweet. I think it's going to be a decisive victory. I was looking at the film and I was looking at stats, trying to figure out a way to quantify why Purdue can stay in this ball game, and I really can't do much, Jack. And I don't know if you can talk about that, but I think that the Michigan offense will drive the football up and down the field. I would say Purdue is 45% on giving up third down, so they can't get off the field, and I just think that our offense is too overpowering.
Well, Jack stepped away, so we almost lost Jason. We did lose Jack. It's all good. We got to get Rob's scores coming up here shortly. We'll get Doug with Jim Harbaugh and a whole lot more. Michigan and Purdue coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
Michigan football and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for another exciting season of championship football. Together, we're launching a new social media series, In the Vault, where we'll recount classic Michigan games, moments, and rivalries using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Check out the Wolverines' social media before each Big Ten game this season to catch each episode of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott, the official hotel partner of the NCAA. With over 1,000 locations around the country, you'll always have the home field advantage. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your stay. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
We're back at the Big House, Michigan fans. Before we kick off this rematch of the 2022 Big Ten Championship game, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hello, Doug. I'm always glad to connect with you and the Wolverine fans listening out there, and I hope the result today is the same as it was last December.
Yep. Andy, I read something on miblueperspectives.com that is good news, and we're sharing today. Blue Cross and Blue Care Network are offering a new virtual solution to help your members connect with behavioral health care services and find the provider best suited for their needs.
That's right, Doug. The mental health and well-being of our members and all Michigan residents is a top priority for us, and we know that accessing behavioral health care services is a major challenge for many people. So this summer, we introduced a virtual care navigation platform that can help our members get those vital services more quickly and easily.
That's great to hear, Andy. It's estimated that nearly 1.5 million Michigan residents suffer from a mental health condition, and in a 2022 survey, 58% of Michigan adults reported difficulty finding mental health providers that are affordable or covered by their insurance.
That's unfortunately true, Doug, and Blue Cross is ready to help eliminate those barriers around finding a therapist or a psychiatrist and obtaining a timely appointment. This solution is designed to help bridge the gap in mental health care and create a more direct path to resources for those who need it most.
Awesome, Andy. How does it work?
Doug, our members can register online and submit a self-referral, or they can be referred by one of our care managers. That initiates an assessment to match the member with an outpatient provider based on their clinical needs and preferences.
Andy, I'm guessing that would include things like the provider's specialty, location, and availability, both in person and virtually.
That's right. Michigan fans can learn more about this as well as other behavioral health programs available to Blue Cross and Blue Care Network members by going online to bcbsm.com/mental health.
Great information, Andy. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Just over 20 minutes away from kickoff, Michigan and Purdue, 7:33 for the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios. As we took a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, Capper on a busy day in the Big Ten. Everything else is done for the day in the conference. In the East, Penn State just finished putting a hurting on Maryland, 51-15 in College Park. Earlier today, Ohio State pulled away from Rutgers, 35-16 in a game the Scarlet Knights actually led at halftime. Buckeyes then scored 28 second-half points. Some late-game drama in the mid-afternoon window in the West. Iowa ekes out a victory at Wrigley Field against Northwestern. A 52-yard field goal inside of 20 seconds left is the difference. Hawkeyes win at 10-7. And then Illinois gets a 46-yard touchdown reception from Isaiah Williams with under a minute to go. Stuns Minnesota 27-26. Now combine those with the other results from earlier today. Indiana notched its first win in conference play, holding off Wisconsin 20-14, and then Michigan State did the same, edging Nebraska 20-17. We began the day with a four-way tie for first in the Big Ten West. We had a chance about an hour ago to have a five-way tie. Instead, Iowa sits alone in first place in the West Division. Nationally, a big day. 5 ranked-on-ranked matchups scattered throughout the day. Going on right now, 4th-ranked Florida leads at Pitt 24-7, 90 seconds to go there. Number 6, Oregon, a 28-13 advantage against Cal late in the first half in Eugene. Notable finals from earlier, number 2, Georgia holds off 12th-ranked Missouri 30-21. 7th-ranked Texas escaped number 23, Kansas State in overtime, 33-30. And perhaps the final bedlam for the foreseeable future, 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State just handed number 9 Oklahoma a second straight loss, 27-24. A couple of juicy matchups about to begin, bottom of the hour. Number 5 Washington on the road at 20th-ranked USC. Then at 7:45, a de facto SEC West Division Championship game, Alabama hosting LSU in Tuscaloosa. Again, Michigan and Purdue in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get Jim Harbaugh's pregame thoughts. He chats with Doug next. You'll listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Back here getting you set for Michigan and Purdue. The Wolverines and Boilermakers will kick it off shortly, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And Coach, appreciate you being with us, and let's just talk about this team's focus. Bye week, a lot of noise out there. How has the team responded, and what do you make of their response?
Been a heck of a good week of practice. Team's been a one-track mind of preparation, practice, and excited to get back on the field and execute.
That's what I was going to ask you about. Just to get back on the field and back to playing football, can you sense it in the kids that they're very much looking forward to this?
Oh, it's been a bounce in the step. Yeah, I mean they makes it a good day when you go out there and have a good practice.
Okay, bye weeks mean you can focus on some things, and I know coaches want to get better everywhere, but what are some points of emphasis for this team as you get ready for the stretch run?
Just playing. You got to play good football. No matter who you're playing, when you're playing them, it comes down to that. Half the battle is the preparation and the practice, and the other half of the battle is the game, the competition, and that mindset of finishing and taking care of business on game day.
The kids talked a little bit about how much the rest helped. Did you see it in practice this week? Guys are a little bit refreshed?
I did, yeah. The moving around really good, and the attention to detail, the laser focus, I thought was there every time we stepped on the field.
Plus opportunities for some young guys to get some reps and you guys to work out some of the younger players who haven't seen the field or have seen it sparingly. Is there a name or two that's jumped out, guys that impressed you?
I mentioned it, the young quarterbacks, Jaden Denegal, Alex Orji, when we were back in the bye week, those young guys scrimmages, they were dominant. And, they're ready. They can contribute. You saw that in the Michigan State game with Jaden Denegal and the Nebraska game. I mean, love those guys and their focus and attention to detail as well.
One thing that might be tough to do is point out some areas where JJ can improve. He's been playing so well for you at quarterback, coming off a dominant performance at Michigan State. But what are some things that you guys have focused on with his play?
Well, I think he's stimulated every time there's a new defense. It's a new puzzle to put together. Going to be challenged tonight against the man-to-man coverage about 75% of the time, and then the other 25% of the time it's a Tampa 2 look, and trying to force you into one of those turnovers. So I just noticed his fascination really, with playing that game, game of poker. What are they going to give you, and then being able to react in those split seconds. He's so coachable, and he's always trying to get better. And it's like you say, like what do you say to him? You feel like you're nitpicking at times, but like any great player, he craves it and wants to be coached, but it's at the point where he's coaching other guys. I mean, and the communication you see between them, Colston, A.J. Barner, Roman, Cornelius Johnson, it's something really cool. I mean, that's you talk about best hours of the day spent. It's on the practice field and during the games, watching the way our guys are approaching and taking care of their business.
Well, you had a guy coming into his own before the bye, got banged up a little bit. Kalel Mullings, how did he look this week in practice?
Good. He had 2 solid weeks, and excited to get him back on the field and rolling. Looking forward to that.
All right, we'll come back and talk about the Purdue Boilermakers straight ahead when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge. All designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,329 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist, $500 year-end sales event cash, and $750 renewal cash. Offer ends November 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $299 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsch.
We continue with Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh and Purdue. Historically, they've got, I think it's 17 wins over top 5 teams. They broke my heart in 1976. This program, it seems, these kinds of matchups seems to bring out the best in them.
Yeah, I remember that 76 game as well. Jim Herman kept hitting a crossing route to the tight end. Back into the boundary, and you never know when a team is ready to hit their stride and when it's all going to come together. Coach Walter's done a tremendous job. I mean, you're going to see the Okie front, you're going to see the Okie Bear front, you're going to see the challenging man-to-man coverage, and Kiro Small, their strength and conditioning coach. We know they're going to be well trained. They're going to be in great condition, and we got to play good. It all really comes down to that, and I think our guys will.
They got two guys on the edge, and Scorton and Jenkins, 4 and 5, or 5 and 4, that are the best pass rush combo statistically in the Big Ten. What have you seen from them on tape?
The two outstanding edge players. I mean, the Okie defense, the 34 defense, the Okie Bear. I mean, the edge guys are the featured guys, and as you pointed out, these are two really good ones, and our tackles are challenged by that, and tough to slide the protection one way because they got a really good edge rusher on the other side. From the side, you slide. So being really dialed in because they got really good blitz packages, and that man-to-man coverage allows them to get an extra rusher. So going to be challenged in our run fits and in our pass protection, and our guys are motivated to get the job done.
Finally, offensively, their air raid offense, they got two backs that they like to use. What challenges do they present tonight?
Yeah, two really good backs and a really athletic quarterback and a really good receiver too. So when you have those pieces in place, I mean that's very dangerous.
Coach, good luck tonight.
Appreciate it, Doug.
That's Jim Harbaugh, Michigan coach. We'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to Olga's.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Foguth Financial Group is a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The second annual Night Out at the Big House on October 12th has officially sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
When all the leaves are brown and the skies are gray, that's when the championships get decided.
We control our own destiny. We just have to do what we're supposed to do and do what we're capable of doing.
Just staying poised at all times. Never getting too high, never getting too low.
We worry about what we could worry about, and that's us. There's been a lot of distractions this year.
These guys have been locked in from the get-go, probably even more galvanized, when things happen.
We're not running away from the storm. We're not, scared of it. We're just chilling in it, and it's going to come through us, and it's going to pass by, so... that's about the definition of this team.
Be where your feet are. You're going to hear outside noise. We're going to go through adversity.
We're going to continue to be us and continue to work for each other in this team and this program.
We know what our goal is, and the only thing on our mind right now is to beat Purdue.
One day at a time, one game at a time, one play at a time.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever. And by the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Remember, don't regret the bet. Once again, here's Doug Karsch and John Jensen.
Michigan and Purdue here at the Big House. The lights are turned off as the Wolverines are about to take the field. Jim Harbaugh's 9th season at the helm. Michigan has won 23 consecutive regular season games, 20 in a row here at home. And tonight it's the Purdue Boilermakers coming in at 2-6 with a reputation of being the true Spoilermakers. Only 14 wins over Michigan all time, but 5 of them have come with Michigan in the top 5, and that, of course, is the case here tonight. The Wolverines undefeated, ranked number 3 in the first college football playoff standings. And John Jansen, I know you didn't play night games here at the Big House, but a cool scene as we look across to the eastern tunnel, the Wolverines gathering, and a hue of blue light over the entire stadium.
It is, and the atmosphere, it didn't need anything more, but it sure has added to it. And the kids coming out of the tunnel right now, I can only imagine what this looks like from their vantage point. We get a chance to see it from up top here, and it's special. But to be able to come out of that tunnel, seeing 111,000 people at any point is special, but with this added mystique and the added value that the lights, the environment, the night game has provided is awesome.
Did you run out of the tunnel today, as you usually do?
This is Saturday in the fall, isn't it? Hell yeah. And there were 111,000 people. And I tell you what, this is as special in college football as it's ever going to get. You can never take this away from those guys that are coming out of the tunnel right now.
Well, it's a great scene here in Ann Arbor as the Wolverines have gathered and are waiting to take the field. The band is flanking the sides. The flags are out there. And, of course, the Go Blue M Club Supports You banner. And here come the Wolverines. John, the all blues tonight, blue pants. Of course, blue jerseys with the maize numbers and the traditional winged helmets. What the Wolverines are wearing for this final home game before the game coming up in several weeks, and it might be the all-time version of the game. We shall see. Lots to be done between now and then, including taking care of business tonight. And John, let's face it, everybody in sports asks the question, how are we going to respond to adversity? I would say that this qualifies right now as adversity, and we're about to find out how the Wolverines respond.
It is, and this is 100% on the players. They have control over their environment. They have control over their thoughts, their minds, everything that's going on, and it's harder today than it's ever been because of social media, because of the phones, the computers that we hold in our hands. So many people have access to the players. They have control of being able to flip that off, and I know that's been a point of emphasis from the team, not just the coaching staff, but from the team.
It's been strange having been in the building twice this week. You'd almost never know there was anything being said. They can isolate themselves in that building and just get down to the business of preparing to play football, and there's nothing they need more than to finish this season strong.
Yeah, isolate, insulate, do whatever you've got to do to make sure that you take care of business. You control the things that you could control. You can't control what the noise is outside, but you can always control what you're taking in. And the best part about this, and the best thing one of the things I love about this team is they can control their attitude.
Well, the Purdue Boilermakers have taken the field. They're in the black helmets with the gold P on the helmet. Of course, the white jerseys, and then the black road pants. The Boilermakers led by Ryan Walters, his first year as coach, just 37 years old. He is the 37th coach in Purdue history. Made a name for himself last year as the defensive coordinator at Illinois, and their defense is opportunistic. They have 2 scoop and scores this year. Last week, they forced 5 fumbles against a Nebraska team, which admittedly has struggled in terms of turnovers, but Purdue can get the ball out. You have to make sure you're taking care of the football tonight.
That's something Michigan has been very good at all season long. Save the Bowling Green game. They've been able to protect that football, and whether it's JJ making decisions of where he goes with the football, and then obviously when everybody has that ball in their hands, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, you secure that ball, and you know the most important thing is possession of the football.
Well, the captains are making their way to the center of the field for the coin flip. Michigan trying to keep their perfect record, 8-0, as the Wolverines here getting set for this one. And John, big games loom. It's November, coming off a bye. Sometimes there's a bit of a getting back into the rhythm coming off a bye.
Yeah, there can be a hangover from the rest, from the time off, the escape from normal. There's a great rhythm all week long.
Let's go down.
Welcome to tonight's game.
Brought to you by Root.
Purdue is a visiting team. They'll call the coin toss. This is heads and tails. Heads, tails. What's your call? Heads is the call. It's a tail. Michigan has won the toss. Michigan is deferring their choice to the second half. If you're going to take the ball, which way do you want to kick? Go ahead and turn around that way. In the first half, Purdue will receive.
There you go. You hear the Boilermakers will get the football first. That was today's coin toss, brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. And let's go down to our number 8, Jason Avant, a man who just got national TV exposure, banging the drum on NBC's pregame show.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but they said they want somebody cute down there, so I guess I qualified.
Here we go. Somebody cute. Yeah, a wide receiver. I would classify wide receivers as cute.
Jason, what do you make of the atmosphere? The light show, the blue lights. Now we've got maze lights turned off and on.
You would think that Purdue was ranked tonight, baby, because our fans are going crazy. The sideline is bananas. I was down there near the student section, and they're ready to go. And I just think it's because of some of the things that the coach said, Coach Walter said in the media, and also the Michigan Wolverines trying to prove themselves and just talk about football, not allegations.
Well, somebody earlier in the year said it's us against everybody, and some other coach in the Big Ten said that, trying to create that feeling. I think it's feels pretty genuine here in Ann Arbor right now.
Yeah, and Michigan has gone out and done it. For 8 weeks in a row, they've gone out and proven that they are still the Big Ten champs. Now, they've got to finish the season. They've got to find a way to top this off, but they are the two-time defending Big Ten champs, and there is nothing that has happened this year at any point that would dissuade you from thinking that that's the end result this year as well.
Well, we're set to go here in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines will be kicking off. Tommy Doman to Tyrone Tracy, who is deep for the Boilermakers, along with Dylan Downing. Tracy, a transfer from Iowa, spent 4 years with the Hawkeyes, now with the Purdue Boilermakers. Purdue will be working their way from right to left here as Michigan will kick off towards the south end zone. The officials have blown the whistle and we're ready to go from Ann Arbor. Saturday Night Football from the Big House is underway as Doman puts his right foot into it, and this one will sail down to Tracy, who will field it a yard deep. He'll bring it out across the 5 to the 10, and he's met right there and swarmed under at the 12-yard line. Good coverage down there by the Wolverines.
Not a lot of opportunity this year for the coverage team to be able to perform their duties, and every time they have, they've excelled.
Danny Hughes, the tackler there for Michigan. The Wolverine defense will take the field. We'll set them for you. Jalen Harrell up front with Chris Jenkins, Mason Graham, and Braden McGregor. Linebackers, Junior Colson and Mike Barrett. In the secondary, Will Johnson, Mikey Sanristel, Rod Moore, Makari Page, and Josh Wallace. A quarterback for Purdue, the transfer from Texas, Hudson Card. He'll take his fair share of deep shots tonight. And in the backfield is Tyrone Tracy, as we mentioned, the transfer from Iowa. 2 wide receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. And they go zone read, running Tracy to the left, and he's got some room across the 15 out to the 20, and that's where he's wrangled and eventually stopped. Makari Page leading the Michigan tacklers. A gain of 10 by Tracy on first down out to the 22.
Yeah, Purdue right there saw the blitz coming off the right side, ran left, ran away from it, and you just got to do a better job. Mike Barrett slipped on contact with his offensive lineman, creating that hole.
First and 10, Purdue from their own 22-yard line. Card from a shotgun, back to pass, fires, far side. He's got his man, he's met immediately and dropped. Out there was Abdur Raham Yassin. Check that, Jaden Veal-Dixon was the receiver. Gain of 3. Josh Wallace was the man that closed quickly.
Yeah, they gave the cushion, as we've seen them do early on in games. A nice little about an 8-yard buffer, but the closing speed of Josh Wallace when that ball was thrown, to be able to make that tackle for just a 3-yard gain, that was excellent closing speed.
Second down and 7 for the Boilers. Back to pass is Card. Fires and incomplete as he misses his receiver. One of his tight ends out there, overthrown. Ball was tipped, John?
Yeah, I think it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. And that's one of the things that Hudson Card has been prone to do. He's not the tallest guy. Yeah, I think that was Rayshawn Benny, or it was either Rayshawn Benny or Jalen Harrell that got a hand on it on the defensive left side.
George Burham was the intended receiver. Purdue down a tight end this year. Max Clare got hurt early in the season. We'll see a lot of Garrett Miller and Drew Bibber. 3rd and 7 for the Boilermakers, this initial possession of the football game. Card in a shotgun, back to pass. Wolverines bring a blitz, fires, and incomplete as Card kind of short-armed it under heavy duress right in front of Josh Wallace out there, who dove for it, couldn't come up with the interception, but Purdue will be forced to punt.
And I think you see in those 2 sets of downs there exactly what Michigan has to do. They've got to be good on first down. You don't want to give this offense a 2nd and short and open up the playbook. You give them, you're good on first down, and it changes things for this defense. They'll be much more aggressive.
Nick Taylor will snap at the punter is Jack Ansell. Guess where he's from, John?
I'm guessing Australia.
Warrnambool, Australia. He puts his right foot into it. Tyler Moore is deep for Michigan, backing up and fields it on his own 25. Races towards the near sideline where he's chopped down. No gain on the return. A punt of 50 yards, and Michigan will take over at the 24-yard line.
Nice punt, nice coverage, nice decision down the field. There was a couple of guys that got beat off the ball and didn't do a good job of holding up the coverage team. And when that happens, when you see a nameplate, you can't hit them in the back, and they did a good job. Not a good return, but it saves a couple of penalties there.
Up front for the Wolverines, Ladarius Henderson at left tackle, Trevor Keegan left guard, Drake Nugent the center, Zach Zinner at right guard, and Carson Barnhart at right tackle. Quarterback, of course, is J.J. McCarthy, and in the backfield to his right is Blake Corum, and it's McCarthy back to pass on the first snap of the game for Michigan. He's going to run, dive across the 25 out to the 27-yard line for a short gain on first down. Setting the rest of the Wolverine lineup, Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson, the wide receivers, and Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner at tight end. For a Michigan team that ranks number 1 in the Big Ten in scoring offense, 40.6 points per game. Their rush offense, 5th in the league, 174 yards a game. Their passing offense, 3rd in the league, 247 yards per contest. Max Bredesen in the ballgame now. He's split wide with Roman Wilson. Now they bring Bredesen in motion as J.J. bobbles the snap, hands it off to Corum. Timing was off, and Corum's lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, timing seemed off there. Timing seemed off on the first one as well, as J.J. was trying to get a quick hitch out, get it to A.J. Barner. Possibly he was covered. But, yeah, that snap was a little bit high and a little bit hot coming into J.J. there. Thankfully, he was able to hand it off and picked up about a yard. But now you're sitting there looking at 3rd and 7.
Nick Scorton, the Purdue tackler, we'll probably say his name a lot tonight. He is exceptionally good, as is their other outside linebacker, Kydron Jenkins. 3rd and 7 for Michigan. Shotgun for J.J. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. J.J. back to pass, fires down the middle. He's got his man Roman Wilson at the 45-yard line. First down for Michigan. He is dragged down by Derek Rogers at the 48. Move the chains on 3rd and long.
Well, 3rd and 7 is never really where you want to be, but J.J. has done a good job, and the protection was there of being able to sit back, watch everything develop downfield, and Roman Wilson, just an easy post route right into the middle of that defense, and found some area in front of the safety to pick up the first.
We see Kalel Mullings back in the ball game. He missed the last game in East Lansing with an injury, really coming into his own as that 3rd running back. Shotgun for J.J. Goes inside, handoff to Mullings, who will bounce it outside across the 50, 45 to the 40, puts his head down. Kalel Mullings knocked out of bounds at the Purdue 39-yard line by the free safety, the freshman Dylan Thieneman. 14 yards on the carry for Kalel. Welcome back.
Yes, and I love the fact that, hey, I'm not going to run out of bounds. I'm going to drop the hammer when I get there. I'm going to pick up an extra yard, but I'm going to make you pay for coming to think you could tackle me.
Wolverines have moved into Purdue territory at the 39-yard line. Donovan Edwards splits wide to the left. Mullings continues in the backfield. J.J. in a shotgun, back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to take a shot. Donovan's out there, inside the 5. Donovan's got it, and he steps out of bounds at the Purdue 1-yard line. 38 yards to Donovan Edwards, streaking down the far sideline, and the Wolverines have it 1st and goal.
Well, that's a no-brainer for J.J. as Donovan went in motion. First of all, nobody went out to match up with them, and then when they finally did, they put a linebacker on Donovan Edwards, and that was Dominic Moon. I'll take that matchup every day. As soon as J.J. sees that, he's going to go to Donovan every single time.
1st and goal from the 1. Handoff, Blake Corum up the middle. Blake Corum to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. 6-0 Michigan here on their first possession of the ball game.
Well, that drive, Doug, had just about everything you want to see. Not all of it pretty, but they overcame everything. You start with a 3rd and 7. You find a way to get Roman Wilson, and you convert it. You give yourself an opportunity with a battering ram like Kalel Mullings. You pick up a first, and then you find Donovan Edwards matched up with the linebacker. And then, obviously, Blake Corum there. You know, you get inside the 2-yard line, you got a number of options, and he's been so good at finding the end zone.
JT on for the extra point. Will Wagner will snap. Tommy Doman holds. Both of those are good, and the kick is up and good. And Michigan takes a 7-0 lead following a 6-play, 76-yard drive over 3 minutes and 3 seconds. That 1-yard touchdown run by Blake Corum was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 10:30 to go, first quarter. Michigan on top, 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle. It's the Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway every Saturday in November. 2 hourly winners, 5 to 10 p.m., take home a cool $500 cash. At 11 p.m. each night, one lucky guest wins a hot new Jeep Renegade or $15 grand. The Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Having a choice is awesome, because even if you choose something bad, you can just switch to something else. Like switching from bad internet to good internet from WOW. Internet 500 has it all. It's extra reliable, super fast, and just $39.99 a month. Plus, get a free modem for a year and $100 on us when you sign up at wowway.com. WOW. Good internet. Limited to new internet customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms apply. Taxes and fees extra.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the big house. Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading Purdue 7-0. The Wolverines forced an early punt on the initial possession of the ballgame for the Boilermakers. And then the Wolverines go 76 yards, and they lead this one in the early going. Getting ready to kick off is Tommy Doman. But first, let's go down on the field. And number 8, Jason Avant.
Donovan Edwards shows you why he's so special. Talking to the NFL scouts on the sideline all the time, they are foaming at the mouth for this guy because of what you saw right there, being able to be a part of the receiving game. Not many backs can do that.
Mike Hart said he thought he could be a high Division I wide receiver. He thought he had that skill set.
Yeah, catching the ball over the outside shoulder like that for a running back is very, very hard to do. Sort of like linemen, they don't catch the ball that well.
Easy, Mr. Cutie.
Tommy Doman sails the kickoff out of the back of the end zone, and Purdue will start from the 25-yard line.
Yeah, and I tell you what, if they're going to continue to match up a linebacker on Donovan, he's going to end up with over 400 yards receiving. That was a no-brainer, and I'm glad JJ saw it. I would have been more shocked if he hadn't.
Got the rally group in there on the defensive front. Moore, Good, Grant, and Stewart have been very good this year. Handoff to Maccabee running left, and he gets out near the 30-yard line. And the Wolverines are saying the ball came out, and it did. Michigan's got it. Who came up with it? Junior Colson is the man that comes up with an early fumble on Devin Maccabee's first carry of the game. And an early turnover has set the Wolverines up with great field position, looking to add to their lead.
Well, they had 13 turnovers coming into the game. 6 of those were fumbles. And with as aggressive as Maccabee runs the ball, we saw it in the Big Ten championship game last year. He's an aggressive style of runner. And it looks like they might actually take another look at this one. Doug, neither of us could see it from here.
I couldn't tell. I'm watching the replay.
Oh, it looks like maybe his knee is going to be down.
Well, they're going to take a look. This close shave replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. What do you think?
I think this one is going to be overturned. I'm glad they called it a fumble because the ball was out. And they're going to let the replay, but I think the replay clearly shows that his knee was down. His left knee is down before the punch-out comes.
The only hope here is that on this replay, a Wolverine has his foot in the way of the view of the camera, which might make it hard to tell. This replay, this angle, though, might work. We're seeing another angle now.
The defense is going back out there. It looks like they
know.
Yeah, look like they know something that we don't.
But here's what I like about it is the fact that
after review, the runner's knee was down with possession of the ball. It's second down to Purdue.
And obviously 110,000 people disagree. Not a shock there, but that's one thing that I think this defense, you're starting to nitpick a little bit, but try and find ways for them to improve. It's being able to force some of those fumbles. They've been able to get interceptions, but they haven't forced a lot of fumbles.
Yeah, 11 interceptions on the year for this Michigan defense. That leads the league.
Maccabee put the ball on the ground last week, too.
Yep.
He's got a very unique running style. He is truly a crazy legs runner. Blitz for Michigan, back to pass his card. He's got nowhere to go with it. Now he's going to run, gets across the 30, and he's hit right there. And thought we might see a flag on that hit. Mike Sandra still coming up from a safety spot on the tackle.
Late slide. Mikey Samerstill had already launched, and so no penalty on that one. But they brought again pressure. The same thing we saw at the beginning of the game. Pressure up the defensive left side. They're going to test the right tackle. We'll just have to keep an eye on that matchup.
No gain for Purdue. It's 3rd down and 6. Card in a shotgun, back to pass. Fires over the middle behind his receiver, incomplete. Looking for Jaden Veal-Dixon on a crossing route. Card just missed him, and the Boilers will be forced to punt.
Here's one of the things that you know about an air raid offense, especially facing a team like Michigan that can win one-on-one matchups, is that ball is going to come out of the quarterback's hand quickly. And not every time is it going to be accurate, and I think Card is just under 60% completion percentage. It's also going to happen quickly for the receiver, not getting their head around quick enough.
Yeah, Dixonville was looking at the linebacker. He wanted no parts of that.
Punting will be Jack Ansel for the Boilermakers. And deep to field, it is Tyler Morris who'll come up and signal for a fair catch and make it at the Michigan 33-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will take over following the 38-yard punt. Michigan leading at 7-0 with 9:19 to go here in quarter number 1. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Lobs it up in the end zone to Roundtree. He adjusts to the ball. He's interfered with. He makes the catch.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
For 46 years straight, more of you have trusted Ford F-Series trucks to help save the day. Stretch the weekend, haul or tow just about anything, anywhere. And it's why Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks 46 years straight. Returning AC Plan F-150 lessees can lease a 2023 F-150 Super Crew XLT 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,809 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $500 year-end sales event RCL cash, $2,500 trade assist, $500 vehicle-specific renewal, and $1,000 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends November 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply based on 1977 through 2022 CY total sales. Lease a 2023 Ford F-150 XLT today for $299 a month. Think Ford first.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Michigan on top, 7-0 here against Purdue. John, we were worried about a little bit of a hangover effect coming off the bye week, but so far, no signs of that.
No, defense has been aggressive. Jesse Minter has called a number of blitzes, whether it's been safeties, corners, linebackers. They've been getting after the quarterback, and offensively, you see that matchup. JJ did a great job of identifying it and going after it. I would not be surprised here on first down to see Michigan take another shot downfield.
Well, the big 38-yard reception to Donovan Edwards down the far sideline. And a mismatch that you called as he got lined up against a linebacker. Although Donovan not in the game now, it's Blake Corum in the backfield off the right hip of J.J. McCarthy, who's in a shotgun. Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner in the game, the two tight ends. Roman Wilson split wide right. Cornelius Johnson wide left. Inside handoff. Blake Corum. Oh, he runs over a tackler at the 35 and out to the 38-yard line. Put his head down and running with anger. Blake Corum there. Gain of 6.
He is such a powerhouse. And, you know, one of the things, last year we talked about how elusive he was, and then he did, you know, pick up extra yardage under contact. But this year it feels like he's really added that bit of power running style to his game.
Antonio Stevens was on the receiving end of the abuse from Blake Corum. Give him 5 on first down, 2nd down and 5. Shotgun for JJ. Now he puts Cornelius Johnson in motion. Play action, back to passes. JJ fires over the middle. He's got Roman Wilson inside Purdue territory. Puts the brakes on and is dragged to the ground at the Purdue 42-yard line. 20 yards over the middle to Roman Wilson once again. Cam Allen, the man that brought him down.
You know, the interesting part is that both Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson were open downfield. Cornelius in the middle of the field, Roman Wilson just a little bit to the left of center, and JJ right now is able to pick and choose where he wants to go with the ball, and he's got a number of options.
Donovan Edwards in the game, split wide left. Khalil Mullings in the backfield. And they go jet sweep to Donovan to the 40. Donovan tripped up inside the 40 down at the 38.
Hey, John, that Cornelius motion right there, that's that Z-away motion that the Dolphins are doing, and it's all the rage in the NFL, so you see it trickle down to the college game.
So, Jason, I want to ask you, like, why is that? Obviously, it's new, and I was going to mention that as well. We've seen it twice now for the Wolverines. Why is that unique?
Well, it's all about the timing of it, right? So you're pushing them away from the formation. Most of the motions come toward the formation. Push them away is just a little timing thing that happens, and it's hard to get guys up and press.
3 receivers split to the left for JJ in a shotgun on 2nd down and 6. Back to pass, looking downfield, fires, and he misses Colston Loveland over the middle at the 33-yard line.
You know, JJ seeing the field really well right now. That was just a little bit off the mark, but the defender that was matched up on Colston ended up blitzing. Colston saw it. He hooked up right away. Safety was coming down. That was the freshman Thieneman. Just couldn't get there in time. And if that's on the money, that's going to be an easy first down.
3rd and 6 for Michigan. They're in that territory on the field where this might be 4-down territory. And the Purdue 38-yard line. JJ in a shotgun with 3 receivers split to the left. Now he brings Tyler Morris in motion, and he'll fire to him out of the flat to the 35, 30, down the far sideline. Tyler Morris inside the 20, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Purdue 17-yard line. Jason, I don't know if that was the motion you were talking about, but he was again motioning away from the line, from the center of the field.
Yeah, Purdue likes to go man-to-man a lot, and they're trying to push them through as much trash as possible so they can get guys picked off on it. So that's why they're doing that motion now, because the inside defender can't go through all the trash.
21 yards on 3rd down and 6, and Michigan has it at the Purdue 18-yard line. They lead at 7-0 with 6:42 to go first quarter. 3 receivers split right, 1 to the left, ball on the left hash. JJ in a shotgun. Turns and flips it on a reverse to Cornelius Johnson. He's got some room. 20, 10. Cornelius Johnson to the 5. Tripped up inside the 5. Down at the Purdue 3-yard line by Botris Alisendo. And Michigan has it. 1st and goal after that gain of 14.
And they're going to go hurry up. A nice block out in front by Max Bredesen.
Nobody happier than Blake Corum.
Blake Corum's in the ball game in a pistol formation, and Blake will take a handoff running right, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. 13-0 on Blake Corum's 2nd touchdown run of the game. That gives him a nation's leading 15 rushing touchdowns on the year.
A very nice, well-called game to this point. Jason and I were talking about that motion, and if you're going to go man coverage, it's really hard. If you don't know if Tyler Morris is going across the formation or not, all of a sudden he stops, puts his foot in the ground, goes back. He gets a 20-yard pickup, and then you bring a guy in motion, and in Max Bredesen, you put him back. He's the lead blocker, and you bring Cornelius in motion or in the reverse.
JT's kick is up and good, and the Wolverines have gone on top 14-0. 7 plays, 67 yards. Over 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Blake Corum's 3-yard touchdown run was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 14-0 Michigan. Midway through the first quarter, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make it.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Welcome to this rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game. It's Michigan and Purdue, live from the Big House.
Doug Carson, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. The Wolverines on top of Purdue here in the early going, 14-0. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Well, again, John, no hangover. And
no.
From the bye week, and apparently no sign of any of the off-the-field noise getting to this Michigan team tonight as they look sharp early on.
No, if anything, it's been a motivator to the student athlete, to the player, the guy on the field, and wanting to come out and make a point, prove something. And I think we're seeing that offensively, defensively. We see it on special teams too, that opening kickoff. For them to bring it out and only get to the 12-yard line, that's great coverage.
Tyrone Tracy and Dylan Downing are deep as Doman's kick will sail into the end zone and land 6 yards deep, and Purdue will take over at the 25-yard line.
Masterful game plan so far by the offensive staff for Michigan. Great motions. They're defeating one-on-ones on the outside because of the motion. Just doing a great job.
Jason, I 100% agree. And using that, I don't know what you call that Miami motion. That's probably what I'm going to call it. But putting that in the game plan, but knowing that they're going to be big-time man, and whether you're going across the formation or you're faking across the formation and coming back, it's so hard to stay with the speed of the receivers.
Quentin Johnson in the ballgame defensively for Michigan for the first time. Card back to pass, fires, and it's intercepted. Will Johnson's got it. 40, 30, 25, cuts back in, 20, 15, and he's dragged down from behind. Will Johnson with another interception. He had 2 against the Boilermakers last year in the Big Ten title game. Now he's got a 3rd against Purdue, and Michigan's knocking on the door once again.
Great position, great play by Will Johnson. That was created by Chris Jenkins and Jalen Harrell, who ran a little TE stunt. Jalen Harrell got in after the quarterback and forced that ball off the mark. That's how you get that turnover. It's great. It's great team defense. Pressure by the front, 7, creating that turnover on the back end.
26 yards on the return for Will Johnson. Michigan's got it 1st and 10 from the Purdue 12-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards off his right hip. They'll hand it to Edwards, and he'll get tracked down from behind by Nick Scorton, the sophomore who last year for Purdue was named Nick Carraway. He changed his name to Scorton, his father's name. And he is having an outstanding season. 2 sacks last week against Nebraska, 10.5 tackles for loss, 2nd in the Big Ten behind his teammate Kydron Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the Michigan tackles, Carson Barnhart and Ladarius Henderson. to be tested tonight at times. They really haven't been tested, and they haven't been tested by 2 edge rushers. Normally it's 1, and you can always turn to protection, but now they're going to have to be manned up at times.
No gain on that play, 2nd and 10. And JJ play action, fires at Donovan Edwards in the flat. Not much room there, and he's fighting for everything he can get, which, again, isn't much. Finally, he steps out of bounds. That might even go for a loss of a yard. Antonio Stevens, the man out there.
Just trying to find a number of different ways to get the ball in the hands of Donovan Edwards, get him in the open field. And more times than not, it's going to work out. Didn't work out that time, but I'll take those odds every time.
So it's going to be 3rd down and 10 here for Michigan from the Purdue, looks like the 13-yard line. Michigan leading at 14-0, 4:31 to go, first quarter. JJ, shotgun, back to pass, looking downfield, and fires, and it's knocked away from Colston Loveland. Good defense there by Sanusi Kane. Give him a pass breakup, and we'll see the field goal team for the Wolverines.
I actually asked Jay Harbaugh on Monday night, if there's any concern, because the offense has been very efficient, that they haven't had very many field goals, that the operation, that he wanted to see more. And he's like, hey, I'll take whatever I can get, but we'll always settle for 6 instead of 3.
Get really good at extra points that way.
Yes.
This will be a 30-yard attempt from the right hash for James Turner. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and it is good. And Michigan extends its lead to 17-0 following the interception with 4:20 to go here in quarter number 1. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thanks, Doug. Everything done for the day in the Big Ten. Ohio State overcame a halftime deficit earlier today to beat Rutgers 35-16. Penn State handed Maryland a 4th straight loss, 51-15, the final in College Park. The West Division got weird. We began the day with a 4-way tie for first in the division. Then Michigan State beat Nebraska 20-17. Then Indiana held off Wisconsin 20-14. Then the mid-afternoon window. Iowa kicked a 52-yard field goal with 14 seconds left to outlast Northwestern 10-7 at Wrigley Field. About 15 minutes after that, Illinois, a go-ahead 46-yard touchdown reception inside the final minute. Illini stunned Minnesota 27-26. After all that, a 4-way tie for first in the West Division transitions into now Iowa sitting alone atop the Big Ten West standings. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Notable games going on right now nationally. Number 20 USC, an early 7-0 lead on Washington, although the Huskies have 2nd and goal late in the first quarter. And number 8 Alabama just tied things up 7-7 with LSU midway through the first in Tuscaloosa. Part of a busy Saturday in college football. We'll dive more in depth on all of it, give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis. For now, Doug, John.
Thank you, Rob. At Big Ten West, John, is
it's kind of a mess.
Turning into a battle of who wants it less.
I know. It's, the Big Ten West hasn't won a Big Ten championship game since they went to East-West, and it doesn't look like they're going to have a contender this year either, no matter who comes out of the East.
Yeah. On that last 3rd down, you get so annoyed as a receiver. Cornelius Johnson was going to be wide open. He runs into the referee that couldn't get out of the way.
No.
Yeah. He would have been wide open. Could have been a touchdown.
How often did that happen to you in your career?
A lot. That guy in the middle is a bad athlete. that referee.
You can't avoid a stationary object?
No, he's not stationary. He's trying to move out of the way, and he stays right where you are. You need a job description. Be in shape to be in that position.
Sounds like it's some bitterness there.
Yeah.
Did he cost you a touchdown somewhere along the line?
Somewhere down the dusty road he got me.
Yeah.
And the coach yells at you. You don't care about him.
Yeah. That's just good coverage, I guess.
Yeah.
Throw a flag on himself.
Yeah, use that sideline as an extra defender. Use that referee as well.
Tommy Dunman will kick off. Tyrone Tracy and Dylan Downing again deep for Purdue. And the Wolverines have sent a message here early on, leading 17-0. And we still got 4:20 to go here in quarter number 1. And Tracy will let this one sail into the end zone, and it'll go for a touchback, and Purdue will take over at the 25-yard line. Have they completed a pass yet? Bruce Monty, our statistician, they've got one completion.
Yeah, and I think it's until that one that was batted down to Colston. That was only the second incompletion for JJ.
Yeah, that was the one Josh Wallace, right? On the far sideline, gain of 3. Michigan pass defense doing very well. They lead the conference. They came into tonight leading the conference in interceptions with 11, and they have added a 12th. They'll go inside handoff to Maccabee, and he won't get back to the line of scrimmage. Buried by Jalen Harrell and Mike Barrett. Well, what a season Mike Barrett's having.
Yeah, I mean, he's been all over the field, and to see him in his 6th year be able to be as productive as he is. Not only is he getting great production, but you talk to his teammates, and he's just a great leader in the locker room and on the practice field.
He had a great line about when he was deciding coming back for his 6th year. He said his only regret is that he even considered not coming back. Now here's heavy pressure on Card, who fires it to Tracy out of the backfield. He gets out close to the first down to the 34-yard line. Gain of 9 there on 2nd down and 10. Quentin Johnson leading the Michigan tacklers, the 5th-year senior from Silver Spring, Maryland.
This is about as aggressive a game plan as we've seen from Jesse Minter, with bringing linebackers, stunts, corners, safeties. We've seen it all.
3rd and 1. They go inside handoff to Tracy, and he is going to get dropped for a loss. In the backfield, Braden McGregor, Jalen Harrell. A 3-yard loss is going to set Purdue with a 4th and 4, and Ryan Walters is going to send the punt team on.
Yeah, they tried to bring a running back across the formation to block Braden McGregor, and he was having none of that. I'm not sure when you've got 1 yard to go that you want a running back blocking Braden McGregor or really anybody up front. That's just a poor play design.
And once again, it's Jack Ansel on the punt. Tyler Morris with his heels on the 25-yard line, and they get the kickoff, but no flag. Did they tip it? Looked like they might have roughed the kicker, but
no flag. Yeah, he's gonna try and sell this one.
The ball, meanwhile, rolls dead on the 20-yard line. That's where Purdue downs it, and
I think a part of that Aussie kicking school, they need to include an actors class because he would have failed that one.
Cornelius Johnson was the man in there. Not missed it. Did he get a hand on it?
I don't know if he did or not. I couldn't see on either review.
I couldn't tell if he got a hand on it, but usually when you get that much contact with the kicker, it's going to be running into a roughing. Unless he touched the ball.
And it looks like he might have. He did hit the punter. There's no doubt about that, but they must have ruled that he got a hand on it. So Michigan will take over the ball on the 21-yard line. I formation, JJ under center. Turns and hands it to Blake Corum running left. Big hole, 25, out to the 30. Blake Corum close to a 1st down. Good running there for the Wolverine leading rusher, Blake Corum, who came in tonight averaging 5.5 yards a carry.
Yeah, one of the questions about this Michigan offense was, last year it was, hey, they're running the ball great, but can they throw it? And now that they are a very well-balanced offense, both running and throwing the ball efficiently, everybody's asking, why can't they run the ball more? Well, you get 9 yards on 1st down, and there's your answer.
2 receivers split to the right. It's Colston Loveland in the slot. Roman Wilson wide right. Cornelius Johnson split wide left. Now they bring Loveland in motion. Handoff to Blake Corum. He's got the 1st down across the 30 out to the 33-yard line. 4 more yards. Antonio Stevens up from his safety spot to bring Blake Corum down.
They use all of their tight ends as blocking tight ends. The best one at it is Max Bredesen. We see him line up in that fullback position all the time, but that time it was Colston Loveland who went in motion, and he acted as the second puller behind Trevor Keegan. And I actually love that play coming back. It's the old counter.
17-0, Michigan on top, 1:14 to go. Clock running, quarter number 1. Pistol formation, JJ in a shotgun. Turns and hands it to Corum running right. Makes a man miss across the 35, tripped up as he gets to the 38-yard line. Yanni Karloftis on the tackle, the linebacker. 5 yards for Blake Corum.
Sometimes a block doesn't always have to be just physically. Max Bredesen came across the formation, and because he came so hard, so fast, he drew Karloftis out. Karloftis was unblocked because Max was going for the widest man, and it wasn't him, but it drew him out just far enough to create the crease.
2nd down and 5 for the Wolverines. JJ play action, back to pass. Looking downfield, fires to Corum in the flat, 40, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 42-yard line. One of the Purdue players lost his bucket, and he'll have to leave the field. And it'll be 3rd and short for Michigan, gain of 4.
Yeah, nice dump down pass. A couple of options downfield. Didn't look great. And I love the fact that JJ's not trying to force anything down the field.
14 seconds to go in quarter number 1. The Wolverines in a huddle. Clock running 8 seconds. JJ lines up at a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Kalel Mullings up the middle across the 45, and he gets the first down. The Wolverines short yardage specialist on the final play of quarter number 1.
Yeah, they brought Ladarius Henderson, left tackle, in motion to go overload on the right, and they ran behind him and Carson Barnhart and Zach Zinter. Nice play design again.
17-0, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Online betting can be fun. It's kind of like whitewater rafting. The rush of excitement, the thrill. Well, until your raft is heading straight for a huge waterfall. For tips that will help keep you afloat, go to don'tregretthebet.org. Sponsored by the Michigan Association of Broadcasters and the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Total domination by the Wolverines in quarter number 1, outgaining Purdue 169 yards to 23. Michigan has 9 first downs to Purdue's 1, which came on the first offensive snap of the ball game for Purdue. That was it. Will Johnson's interception, the only turnover. Michigan possessing the ball for 7 minutes and 51 seconds of the first quarter. Check that, 10 minutes and 51 seconds of the first quarter. Michigan leading at 17-0. John, you just mentioned the tackle in motion. Ladarius Henderson, did you ever do that?
No, I didn't. We always just lined up. We were going to go overload. We just, at the huddle break, we would just go from right tackle over to left. Sometimes you'd line up as a tight end. Sometimes the tight end would push out. But that time they lined up, and it was kind of interesting because they broke the huddle with about 11 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Got up, and then Ladarius came over and lined up just outside or just inside Carson Barnhart. So they had 3 offensive linemen over there. We've seen them use a number of different ways to get that extra blocker. The most common is Trente Jones lining up at that tight end position.
Well, the Wolverines have been able to handle the 2 playmakers on the Purdue defense, the 2 outside backers, Nick Scorton and Kydron Jenkins, who are 1 and 2 in the Big Ten in tackles for loss. Scorton made the 1 play tracking down Edwards from behind, but otherwise they've been pretty quiet. And Jim Harbaugh said he was looking forward to the challenge. Says JJ loves putting together the puzzle, whatever a defense throws at you, and Purdue plays a unique style of defense. As Michigan will have it from the 46-yard line, 1st and 10. JJ shotgun firing to Donovan Edwards, who goes up and has it and then dropped it. Thought he had it there, but as he hit the ground, the ball popped out. Sanusi Kane in coverage.
Dang.
Yeah.
He had the ball in his hand, just didn't secure it.
No, and kind of the fun thing, you mentioned a unique defense. They run the odd front. with the 3 down linemen, and obviously you got your 2 outside linebackers, Scowerton and Jenkins on the outside, and create some communication issues up front. So far they've done a good job, Drake Nugent, communicating where the protection's going.
Pistol formation on 2nd and 10. Handoff to Khalil Mullings up the middle, and he gets it out close to the 50-yard line, and the scrum pushing forward. They blow the play dead at the 48-yard line, a gain of 2. They had the bonus offensive lineman in there with Trente Jones.
Actually ran to the opposite side of where Trente was. But, we've seen this before, and this doesn't mean Michigan can't take a shot. Earlier in the game, we thought 3rd and 7. It was a 20-yard shot to Roman Wilson.
3rd and 8 here for Michigan from their own 48-yard line. JJ in a shotgun, back to pass. Fires, far sideline, in and out of the hands of A.J. Barner. Got on him pretty quickly. And again, Sanusi Kane in coverage out there.
I don't think A.J. Barner was ready when he turned around that ball was going to be on top of him. As soon as you hit the top of that route and you turn around, you got to know with J.J. that ball is going to be right there. If he decides that you're the guy he's going to be throwing it to, that ball is going to be there, and I think it just caught A.J. by surprise.
Yeah, just 2 flat-out drops that possession that stalled the drive right there.
Yeah.
Nothing Purdue did, just drops by us.
Tommy Doman on to punt. And Sheffield standing on his own 10-yard line to return it. Doman puts his right foot into it and gets off a rocket. It'll come down to Sheffield, who signals for a fair catch and makes it at the 10-yard line. And now we see why Tommy Doman leads the country in hang time. That one was,
up there for a
level.
while.
It was eye level with us. 42 yards on the punt. And Purdue will be looking at 90 yards of field in front of them as they trail it 17-0 here. 14:01 to go, second quarter.
I'm intrigued by Jesse Minter right now in this Michigan defense, how they're going to create pressure. We've seen it with TE stunts. I've mentioned it before. Early on, bringing a corner off of the edge, whether it's been Josh Wallace or Mikey Sandra still. It's kind of fun to watch this game develop.
Shotgun, Card back to pass. Fires in the flat to Mockabee, who's got it and is chopped down as he gets across the 10 out to the 12. Well, they're going to put him at the 14-yard line. That's a generous spot. Will Johnson, the man out there.
Yeah, I think Will Johnson, when he chopped him down, it kind of actually held him up for a little ways.
Gain of 4. 2nd down and 6. Card trying to change the play. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Ball's on the left hash. Purdue moving left to right here in the second quarter. Wolverines bringing a blitz. And it's Mikey Sainristil off the edge, meeting Mockabee in the backfield. Wow.
Corner blitz.
Mikey.
Yeah.
Mockabee did all he could to get back to the line of scrimmage and maybe even a half a yard out of it. And it'll be 3rd down and 5 for the Boilermakers.
Great job by Mikey Sainristil. And I mentioned for Jesse Minter, they rushed 4 on the first. That time they brought a corner off the edge, keeping the Purdue team guessing.
You see DJ Waller in there, the freshman corner for the first time. Card back to pass is going to fire at Waller's man at Sheffield. Waller completely lost him, and Sheffield's got it across the 45, the 50, and knocked out of bounds. DJ Waller turned and looked for it and never saw the football.
No. He was in good position. He just slowed up and looked back and never saw the ball. Just couldn't find it until the receiver caught it.
41 yards.
Yeah, that was really weird. Normally you don't look back and feel comfortable unless you're connected to the receiver. He never was connected to him, so there was no reason to look back.
It was actually Mershawn Rice, who's down injured, and right in front of the Michigan bench, the Purdue trainers will work on him, and they'll have it 1st and 10 from the Michigan 42-yard line when we continue. 17-0 Michigan, 12:40 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to make this holiday season merry and bright at your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store. With over 300 stores to conveniently serve you, you'll find a great selection of hundreds of unique Christmas gift ideas this year. Stocking stuffers too, for every holiday wish and budget. Quality parts and service and a huge selection of national name brand products every time you shop your neighborhood Auto Value. Now that's Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it, and thank you for shopping locally.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Nothing, Michigan on top of the Boilermakers following the timeout. 12:40 to go first half. Purdue's got it at the Michigan 42-yard line following the 41-yard pass from Hudson Card to Mershon Rice, who's left the ballgame with an injury.
That's always the risk you run against an air raid offense, or one that relies on big plays. Is you can be consistent throughout the course of the game, and all you got to do is blink once and they can hit something.
They'll take their shots. Mockabee running right on first down, gets it down to close to the 40-yard line. And he is brought down by Josiah Stewart, gain of 2. Outside of the first run of the ball game, Michigan has really bottled up the Purdue rushing attack.
I really like Josiah Stewart. Ben Farrell, their offensive tackle, came out to block him, and Josiah's not the biggest dude, but he put him right on his backside.
Ben Farrell back playing in his home state, Grand Rapids native. Play action, back to pass his Card, and his arm is hit as he lets it go, and it's going to roll out of bounds. It was Josiah Stewart, that man again, John, in the backfield, to get his hand on Card's throwing arm, and falls incomplete, harmlessly.
Yeah, and it's just it's a button rush. Kind of headbutts him a little bit, pulls him, and gets around him. And when you put an offensive tackle on his backside in one play, and then you give that pressure again, I mean, now all of a sudden Josiah Stewart's in his head trying to, and he's trying to figure out, how am I going to block this guy?
3rd and 8 for the Boilers from the Michigan 40-yard line. Card back to pass, heavy pressure, fire, slant through the hands of his receiver, incomplete. Deion Brooks, or Burks rather, the Belleville native out there for Purdue, incomplete. And it's 4th down.
Nice coverage by Will Johnson on that one. They brought 7, Michigan did. And it goes to the creative nature of this defensive game plan by Jesse Minter.
So Jack Ansel's on the punt. Michigan looks like they're in punt safe here. Leery of a fake on 4th and 8. Ansel's got it, and he will get off the 9-iron that lands at the 5 and rolls into the end zone. Tried to back that one up, but Michigan will take over on the 20-yard line for this next possession, leading 17-0. Hey, John, I want to say congratulations to Zach Zinter, the Michigan guard. He is a finalist for the National Football Foundation William V. Campbell Trophy. And do you know what that trophy, who gets that one?
I'm going to guess the best offensive guard or the best offensive lineman in the country.
Well, he might be, all of that, but it is the academic Heisman.
Oh, wow.
How about
Well,
that?
yeah.
Crushing
I was
it in
never
the-
up for that one, so that's why I had no idea.
Me either, but JJ under center, I formation. From the 20-yard line, toss sweep, Blake Corum running right. Behind his blockers, he tries to bounce it outside, and to no avail, gets dragged down for a 2-yard loss. That thing was clogged up right from the beginning.
It was. Trying to keep the defense honest. Obviously you want to gain yardage on every play, and Michigan has done a great job this year of not having very many of those lost yardage plays. But Carson Barnhart got pushed back a little bit, stretching wide on that one. But don't be surprised if that one is called to set up something here.
Purdue jumps into the neutral zone. JJ can take a shot, fires downfield. He's got Colston leveled across the 30 to the 35-yard line. The flag will make sure that it is indeed holding, or offsides rather. But if it is offsides, a gain of 17 yards.
Offside, defense number 0 in the neutral zone. It's a snap. The penalty's declined. It's first down.
Jason, did he have a deep shot down the field?
I always say throw it deep. Yeah, he had a shot. It wasn't the safest throw, but I always throw it down the field.
Did you guys love those plays when you saw somebody jump in the neutral zone?
Oh, yeah. It's a free play no matter what happens.
Yeah, you just want a shot.
Yeah.
As a receiver, you just want a shot.
We have an injured Boilermaker. Is it Kane? Sanusi Kane, who's been all over the field. He's senior safety.
Well, when somebody jumps off sides too, and it kind of becomes an epidemic across the front, is they don't rush the same. Whoever it was that was offsides, obviously their momentum is stopped because they try and get back, but everybody else seems to rush a little bit lighter, which gives you more time to hold up and let the quarterback take that shot downfield. But we'll take a first down no matter how we can get it.
10:55 to go in the half. Michigan on top, 17-0 here at the Big House. Wolverines scoring on their first 3 possessions of the ball game. And defense stepping up after Purdue on their last drive drove into Michigan territory before being forced to punt. They got Kane off the field. They're already down one member of their secondary. Marquise Wilson lost earlier in the year to injury. Mm-hmm. They have the nation's leading tackler for a freshman, the free safety Dylan Thieneman. Boy, is he good. And boy, is he playing deep. He's 30 yards off the ball. JJ back to pass, fires far side. He's got Roman Wilson in front of the Purdue bench, and he is wrapped up there. And now we got multiple flags, one in the backfield, and Roman Wilson might have taken a hit late.
Yeah, and JJ took a hit late, so I think there might be about 30 yards of penalties assessed on this one.
It's like the offensive line wants to go over and send a message. They did not appreciate the extracurriculars.
No, I think there's going to be a rough in the passer and late hit.
I love it when the big guys are the first one to the party for the altercations. I love that, John. We need some backup over there sometimes.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 0, 15-yard penalty. After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 32. That penalty will also be enforced. It's 1st and 10.
Wow. Yep, 30 yards. I mean, this is second week in a row. Bye week. But at Michigan State, they had the 30 yards worth of penalties on one play as well. But, Jason, all we want you to do is hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way, and that's what the big fellas just give us enough time to get there.
I love it.
Well, Purdue came into action today tied with Maryland, the most penalized team in the Big Ten. And they just gave Michigan 30 extra yards after an 8-yard completion to Roman Wilson. Tack on 30 more, and Michigan's got it now at the Purdue 28-yard line. See Samaj Morgan into the ball game for Michigan for the first time.
I'm excited to see the ball get in the hands of Samaj Morgan. He really excites me as a young pass catcher.
Boy, is he tough. Contesting catches, good with the ball in his hands. Yards after catch, yards after contact. 3 receivers split to the left. JJ takes a shotgun, back to pass. Looking, fires down the middle, and Samaj Morgan gets laid out. Incomplete pass. It was Thieneman coming up from his safety spot, and we do have a flag.
I don't know what the call is going to be on this, but the linebacker rushed. And who was the back in the backfield? I didn't see it.
Blake Corum?
Blake Corum flipped the linebacker completely upside down.
Wow. Yeah, seeing the replay, it's a full somersault.
Oh, I bet you they're going to try and call holding on this.
On
Blake, because as he was getting flipped over, I don't know if it was. I can't imagine they're going to pick up this flag.
They're talking about it.
Holding, offense number 2.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! That is an absolute joke. That's an absolute joke.
Jim Harbaugh is giving the side judge over here an earful, and he is irate.
Boy, I hope so.
Do you remember that phantom holding call on Karan Higdon down at Northwestern a couple years ago?
The defender was actually holding on to Blake Corum right there.
Yeah, that's because he was trying to self-preserve.
Yeah.
Back Michigan up 10 yards. 1st and 20 from the Purdue 38-yard line. Boy, Jim Harbaugh really let the officials have it.
Yeah, as he should. I haven't seen a call that bad in a long time, and I hope the fans let these officials know that's offensive.
10 minutes, 12 seconds. 10 minutes, 12 seconds, please.
Michigan on top 17-0. They've got it at the Purdue 38-yard line. 3 receivers split to the left. That's C.J., Roman Wilson, and Samaj. Split to the right. It's Colston Loveland. Blake Corum in the backfield as J.J. looks to the sideline. Barks some commands at his offensive line. Now takes the snap. Back to pass is J.J. looking down the middle. Here comes the rush. He's in trouble, and down he goes. Well,
Ladarius Henderson gave Kydron Jenkins the short corner, dropped his foot. I'm lucky he didn't get called for holding on that one, but the protection broke down, pocket broke down, and not much hope for JJ on that one.
Cole Brevard was the man that brought him down, the transfer from Penn State. And it's going to be 2nd down and 27 for Michigan. From the Purdue 45-yard line, 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. That's Cornelius Johnson. Ball in the middle of the field. JJ back to pass. Going to bounce out of there. Now fire down the middle, and he's got his man, Cornelius Johnson, at the 28-yard line. Make it the 29, and it'll set up 3rd down and makeable.
Yeah, the goal on that one, when you're 2nd and 26, is to pick up half of it. They got at least that. Now you're in a, not a manageable, but more manageable 3rd and 11. And you're back into field goal range.
16 yards on a sliding catch over the middle for Cornelius Johnson. And the Wolverines have a chance to move the chains here, 3rd and 11. 2 receivers split to either side. JJ in a shotgun with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Purdue showing blitz. And now we get a timeout. Jim Harbaugh.
Now Michigan, they're first of the half.
Colston Loveland and
30 seconds.
Tyler Morris were not on the same page. Split out right. Tyler Morris went in motion. Colston Loveland moved a little bit, so you got to call a timeout or else you're going to get a motion penalty.
You're exactly right on that, John. I was so frustrated looking at it. I'm like, dude, stop moving.
I know. But, hey, at least this is where I really believe JJ has grown. Now, he's not the one that called the timeout. Timeout came from the sidelines, but in previous years we've seen quarterbacks, and I believe JJ last year would have done it where he wouldn't have noticed it, and he would have gone ahead to snap the ball instead of delaying the snap. They both could still get set and still run the play, but Jim Harbaugh didn't like what he saw.
All right, 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. That's A.J. Barner. J.J. in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards off his right hip. 3rd down and 11 for Michigan. They lead at 17-0. 8:40 to go first half. Now they motion Barner into the line of scrimmage. J.J. back to pass, looking to his left. Fires, and he's got his man, Roman Wilson, at the 15-yard line. 1st down, Michigan, as Roman steps out of bounds. On the near side of the field, Marcavius Brown, the man in coverage. 14 yards for Roman Wilson. Boy, is he good. John, he is not even on the Biletnikoff watch list. He's 2nd in the country with 10 touchdown receptions. And he's not on the Biletnikoff watch list.
I got no explanation for you. I have no idea why that would be.
He's having another night here tonight. Shotgun for J.J. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Takes the snap. J.J. play action. Back to pass. Fires. And Cornelius Johnson, too tall for him, through his hands. Might have jumped a tad bit early.
just like Jason. I was about ready to jump out of my shoes too. You saw it.
Oh, the whole time I knew he was going to him, and yes, he jumped a little bit too early, but he got to catch that. It's disrespectful how much Purdue's playing man-to-man versus Michigan. They're undermanned when it comes to talent, and to play this much man is just not smart.
Especially, I'm surprised, too, with a head coach that's a former defensive coordinator.
Well, it's what they do. I formation, handoff Donovan Edwards up the middle, across the 15 down to the 13-yard line. Gain of 2, maybe 3. And it'll set up third down. Michigan leading 17-0, 7:42 to go, first half. Clock running.
They went with the heavy personnel again, with Trente Jones in there at the tight end position. I liked how Ladarius Henderson has bounced back. Bad set, gave up the sack, the pressure that led to the sack, and his sets since then have been very good.
3rd and 8, JJ in a shotgun, back to pass, looking, fires, and it is almost caught one-handed by Colston Loveland, but incomplete. It was a good effort. JJ just missed him wide, and he's talking to Colston here. I wonder if it was just a misfire, or did they have a miscommunication on the route. JJ's upset with himself. I think that was a misfire.
Yeah, just a little bit too wide, and left his tight end exposed to a big hit. And I didn't take one, but that could have been bad.
James Turner on for a 31-yard field goal attempt to try and add to the Michigan lead. Snap is good. Hold set down by Doman. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And James Turner has taken Michigan to a 20-0 lead here with 7:10 to go in the first half. Take a timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The second annual Night Out at the Big House on October 12th has officially sold out. But due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield has everything you need to get ready for game day, from comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. Our engineer is Tony Butler. Our spotter is Rich Marion. Our statistician is Bruce Monty. Our executive producer, Kerry Larrabee. And our host, Ryan Bush. Rob Joyce back in our studios. Glad to be with you on a Saturday night here in Ann Arbor. Beautiful scene. Fans showed up tonight, John.
Yes, it's a packed house. We've heard great support for this football team, and I expected nothing less from 110,000 Wolverine supporters.
Well, they've been, I'm sure, pretty pleased with what they've seen so far. Michigan jumped out to a 20-0 lead here on the Purdue Boilermakers. And following the James Turner field goal, Tommy Doman will kick off. And deep for Purdue, once again, is Tyrone Tracy and Dylan Downing. As Doman approaches it, puts his right foot into it. And Tracy will think better of bringing this one out as it lands 9 yards deep in the end zone. One time he did bring one out. He made it to the 12-yard line.
Yeah, the Michigan offense has, in large part, been very efficient. You had your two opening drives go for touchdowns. Then you had one that was stunning. It was a 4-play drive. That was the one that was set up by the interception by Will Johnson, field goal, then a punt. And then that was a 10-play, 67-yard drive ending in a field goal. So they're going to have to figure out that red zone just a little bit more.
Purdue with 3 wide. Card goes handoff to Tracy running left. Not much room. And he gets a yard, maybe 2. Junior Colson, who had 15 tackles against Purdue in the Big Ten title game last year. Credit with the tackle there.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch him play behind this defensive front. You got a lot of big bodies absorbing all those blockers, and he's just free to roam around and make plays.
2nd down and 8 for the Boilermakers. 2 receivers split to the right, 2 to the left. Card, play action, fires quickly. He's got his man who gets it out to the 20. And we get a flag coming in late. Gets it out to the 30, for a short gain. Ernest Hausman leading the Michigan tacklers.
Yeah, holding. I think it's going to be on one of the receivers out there.
Deion Burks was the
holding. Offense, number 8. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Deion Burks, the receiver. T.J. Sheffield with the hold. We'll back up Purdue 10 yards.
Yeah, Deion Burks is lightning in a bottle. That's their number 1 play guy. So,
yeah.
Jim
Harbaugh talked about him on Monday night. That hey, the 3 guys that he mentioned were Jenkins and Scourton, the 2 edge rushers, and then he referred to him as number 4, an explosive player, Deion Burks. And it's one guy that they will identify where he is on the field every single time.
Well, Purdue's got it now. 2nd down and 18 on their own 17-yard line. 6:09 to go, clock running, first half. Michigan on top, 20-0. Shotgun for Card, takes the snap, fakes a handoff, back to pass, fires over the middle short as he bounced it to Sheffield. Incomplete. Somebody down in the Purdue backfield. Makari Page, the man in coverage there. We got an injured Boilermaker offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel Johnson. He was in at right tackle for Ben Farrell.
How about this for experience up front? Purdue from left to right. 6th year, senior, 5th year.
Yeah, they've had some injuries up front as well.
Lost Marcus Embo, their starting right tackle, earlier in the year. 3rd down and 18 for Purdue. Card back to pass, fires far sideline. He's got his man. That's Deion Burks, who steps out of bounds at the 29-yard line, about 6 yards shy of the first down. Will Johnson, the man in coverage out there. And it'll be 4th down, and Purdue will be forced to punt.
Now, one of the things that you know about Will Johnson is that he's not going to take any unnecessary risks. Shows some pressure, gives on the snap, and then the closing speed to make sure that there's no chance of converting that first down.
Jack Ansel on to punt for Purdue. Tyler Morris standing on his own 28-yard line. Ansel puts his right foot into it, and Morris will signal for a fair catch and let it bounce. Ooh, it might have hit a Michigan player. Ball's loose. Wolverines go after it, so does Purdue, and did it get out of bounds?
Nope.
Everybody's scrambling after it, and they say Purdue recovered it right in front of the Michigan bench. Well, it was a short punt, and Morris signaled for a fair catch and then tried to wave everybody off it, and it looked like it hit one of the Wolverines downfield.
That the kick was touched by the receiving team, recovered by the kicking team, inbounds. It's 1st and 10, Purdue.
I believe it was Antonio Stevens, the man who recovered it.
Yeah, it looked like it hit off Quentin Johnson.
Okay, so Purdue will have it at the Michigan 34-yard line. To look at a replay and see if they indeed did possess it before it rolled out of bounds. Morris was going after it and tried to recover it. And did the Purdue player have full possession before he hit the sideline?
Yeah, it looks like he did.
So following the turnover, Purdue's got it at the Michigan 34-yard line. Michigan leading 20-0. Card in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Gonna fire it, and it's knocked away. Good coverage out there by Josh Wallace, who arrived just when the ball did. The intended receiver, Jaden Beal Dixon. Boy, is Wallace having a game.
Yeah, he sure is, and a nice job of timing that contact. If he gets there even a split second earlier, could have got called for pass interference, but timed the tap on the ball as well as the contact on the back.
2nd down and 10 for the Boilers. In Michigan territory from the 39-yard line. Card back to pass. Heavy rush. He's going to run, and he's going to have room. 30, 25, down the near sideline. 20, 15. Chased out of bounds by Makari Page at the Michigan 13-yard line.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see a little bit more of that. Hudson Card saw that it was man coverage. Everybody had their backs turned to where he was, and they were bringing Mike Barrett on a delayed blitz. Left everything open downfield.
21 yards on the scramble. Michigan's defense has been exceptionally good in the red zone. 9 opponent trips into the red zone have resulted in 1 touchdown. Card fires in the flat, incomplete, off the hands of his receiver. We got a flag, and it looks like Purdue might have an ineligible man downfield.
Number 88 of the offense was covered by a receiver near the sideline. Ineligible receiver downfield, offense, number 88, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
An alignment issue. I was wondering how one of the big fellas was going to get downfield that quickly on that play.
Garrett Miller was the intended receiver, the big tight end, number 88. Good player. Rough week last week against Nebraska. He had a couple of drops, had a holding penalty and a 15-yard penalty mixed in as well. Back up Purdue 5 yards, 1st and 15. Inside handoff to Maccabee. He'll try to bounce it outside. It puts his head down as he gets to the 15 and then swarmed under by a group of Wolverines led by Rod Moore, gain of 4. It's much of the penalty yardage back. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, Rod Moore did a nice job coming up from that safety position. And it just took Maccabee too long to be able to bounce outside.
Ball on the 15-yard line. Card back to pass. Looking, fires to the end zone, and it's broken up by Rod Moore. Good play in the far sideline, corner of the end zone. Rod Moore went up, knocked it away. Incomplete.
You know, Jim Harbaugh talks about Rod Moore all the time, and one of the things that he always comes back to is nobody is more prepared or watches more film than Rod.
3rd down and 12 for Purdue from the Michigan 15-yard line. And here the fans getting into it here. Purdue with 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Maccabee in the backfield next to Card. In a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Bounces out to the left. Looks like he's going to run. Fires end zone. Oh, through the hands of Will Johnson from the Michigan defense on one of the easier interceptions.
Man, those DBs, dude.
Wow.
Did Rod Moore get a hand on that ball and possibly deflect it right before Will Johnson was going to catch it? I think he did.
Happened.
Yeah.
He still could have caught it.
Well, here comes the Purdue kicking game. It's going to be Ben Freehill. It has been a nightmare for the Boilermakers. They are 3 of 10 on field goal attempts this year, and this will be 32 yards from the left hash. And the snap is good, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So Purdue is on the board, capitalizing on the fumble on the punt, and Michigan leads it 20-3 with 3:52 to go in the first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coach and quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of Michigan Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-833-7-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go. Run, James. No. First base. Go.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle. Book your stay this fall in a luxurious first-class room and receive $50 premium play, a $20 spa credit, and a $25 dining credit. Rates are just $289 a night, Sunday through Thursday, and $339 on Fridays and Saturdays. Reserve your room now, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Wolverines defense stiffens in the red zone again. 10 trips by opposing offenses into the red zone this year. Just one touchdown. And Michigan leads at 20-3 after holding the Boilermakers to a field goal. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. So, John, Michigan on top 20-3, 3:52 to go here in the first half. And with the Wolverines receiving the second half kickoff, this is the opportunity to really put some distance between themselves and the Boilermakers if they can go on one of those drives to score right before the half and then get the ball coming out of the halftime locker room.
Yeah, you're going to have hopefully back-to-back possessions. It'll be nice to be able to, at the end of that opening possession of the second half, be up 34-3. That's the ultimate goal.
And deep for Michigan is Samaj Morgan, who will let it go over his head and into the end zone. And Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line, leading it 20-3.
Yeah, they don't have to worry right now about the clock. They've got 2 timeouts remaining and plenty of time with 3:52 to operate the offense as they see it. They can take some shots downfield, but there's no rush at this point because, as we know with the rules in college football now, at 2 minutes, they will get stops on first down.
Cornelius Johnson split wide to the right. Roman Wilson split wide left. 2 tight ends, both on the right side. Lone setback is Blake Corum, who takes the handoff up the middle, and it's hit hard as he gets out to the 28-yard line, a gain of 3 on first down.
Yeah, I got to give it to that defensive front. They, after Blake had a couple of runs early on where he was the one delivering the blow, they've stiffened things up front.
JJ in a shotgun now on 2nd down and 7. 3 receivers split to the right. CJ, Roman, and Samaj. JJ claps his hands, back to pass. Looking downfield. Pocket collapsing, now fires, and it's behind his intended receiver. Cornelius Johnson out at the 45-yard line.
I think when he takes a look at the film, he's gonna want that throw back. He got a little bit happy in the pocket there. A little bit of pressure, but I think he tried to escape a little bit early, and Blake Corum, who was initially in the protection, had released and was right on top, right in front of the ball. But an easy dump down.
Donovan Edwards in the ball game. He's in the backfield. 2 receivers split right, 2 receivers split left. JJ back to pass on 3rd and 7. Looking, fires over the middle. Nice catch. Oh, no, it's dropped as he hits the ground by Cornelius Johnson or Tyler Morris. Purdue is picking it up and running the other way. Are they ruling him down? I don't think they're ruling it a fumble.
No. Prior to the ball coming loose. It's 4th down.
It's going to be 4th and about a yard. I wonder if this one's going to get reviewed. Morris was right at the yard marker. Yeah, ball came out once he landed on his back, and a Purdue defender landed on top of him. Wolverines look like they want to go for it. From their own 34-yard line, it's 4th and 1. We're going to get a whistle, and it looks like Ryan Walters is going to take a timeout.
The ruling of the runner down prior to the ball coming loose is under review.
Well, there you go. He's not taking a timeout. We're going to get a video replay here to see if that was a fumble. Do we think there's any chance?
That looks to me like he had possession of it. Jason, I don't know if you've had a chance to see it on the big board yet.
Yeah, you should see my face right now in disgust. That's a catch. Okay. 100%. I don't know why this is a reviewable play. That's a catch. He was down. The guy can't knock the ball out of your hand down once you touch the ground.
Yeah, as soon as he hits the ground, play's dead.
Yeah, especially in college, you know.
Yeah. Either way, it'll be 4th and 1. What do you make of this decision to go for it here?
I'm all for it.
Our offensive line.
After review, the ruling on the field stands as called. It's 4th down.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I know that obviously at the 34-yard, your own 34-yard line, you don't want to give Purdue the ball or give them any hope at this point. But with this offensive line, and especially with the battering ram in the backfield, which is Khalil Mullins, this is where it's really nice to have him back healthy.
Well, here we go. 4th and 1 from their own 39. JJ hands it off to Mullings, and I don't think he got it. Oh, boy. Where they're going to mark this, I think he is short. Ryan Walters' defense is going to get the ball in Michigan territory for the 2nd consecutive possession.
Yep. Well, it may seem a little bit reckless. I thought that behind this offensive line, and they had good initial push, but they had put Carson Barnhart over on the left side, that overload that we had mentioned before, and he came off the ball just a little bit slow.
They also had Darius Clemens trying to cut off the defensive end.
Well, it did not work, and Purdue will have it 1st and 10 from the Michigan 34-yard line when we continue. 2:17 to go first half, 20-3, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Intercepted by Charles Woodson. Powers on the Heisman.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Edge, and Ford Escape. All designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ Plan Escape lessees can lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active all-wheel drive for $259 a month for 24 months, with $3,199 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $500 year-end sales event RCL cash, $2,500 trade assist, and $1,000 vehicle-specific renewal. Offer ends November 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active today for $259 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today.
First and 10 for the Boilermakers following the turnover on downs. Purdue will have it at the Michigan 34-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Fans getting into it here in Ann Arbor as Purdue goes handoff up the middle with Tracy, who's battling for yardage down across the 30 and close to the first down at the 27-yard line. Clock running, 2:07 to go first half.
I'll give it to Tracy on that one. Not a lot there, but he did a good job of making Derek Moore miss in the hole and then fighting for extra yardage.
2nd down and 3 for the Boilermakers. Minute 50 to go first half. Card in a shotgun. Tracy continues in the backfield. They'll hand it off to Tracy up the middle. He's got the first down inside the 20 down to the 15-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 16-yard line. Dragged down by Makari Page. First down for Purdue, 11 yards on the run.
They're getting some double teams up front, bringing Miller across from the line, from the tight end position, the wing position. They're using him as a fullback, bringing him across the formation to kick out Derek Moore, the defensive end.
Let's see if this red zone defense can stiffen once again. Tracy takes the handoff, tries to bounce it outside, gets tracked down back at the 20 by Josh Wallace, and then buried by Ernest Hausman. Loss of 4 yards on first down.
There's the transfer portal paying off for you. Josh Wallace coming from UMass, Ernest Hausman coming from Nebraska, adding some speed to this defense, and that's where that speed really pays off.
Clock ticking. We're inside a minute to go here in the first half. Second down and 14 for Purdue. 3 receivers split to the right. Ball's on the right hash. 1 receiver split right. It's Tracy in the backfield. Card takes the snap. Michigan brings the blitz. Card's going to run across the 15 and slides down at the 12-yard line. Check out the 13-yard line. A gain of 7 for Hudson Card on the scramble, and we get a timeout taken by Purdue with 40 seconds to go in the first half.
That looked to me to be a called quarterback run. And Card's been one of those guys throughout the course of the year who they've been able to utilize his feet to gain some yardage offensively, pick up some first downs.
Well, Purdue they don't punch it in here. They had another field goal attempt. They made their only attempt of the night from Ben Freehill. Took over from Julio Macias, who had struggled this year. Freehill had his lone attempt last week blocked. But 1 for 1 here. Purdue's got it 3rd and 8. Michigan fans
getting into it.
Yeah, they are. 3rd and 8 for Purdue from the Michigan 14-yard line. Card in a shotgun. 3 receivers split left, 1 to the right. Tracy in the backfield. Card claps his hands. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Hit as he delivers, and he floats a duck out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. Braden McGregor was the man in there, providing the pressure. And that's going to bring on the field goal unit for the Boilermakers.
Yeah, that's where Michigan has been really good of putting pressure on a quarterback, and that just was a one-on-one matchup between Braden McGregor and the Michigan native Ben Farrell.
So this will be a 31-yard attempt from the right hash for Ben Freehill. We talked about Purdue's problems in the kicking game, looking for their second field goal here in the first half. Snap is good, hold is down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 29 seconds to go in the first half, Purdue adds 3 more points as the Michigan red zone defense keeps an opponent out of the end zone once again.
Yeah.
11 trips to the red zone, 1 touchdown.
Well, and when you are going to take a risk like that on your own 34-yard line, and it was a risk, probably not a great decision to go for it, but they ultimately did. Didn't pick up the first. The only reason you are willing to take on that gamble is because you've got ultimate faith in your defense that the worst that you're going to give up is 3, and hopefully you're going to push them back and not even give that up. But they ultimately gave up 3.
Well, good play by Josh Wallace and Ernest Hausman to get the TFL, and then Braden McGregor with the heavy pressure hitting Card as he released, and that's what keyed the stop here. And kept Purdue from ultimately cashing in with a touchdown. So, 29 seconds to go in the half. Samaj Morgan standing just inside his own end zone. With this much time left, I'd like to see him bring one out, John.
That would be great. I'd love to have the opportunity to bring one out. They haven't had much chance with all the kickers that they've faced being able to kick it into the end zone and get the touchback, but with 29 seconds, what the heck? See what you can do.
Caleb Crockover had a touchback his earlier kick, but only his 6th of the year. And Samaj will field this one on the 1. He will bring it out to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. And he's tackled on the far sideline at the 23-yard line with 23 seconds to go in the first half.
Yeah.
22 yards on the return for Samaj Morgan.
It was nice to see him be able to bring one out. Obviously, they kicked that one outside just outside the numbers. He's got to race over to get it, so he's not squared up right when he catches it. But I wouldn't expect much threat from the Michigan offense with only 23 seconds left.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield for the Wolverines on 1st and 10 from their own 22-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands, back to pass. JJ fires. He's got Colston Loveland across the 30. He's got the first down to the 34-yard line. Clock stops with 18 seconds to go. Looks like the Wolverines are going to try and capitalize here late first half. 12 yards.
They got to wait for that ball to be snapped. Everybody's set, ready to go.
4 wides here for JJ in a shotgun. 15 seconds to go. Back to pass. Looking. Steps up in the pocket. Now he bounces out of there. He's going to fire near sideline. He's got his man right in front of the Michigan bench at the 43-yard line. That's Cornelius Johnson.
I'll tell you what, that was great awareness by JJ of where he is on the field, because he was right near the line of scrimmage when he decided to take a 90-degree turn to the left and make that throw.
23 yards on the completion of Cornelius Johnson, and the Wolverines have it at the Purdue 43-yard line, and Jim Harbaugh is going to take a timeout with 7 seconds to go in the half. So, John, long in the year for James Turner is 50 yards. I've seen him good out to 52, 53 in pregame warm-ups.
I was going to ask you that question. I know you study those pregame depths quite a bit.
Yep. Pay attention to how far the kickers, how they're feeling that night. So we'll see. They got to get about 8 to 10 yards.
Yeah, and they've got 1 timeout left.
Timeout, Purdue.
There you go. JJ's gone over 200 yards passing now with that last completion of Cornelius. Well, Jim Harbaugh would love to give JT a shot.
So, Jason, with 7 seconds left on the clock, how deep down the field can a receiver go, catch the ball, get down and call timeout, and still have a second left on the clock?
You can get about 15 yards is the max. 15 yards max down the field, unless he put it up on like a fade. If somebody plays press man, that'll work if he gets it up and down, but not like a go ball, but 15 yards max.
Well, having that 1 timeout means the middle of the field is open here for the Wolverines.
The ball's been carrying a lot in this direction when they're kicking the ball towards this direction, so he probably can go a little bit further in this direction.
From the 42-yard line, JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands, back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, fires, and behind his receiver, Cornelius Johnson, or that was perhaps an overthrow of Roman Wilson with 2 seconds left, incomplete.
Yeah, they're out of field goal range, so now it's time to take a shot at the end zone.
Michigan leading it 20-6, 2 seconds to go, first half. Purdue's got a bunch of center fielders lining up on the goal line. Wolverines are going to put 3 receivers split wide right, including 6'7" A.J. Barner. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy. He's going to bounce out of there under heavy duress. Purdue chasing him back at his own 35-yard line, and J.J. gets tripped up. And that'll do it for the first half. Well, very quick start for Michigan. It's kind of slowed down a little bit in the second quarter, but being up 20-6 at the break, nothing wrong with that.
Nope, nothing wrong with that. Getting the ball back. They'll make some corrections here at halftime, but they started with 2 nice drives, 2 touchdowns, had a couple of field goals with a punt mixed in there. So it's just a matter of going up into the tunnel, ironing some things out, coming back, and putting that nice drive together to start the second half.
The Wolverines will receive the second half kickoff. Stay with us through halftime as we'll have scores from around the Big Ten and the country. Analysis from our Jack Miller. Brian Bush will host. We'll hear from Rob Joyce. And, of course, Jim Harbaugh's message to his team in the locker room at halftime. Wolverines lead at 20-6 at halftime. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. And at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, we're giving you 2,500 reasons to choose Lexus. Right now, get up to $2,500 off MSRP on a new NX, RX, or ES. All in stock and available today. Come experience amazing at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started at lexusofannarbor.com. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Available to qualified customers on approved credit.
44 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and family. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frank & Muth Insurance are on your team. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan leads Purdue 20-6 as we recap the opening 30 minutes with the highlights. Boilermakers started with the ball first, picked up a first down before punting. Then the Michigan offense immediately went to work. A 20-yard completion to Roman Wilson on 3rd and 7. A 38-yard completion to Donovan Edwards down to the 1-yard line. One-yard line, you say. You know who's getting the ball.
First and goal from the 1. Handoff. Blake Corum up the middle. Blake Corum to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. 6-0 Michigan here on their first possession of the ball game.
14th rushing score of the year for Corum opens the scoring 4.5 minutes into the game. Next, Michigan drive, similar script. A 3rd and 6 conversion, this one for 21 yards to Tyler Morris. Cornelius Johnson, a grab down to the 3-yard line. And do I have to tell you what the play call is?
Blake Corum's in the ball game in a pistol formation, and Blake will take a handoff running right, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. 13-0 on Blake Corum's second touchdown run of the game. That gives him the nation's leading 15 rushing touchdowns on the year.
2 more scores for Corum. It's 14-0 just 9 minutes into the game. First play of the ensuing Purdue drive. Will Johnson intercepts Hudson Card, takes it into scoring range, ends in a James Turner field goal. Through one quarter, it's 17-0 Wolverines, and well, get used to it. That's the theme of the second quarter. Red zone field goals. Michigan on the move again midway through the second, facing 2nd and 26 near midfield. Wolverines would eventually convert it into another red zone opportunity. Becomes a second James Turner field goal. Makes it 20-0 midway through the second. Purdue, meanwhile, very little going offensively through a quarter and a half. Its best chance came with 5 minutes left. A punt back to Michigan. Hit a blocker. Tyler Morris tried to wave everyone away. A bouncing ball hit someone. For Michigan, the ensuing fumble was recovered by the Boilermakers in plus territory. Would work it into the red zone. They, too, kick a short field goal. Then they'd get another chance in the final few minutes of the half when Jim Harbaugh opts to roll the dice. 4th and 1 from the Michigan 34. Michigan goes for it, gets stuffed. Purdue takes over with 2 minutes to go. Again, gets inside the red zone. Again, kicks a field goal. So in the final quarter and few minutes, about the last 19, 20 minutes of the first half, there were 4 red zone trips, 2 by either team, and 4 field goals. However, Michigan's early dominance is the difference at the break. Wolverines lead 20-6. Today's halftime show driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Check out lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten of the top 25 after this on a busy, busy Saturday. November is here, folks, as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Warm up this winter with 3 nights of throwback entertainment at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Starting with Bret Michaels' Fall Party Gras Epic Holiday Concert presented by WCSX on November 22nd. Bare Naked Ladies on their hometown holiday tour on December 5th. And finally, switch up the tempo with the man of many talents, R&B performer Brian McKnight on December 10th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Purdue 20-6. Time now for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Our game, the last of the day in the Big Ten. Everything else was earlier on. We'll start with the other East leaders. Ohio State overcame a halftime deficit to beat Rutgers 35-16. Penn State handed Maryland a 4th straight loss, 51-15 in College Park. The West, well, it was very West Division today for those teams. We started the day with a 4-way tie for first. Then Michigan State beat Nebraska 20-17. Nebraska was one of those co-leaders, as was Wisconsin. Well, the Badgers lost to Indiana 20-14. So the Spartans and Hoosiers were the only 2 teams in the conference without a Big Ten win. That is no more. Then in the mid-afternoon window, Iowa kicked a 52-yard field goal with 14 seconds left. That was good enough to edge Northwestern at Wrigley Field by a 10-7 final. About 15 minutes after that, Illinois found some last-minute magic in Minneapolis.
Williams in motion. From the Minnesota 46, down to 57 seconds for the game. Pressure coming on Panic. He sets up, throws deep, got a man over the middle, caught. Isaiah Williams, touchdown! Touchdown, Illinois! Oh my goodness! The Illini have found lightning in a bottle.
Brian Barnhart from Learfield. Isaiah Williams, a go-ahead 46-yard touchdown reception with under a minute to go. It's the difference. Illinois stuns Minnesota 27-26. So after all of that 4-way tie for first, 3 of those 4 teams all lost. Minnesota, Nebraska, Wisconsin. That means Iowa, by way of its near walk-off against Northwestern, sits alone atop the Big Ten West standings. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Some notable games going on right now. Bananas game in the Pac-12. Next year, this will be a Big Ten game. At the half, Washington 35, USC 28 in Los Angeles. Dogs just got a strip sack of Caleb Williams, turned it into points in the final seconds to go ahead before halftime. The other top 15 game going on right now is also at the half, also a good one. Alabama and LSU tied at 21 in a game that will likely decide the SEC West. Finals from earlier, number 2 Georgia was tied at the half with 12th-ranked Missouri. Bulldogs wind up winning by 2 scores, 30-21 the final to stay perfect. 7th-ranked Texas saw a 20-point second-half lead evaporate at home against number 23 Kansas State. Game wound up going to overtime. Longhorns get a field goal and a stop inside the 5 to win anyways, 33-30. 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State, perpetual bragging rights as the Bedlam rivalry goes on a hiatus. Cowboys upset number 9 Oklahoma in Stillwater, 27-24. A couple other games going on right now. Kansas leading Iowa State 21-3. No other notables. Well, actually should change that. Clemson did upset Notre Dame today, 31-23. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. It's Michigan 20, Purdue 6. Brian, Jason, and Jack will break down the first half when we return here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdin.com or visit the Emden location nearest you today. The Emden on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The Emden at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the Emden in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the Emden. Go Blue.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
That ball is intercepted. Michigan wins the football game.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield has everything you need to get ready for game day, from comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
Fogut Financial Group is a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The second annual Night Out at the Big House on October 12th has officially sold out. But due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Wolverines enjoying a lead here at halftime on Purdue 20-6 as we roll along on today's halftime show, which is driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Miller with you. And, Jason, we talked a lot during the course of the pregame show about how Michigan would potentially come into this game, especially early. There was no bye week hangover, no outside noise hangover for this team. What did you see from those first couple of drives where it was, in essence, a couple of 3-and-outs? Purdue got a first down on the first play, then Michigan quick stop, touchdown, quick stop, touchdown.
Yeah, they came out firing on all cylinders, and that's what you expect the Michigan team to do. They look well-oiled. They look like they were focused on winning the football game. The last part of the second quarter, we stalled a lot of drives. They were all self-inflicted, drop passes. You talk about the fourth down stop, and also you see Quentin Johnson not get out of the way of the punt. So those are things that are hurting us right now. This game should be around 35-3.
Clear that throat, young man. I know you had that drum assignment earlier tonight, but
know.
You good?
I'm good.
Jack, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, Jason, I agree with you. They look sharp really to start the game. Everything seemed to be in sync. It didn't seem like there was any sort of hangover from the bye week or all the storylines surrounding Michigan football right now. They look crisp to start this game. Fell off a little bit there in the second quarter, and then obviously the punt just put them in a bad position, gave Purdue 3 points. All in all, I think they're playing really good football right now. Just got to continue to do the little things. Like you said, don't be self-inflicted. Make sure you're staying ahead. I did like when they called that hold on Blake Corum when the guy jumped over him. That was a bad call. They go back. JJ takes a sack. They still found a way to get that first down, end up in the end zone after that. That's a sign of a good team, right? Even though some things put you backwards, some of it not your fault, just a bad call. When you can still bounce back from that, it's a sign of a good team. I like where they're at right now. The score is not reflective of really how they've been in control of the game.
Totally, yeah. Michigan up by 14. As we get into our halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Jason, elaborate a little bit on what it doesn't seem disjointed. It just seems a little off. Michigan isn't quite playing an A game, maybe like a B+ somewhere in that range.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, there's a lot of self-inflicted things that are happening right now. JJ off a little bit, but then guys are putting the ball on the ground. When it comes to Cornelius drop touchdown, A.J. Barner dropped one on third down. I know it was humming, but those are things that normally these type of talented players usually make. So they're playing well, but they're not playing up to Michigan standard. When it comes to a night game, you want to shine in front of the nation, and I don't believe that Michigan is doing that at the level that they want to at this moment.
Yeah, Jason, quick question. I'll come back to you on that. It seems like there's times where JJ's trying to find receivers downfield when things have gone bad offensively, when they're trying to throw the ball. Just looks like there's nobody to throw it to. It's man coverage a lot of times. Guys are locked up. Doesn't look like those wide receivers are getting open. Are you able to see anything down there that's pointing to maybe they don't understand what the defense has or just not running routes the right way? Because it seems like when JJ gets in trouble, the protection's good enough, and there's just nowhere to go with the ball.
Well, so they were in man-to-man early, and now they're out of it, but it looks like they're showing man, but they're going to a cover two. That middle of field safety is coming up, and the guy that's in the slot is going back. So it's confusing the receivers a little bit. You see JJ get off of his target, and they're not settling in zones. They're running it like it's man, and it's not.
Well, and I think it's a good opportunity then, knowing that coming into the second half, right? How are they going to respond to that? Now you got a couple things that might have confused you early in this game. How do you come back from that? Can you overcome it? Can you notice what the defense is doing and be better because of it? We haven't been challenged a whole lot this year, so let's take something like that, see if we can work through it, because we're going to need it late in the season.
That's our halftime adjustment. Great stuff, guys. Brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. One other observation, Khalil Mulling's return, taking over that short yardage, bruiser back type of an effort. Michigan has been very much trying to get Donovan Edwards going as a pass-catching threat, Jason. Real quick, he certainly can do that. We know he can run the ball, too, but if you have Edwards maybe more frequently splitting out wide, doing some things like that, it adds another element, doesn't it?
Definitely adds another element, and there's no linebacker in the country that can run with Donnie, so definitely an opportunity to get the ball down the field with him. He had 2 opportunities, made one. The second one came out of his hand, but I expect him to make it this half.
And also, Jack, I know you love some of that restraint yet aggressive sprinting over to some of those late hits from Purdue by those big fellas.
You know what? It made me think about it. The offensive line, you're the protector of the program. You protect the quarterback, you protect the receivers, the running back, you protect the culture of a program. When a guy's getting hit over on the sidelines, love to see the big fellas running over there to defend him, particularly on the opponent's sideline. Great to see. I think the program's in a good spot. I think the team is playing well right now. Sharpen up a few things, get it right in the second half, and go take care of business right now.
Listen to Jack waxing poetic about those offense. I knew you were going to get him, Jason.
Hey, we talk a lot of stuff on the sidelines there. We can't always back it up, so we need the offensive line.
You need the big guys to come over and take care of things for you, right?
They just reinforce the comments of the wide receivers. All right, guys, we'll catch up in post-game. That was the Jermaine Lexus Van Arbor halftime show. Again, Michigan a 20-6 halftime advantage on the Boilermakers. Stay tuned. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and Jason Vaughn bring you all the second half play-by-play as the Wolverines eye a 9-0 start and win number 998 all time. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Non-stop fun and entertainment is closer than you think at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Whether you're an experienced gambler, sports fan, or food enthusiast, we have something for everyone to enjoy. Place your bets on over 45 live table games or spin to win on over 1,700 slot machines. Plus, enjoy live entertainment every weekend and one of the region's only Forbes 4-star steakhouses, Final Cut Steak and Seafood. It's all right here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
All-wheel drive season is coming. Changes, weather, road conditions. What doesn't change? Toyota's commitment to giving you the freedom to explore. With more all-wheel drive choices, like the best-selling Camry. Now through December 5th, Toyota is offering $1,000 APR cash on any new gas-powered 2024 Camry. When financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, get 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Wolverines, Boilermakers, we're live for this Big Ten showdown from Michigan Stadium. Here again, Doug Karsch and John Jansen.
Wolverines on top of Purdue 20-6, getting set to get the second half underway. Michigan pretty dominant as far as the stats are concerned, 243 yards to 131. Michigan's thrown for 201 yards to Purdue 71. 14 first downs to 4, and Michigan leading on the scoreboard 20-6. Purdue scoring with 2 short fields after a punt hit an up man and a 4th down stop by Purdue with Michigan in their own territory. Jim Harbaugh spoke to his team at halftime. Jason Avant has the coach's comments.
Yep. Coach says sustain blocks on offense. We're close to breaking one. Also, we get the ball back to start the half. Let's be very calm and get back to the basics. Do your job. When it comes to defense, like the way they stopped in the short field, know that they're going to get some interceptions. They have an opportunity to get interceptions this half, and let's play our best half of football.
Wolverines have been dominant in the third quarter of football games this year, outscoring opponents 107-0. And so see if they can continue that with a good 15 minutes here. Samaj Morgan is deep. We'll field this kickoff from Caleb Crockover.
Yeah, I think that getting back to basics, like Coach Harbaugh had mentioned to his team, it felt like they were pressing just a little bit to make things happen offensively. J.J. McCarthy started off as accurate as we've seen him, but 14-22 right now can be improved upon.
This one will sail down and go 4 yards deep into the end zone. Samaj Morgan will let it bounce, and it'll be a touchback, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. Maybe get the run game going here a little bit.
Yeah, it would be nice. I think Blake Corum's longest run right now is 9 yards. We saw that one by Khalil. That was 14 yards. It'd be nice to see a consistent, 5, 6, 7, and then follow it up with a couple more easy first downs on the ground.
From their own 25-yard line, JJ in a shotgun. Ball's on the left hash. Brings Roman Wilson in motion. JJ back to pass. Fires in the flat to Roman. He's got it at the 31 where he's backed out of bounds by Purdue defender Marcavius Brown. Gain of 6 on first down.
Well, that's as good as a run. Nice little quick hitter out to Roman Wilson.
That's that motion away from the center of the field that Jason was talking about. The Miami motion.
Yep. No, I actually like that motion. It gives a new visual to that defense.
2nd down and 4. Donovan Edwards split wide right along with Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson. JJ inside handoff to Blake Corum, and Blake tries to slip through a hole. Oh man, tackle there would have been a big gainer, but Antonio Stevens came up from his safety spot and dropped Blake after a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, that's exactly what Coach Harbaugh was talking about. We're so close to breaking one, right? I mean, it's right there. And I don't think Blake expected him to be there. He kind of looked on the inside and was a little bit surprised to see Stevens that close to the line of scrimmage.
3rd and 2. Wolverines go 3 wide to the right. Roman, Colston, and Cornelius Johnson. JJ back to pass, looking, flushed out of the pocket. Fires, and he's got his man at the 42-yard line. It's Colston Loveland. Good for a first down. JJ creating some extra time with his feet.
I don't know how JJ felt that. He was not looking that way at all. And then at the last second, Blake Corum, not great in pass protection there. Felt that pressure, stepped out of the way, and found Colston Loveland. A nice play by JJ.
9 yards on the pickup. The ball's moved out to the 42-yard line. 1st and 10 for Michigan. Roman Wilson split wide right. Cornelius Johnson wide left. Pistol formation. Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ play action, back to pass. Lots of time. Fires underneath. He's got Blake Corum, and he's dropped for a loss. Kydron Jenkins, who was right there when Corum caught it. Nobody opened downfield.
No, and this is really where you need to see Michigan get that ground game going. They only rushed 3, originally 4, but then they dropped Jenkins out. If they're only going to rush 3 and they're going to drop 8 into coverage, it's going to be tough to find open bodies downfield.
2nd down and 11. JJ claps his hands. Now the Wolverines look to the sidelines. They've got the play and ready to go once again. 4 on the play clock, better hurry. And JJ claps his hands, just gets the play off, inside handoff. Blake Corum, who's battling across the line of scrimmage out to the 44-yard line. Gain of about 3. It'll be 3rd and long again.
Yeah, Purdue's clogging up that rushing attack. Right in between the tackles, there's not much there. Splitting some double teams. And all you got to do is tighten things up a little bit, and it's all about getting back to basics. It's footwork, it's hat and hand placement.
Well, 3rd and 8 for Michigan. 3 receivers split left, 1 to the right. Now they're going to motion A.J. Barner back into the tight end spot. J.J. in a shotgun, Donovan Edwards in the backfield. on this third down. Takes the snap, back to pass. Has some time. Now flushes out of there to the right, looking downfield. He's going to fire across his body to Tyler Morris. It's batted away, incomplete. It was a bit of a dangerous throw and underthrown. And Purdue is forced to punt.
Yeah, protection was there, plenty of time. Nothing downfield, and at some point, this is where JJ's been really good. And I know he probably wouldn't have been able to pick up the first down, but that might have been a better decision to just gain some yards on the ground, see what you can get instead of exposing that ball to danger.
Tommy Doman on the punt. TJ Sheffield deep will signal for a fair catch and make it at his own 12-yard line. And that's where Purdue will get their first possession of the second half, with Michigan leading 20-6 after the 44-yard punt by Tommy Doman. We'll take a timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
I've got a hot tip for you, but you have to hurry. Kohl's is giving early access to their Black Friday deals, which means big ways to save for the next 3 days. I just went and got my kids' Lego sets for 30% off, Levi's at 40% off, and with my 15% coupon, I got a Keurig coffee maker for just under $85. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash. So don't wait. Get Kohl's Black Friday deals early, and thank me later. Legos and Levi's coupons do not apply. Offers end November 5th. 15% offer valid through November 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
What am I going to watch? What food am I going to order? Who am I going to unfollow? The internet is full of tough choices, but picking an internet provider isn't one of them. You gotta have good internet. Like super fast, extra reliable Internet 1 gig from WOW for just $50 a month. Choose your perfect plan today at Wowway.com. And for a limited time, get a free modem for a year and $200 on us. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and data limits apply. Taxes and fees extra.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Fogut Financial Group is a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The second annual Night Out at the Big House on October 12th has officially sold out. But due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and get exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. Find perfect presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan leading Purdue 20-6, 11:18 to go third quarter. Purdue will take over on their own 12-yard line following the Tommy Doman punt. And John, the most consistent and dangerous thing Purdue has gotten is kind of Hudson Card scrambling.
Yeah, I mean, he's done that throughout the course of the season. It's not a feature of their offense, but they do have it. And, you know, he's a guy that's seen a lot of defenses, and he's able to find some holes.
Transferred from Texas, started 5 games in 2 different seasons down there. Now running this Purdue offense. Handoff to Maccabee running left across the 15 out to the 17-yard line where he's met by Makari Page and dropped right there. Gain of 5 on first down.
Got to be able to force some turnovers here in the second half. Hudson Card has exposed the ball to danger a number of different times. Oh, got a Boilermaker down.
He seems to be in quite a bit of pain over there on the far sideline.
Please reset the game clock to 11 minutes. 11 minutes, please.
Trying to pick up a number and see who that is. I believe it's Garrett Miller, the tight end. They've already lost one of their top tight ends in Max Clare.
Yeah, and they've used Miller in that run game quite a bit as a lead blocker.
You don't like to see this.
No. We'll get a chance to see how Oh, he got hurt. He probably got rolled up on.
So they're working on his left calf right now. They're wrapping it. Looks like it's toward his ankle.
Okay, well, as they address him, we'll take a break. Michigan on top 20-6. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House as they have addressed the injury to Garrett Miller, the tight end for the Purdue Boilermakers. Michigan leading 20-6, 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. Purdue's got it 2nd down and 5 from their own 17-yard line. John, one of your former teammates up on the big board there, Charles Woodson, with a
little motivational for the defense.
Talking to the defense directly.
He can get you fired up.
He's pretty good at it.
Yeah. It'd be nice to see a little. Nice to see our number 2 get another interception. He's already got 1 today.
Yep. 3 against Purdue in just over 3 halves of play in 2 seasons. Shotgun for Card. Handoff to Maccabee running left, and he gets to the 18, maybe 19-yard line where Mike Barrett brings him down. And that's going to set up a 3rd down and a long 3.
And this is where this defense really needs to tighten things up in this run game. We've seen them pick up a couple of first downs here, but be good at absorbing those blocks and allow Mike Barrett, Junior Colson, Ernest Hausman to roam around and make plays.
Purdue 1 of 8 on 3rd down. Got it at the 19-yard line. They have to get across the 22. Card back to pass. Looking. Here comes the pass rush. Bails out of there. In trouble. He's going to fire it, and it is batted away. Will Johnson over there on Deion Burks. Card kind of threw it up for grabs. 50-50 ball, and Johnson got over there and knocked it to the ground. 4th down for the Boilers.
Yeah, he was running for his life. They had 8 up at the line of scrimmage, brought 5, dropped 3, and it was nice to be able to see them apply pressure, and really the pressure, even though there was misdirection, came from just one-on-one matchups winning.
Deep for Michigan here is Jake Thaw to field this punt from Ansel. It'll come down to him at the 41-yard line, and he'll get across the 45 out to the 46. Good starting field position for Michigan on this possession following the 3-and-out. 40-yard punt. Thank you, Charles Woodson. Fired up the defense, and Michigan's got the ball back.
Yeah, we'll take that. Just shy of midfield, and this is where this offense needs to recenter itself. Got to protect JJ, give him time, and if they're going to drop 8 into coverage and only rush 3, you've got to find a way to get this running game to be a little bit more effective. Only 47 yards on the ground right now.
Blake Corum in the backfield. 3 receivers split to the left. Samaj Morgan, Roman Wilson, Colston Loveland. One to the right is A.J. Barnett. J.J. claps his hands, now points out a potential problem on the Purdue defense, makes a change, and we're ready to go. Claps his hands again. Back to pass is J.J. Looking, firing. He's got Roman Wilson, who can't pull it in at the Purdue 42. A little low and behind him. Again, we've seen a number of passes here. I think the receivers will tell you they should catch.
Well, they should catch him. Not as accurate as J.J. has been in the first 8 games. And it's kind of a combination. That one really felt like it's kind of in the bread basket.
Yeah, that's a catchable ball. He has to catch that. It's man-to-man. You got to make him pay for that.
2nd and 10. J.J. in a shotgun. Blake Corum continuing in the backfield. Takes the snap, hands it off to Corum. He's got some room, weaving through defenders, and the hole closes quickly. Gain of 3 there for Corum. And it'll be 3rd down and 7. Michigan on 3rd down, 5 of 10.
Well, I would really like our running backs. There's some dancing going on. At some point, you got to put your foot in the ground and just go north and south.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield off of J.J.'s left hip. 2 receivers split to either side with the ball on the right hash. Michigan at their own 47-yard line. Back to passes. J.J. on 3rd down. Fires over the middle, and it's through the hands of Cornelius Johnson. That was also a little behind him. But again, Jason, was that another one that you would say is catchable?
Whenever you get 2 hands on, it's definitely catchable, but I think they have to make some adjustments when it comes to offensive play calling. The last 4 possessions has been a throw on 1st down and a run on 2nd down, which put them in 3rd and longs. So they have to figure that out and change it.
Yeah, they need to be much more effective on 1st. And if you're going to throw a pass, make it like they came out in the in the second half here, that easy 6-yard out to Roman Wilson.
T.J. Sheffield standing on the 11-yard line to field this punt from Tommy Doman. Doman's got it, puts his right foot into it and gets hit, and here comes a flag. Sheffield's going to let it bounce inside the 10, and it's going to roll sideways to the 6, down to the 5, and that's where the Wolverines will down this. Now the question is this going to be a 5-yard penalty or the 15-yard penalty? I think it's going to be the 5-yard variety, which will not be good for a 1st down. Otherwise, I mean, they're talking to Jim Harbaugh what he wants to do. If it were 15 yards, he'd just take it, right?
I would think so.
Running into the kicker, receiving team number 32. The penalties decline. It's 1st and 10.
Yeah, so they'll take Purdue with the ball on the 5-yard line.
That's where the Boilers will have it. When we continue, Michigan leading 20-6, 8:59 to go 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McGloin, and Ben Hartzog. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine. and visit MichiganAnswers.com.
The Wolverines begin the November stretch run with a home date against Purdue. Our live coverage continues now.
Doug Hart, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, Michigan, leading Purdue 20-6 here with 8:59 to go in quarter number 3. Bakari Page leading the way for the Michigan defense with 7 tackles. Mikey Sanristel, Brady McGregor, Mike Barrett, Junior Colson with 3 each of the Michigan defense. Have 95 yards of field to defend here after the Tommy Doman punt was down inside the 5-yard line. The nose of the football right on the 5-yard line, and that's where Purdue will take over. Only points Purdue has scored both times they took over in Michigan territory.
Yeah, on mistakes by Michigan.
Yep.
Whether it was the punt that hit one of the returners and Purdue recovered it, or it was the failed 4th and 1 attempt.
From the 5-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers. Card in a shotgun. Hand off to Maccabee, who powers his way forward. It's Tracy actually out to the 9-yard line. Gain of 4 on 1st down for Tyrone Tracy.
You know, there's a lot of contact between this Michigan defense and the Purdue running backs at the line of scrimmage, but Purdue is fighting for those extra yards. That one they picked up 4 yards, and initial contact was made at the line of scrimmage. Got to find a way to get them down on the ground.
Kenneth Grant leading the Michigan tacklers there. 2nd down and 6 for the Boilermakers. Card in a shotgun. Purdue goes 4 wide. Tracy continues in the backfield. Card takes the snap, fires on a slant. He's got his tight end. That's Miller across the 15 out to the 17-yard line. And give him a 1st down.
Purdue has adjusted, and we mentioned it early in the game that the ball was going to be in and out of the quarterback's hands quickly. They've even upped the pace of that, and they might pull back this defense from blitzing a little bit because the blitzes aren't getting home and you're exposing the defense.
Card back to pass, fires again on a slant, and it's caught right in front of Will Johnson and immediately dropped right there is Deion Burks for a gain of 6, maybe 7 on 1st down.
Yeah, that's that quick slant.
Well, they're getting it out quickly as Michigan didn't blitz there, but just the 4-man pocket was collapsing on Card. Ball on the left hash here for Purdue on 2nd down and 4. Snap, handoff, Tracy up the middle, met in the hole by Mike Barrett for a short gain. It'll set up 3rd down.
Yeah, 3rd and 1 here. This is an important 3rd down stop. They've been really good on 3rd downs. Michigan's defense has 1 for 9 conversion rate for Purdue.
Well, big 3rd down here. As Purdue's got to get to the 28-yard line. 3rd and 1, ball on the 27. Card in a shotgun, Tracy in the backfield. Card claps his hands. No quarterback keeper, flag is down. 2 flags are down. He's got the 1st down as he dove forward. We'll see what these flags are.
This one looks more like, I don't know if it's a hold because it happened so quickly. It might be an illegal chop.
Personal foul, shot block, offense number 52 and 73. Half the distance to the goal, 3rd down.
Couple of 6-year players there. The left side of the Purdue offensive line. Daniel Johnson and Preston Nichols combine on the chop block. Back him up 15 yards.
Yep, little high-low. And that was on Rayshawn Benny. In contact with 1, and center goes low, chops him down, and we'll take that one.
5 penalties for 55 yards on Purdue. They've been expensive. 3rd down and 16. It takes the 1st down off the board for the Boilers. Card in a shotgun. Tracy in the backfield. Michigan leading at 20-6. 6:09 to go, 3rd quarter. Card claps his hands, back to pass. Standing inside his own 5, going to fire. He's got his man at the 24-yard line, and dropped right there is Jaden Veal-Dixon, short of the 1st down by 3 yards. And Purdue will be forced to punt.
Yeah, nice job by Michigan's defense of drawing that line, knowing exactly where they had to make the stop. And that's where the defensive backs were basically lined up in a line saying, you know, we're going to give you this, but we're not going to let you get the first down. And Michigan's going to get the ball back.
Jake Thaw standing on his own 30-yard line. And Jack Ansel on the punt. Clean snap, and he gets it away, and Thaw's going to signal for a fair catch, coming up and making the fair catch at his own 38-yard line. Decent field position again for the Michigan offense with 5:16 to go in quarter number 3 and leading at 20-6 following the 37-yard punt. You're listening to Michigan. Well, we'll go back to our studios and Rob Joyce. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Big Ten scoreboard update time is brought to you by Abso Pure Water, celebrating 35 years as the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Everything else in the league was earlier on. Ohio State overcame a halftime deficit, beat Rutgers 35-16. Penn State routed Maryland in College Park 51-15. The West got weird today. We started the day, there was a four-way tie for first in the division. Michigan State beat Nebraska 20-17. Indiana knocked off Wisconsin 20-14. Mid-afternoon, Iowa with a 52-yard field goal. Slip past Northwestern 10-7 at Wrigley Field. A fun stat, there were 6 Cubs home games this year with more combined runs than the Hawkeyes and Wildcats put up today points-wise. Lastly, Illinois had a go-ahead 46-yard touchdown reception inside the final minute to beat Minnesota 27-26. So after all that, Iowa now sits alone atop the Big Ten standings. A couple of notable national games going on right now. 2 barn burners. Number 5, Washington. Number 20, USC. Tied at 35, 8 minutes to go in the third. Alabama, LSU. 5:41 to go in the third. It's 28 all. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Stay tuned. Coming up on the SeatGeek postgame show, we'll get to the highlights from this one, get postgame reaction from the locker room, and recap a busy Saturday in college football. For now, back to Doug and John. Guys.
Rob, did I hear that correctly? There were 6 Cub games with more runs at Wrigley Field than Iowa and Northwestern combined for points. Is that what I heard?
Yes, that is accurate.
That's it.
Iowa's offense, I mean, their defense is incredible.
How would you describe the offensive production in that game?
How would I describe it? Sparse?
Sparse? Putrid?
Yeah.
That's
they left some points out on the field.
Yeah, not an entertaining game, that's for sure. So, and this one, honestly, for about a quarter and a half now, has not been very entertaining for this Michigan offense. They've got to find their rhythm, get back to putting together a sustained drive. Like Jason had mentioned last time, you know, they've thrown on first down the last 2 drives unsuccessfully and then run on second and have left them in third and long situations. Got to be able to be more productive on first down.
Well, coming out of the timeout, Wolverine football on their own 38-yard line. JJ in a shotgun. He's got Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ claps his hands, fires quickly out to Samaj Morgan. Cuts inside across the 40, out to the 41-yard line. Carries some tacklers to the 42. And a good gain, yards after catch and yards after contact by Samaj Morgan. 5 yards on first down.
I really like the ball in the hands of Samaj Morgan. It just feels like you're on the verge of something special happening.
Everybody talks about his toughness. He's not the biggest guy. Some of his teammates have said he uses his lack of size to his advantage. 2nd down and 5, inside handoff. Blake Corum up the middle across the 45-yard line. And that's where he is dragged down, a gain of 3. It'll set up 3rd down and 3.
Well, we went pass run again, but I do like 3rd and 3 a lot better than 3rd and 9. This is going to be important for Michigan to got to pick this one up, got to find a way to keep the defense off the field. It's not like they've been on the field for extended drives, but at some point they're going to start to wear down a little bit.
Michigan leading at 20-6, 4:11 to go, 3rd quarter. They got a 3rd and 3 from their own 45-yard line. We get JJ on the move here. He's in a shotgun with 3 receivers split to the left. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires. He's got his man, Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson, first down. Right in front of the Michigan bench. Gets dragged down in Purdue territory at the 44-yard line. Move the chains. Another 3rd down conversion for Michigan. It was Marcavius Brown, a transfer from Ole Miss, dragging down Roman Wilson. on that third down play, gain of 11.
A nice route by Roman Wilson. Just came in, sold that he was going to come across the formation, stuck his foot in the ground, and when you're running this much man, I'm surprised we haven't seen more routes like this where he sticks his foot in the ground and changes direction.
From the 44-yard line of Purdue, J.J. under center. Jet sweep, handoff Samaj Morgan, 40, 35, 30. Samaj Morgan down the sideline, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Samaj Morgan on the jet sweep. And Michigan extends their lead to 26-6, 44 yards. There's your guy, John.
Yes, I said, hey, you get the ball in his hands, and it feels like something good is going to happen, and I'll take that. That's something damn good right there.
I'll tell you what, a block from a wide receiver sprung him, too, as Cornelius Johnson really sealed that lane down outside the numbers and led to that touchdown. I know you love that, Jason.
You know you love it when a receiver makes a play like that, but I think a few of those DBs fell asleep out there. I don't know if they're watching the play.
Yeah.
They thought the play was over.
JT on for the extra point. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is good. And Michigan is leading Purdue 27-6 here at the Big House, following a 62-yard drive, 4 plays, over 2 minutes and 4 seconds. That's Samaj Morgan, 44-yard touchdown run, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Yeah, we talk about discipline all the time when we're talking about Michigan's defense. And on that play, they crashed everything down on the backside. And it was Nick Scourton, who's been very aggressive for this defense in stopping the run and getting after the passer, over pursued, and that's what created a huge opening on the backside for Samaj Morgan.
Good play call there. Even if the defensive backs, I think they lost the football. I don't think they knew where it was, but
we'll take it.
Yeah, even if they hadn't lost the football, that would have been a big gainer. Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it. Tracy's going to field. No, he's going to let it go over his head into the end zone. And Purdue will take over at the 25-yard line, trailing 27-6. John, I'm sensing Jansen vision for tomorrow's TV show.
Yes, that one will be on the Jansen vision. We've got 4 plays right now. Just a little teaser for everybody. Hoping to add a couple more. It's one of my favorite things that we get a chance to do in the recording of the Sunday morning TV show.
Inside Michigan football. YouTube as well. Check your local listings. 10:30 locally out of Detroit, Channel 7.
No, but this is where we've got to see the adjustment on the defense.
Purdue goes inside handoff, ball's on the ground, and Burks picks it up, tries to get outside, and is chopped down as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. They went inside handoff there. Josh Wallace. Check that. Will Johnson coming up and making the tackle.
Yeah, it was. I think it was supposed to be like a little flip pass.
Yeah. They're going to say, is it incomplete? I'm going to say it was a forward pass and incomplete.
Yes, a little flip pass. We've seen that. It's similar to what they've done with Donovan Edwards coming across.
Pass, yeah,
in front of the quarterback.
2nd down and 10 for Purdue. Trailing at 27-6. Card in a shotgun, 3 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Fans getting into it here at the Big House. Inside handoff, Maccabee to the 28-yard line. And chopped down as he gets to the 30. Junior Colson and Keon Sabb leading the Michigan tacklers. Gain of 5. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
Got to give a little credit to this Purdue offensive line, as they've done a good job of picking up some of the blitzing linebackers. That time it was Junior Colson.
Shotgun for Purdue. They are 1 of 10 on 3rd down tonight. 3rd and 5. Card claps his hands. Here comes the blitz. Back to pass. Fires under heavy duress. Almost intercepted. Got a Marion Walker out there.
Yeah, Mike Barrett on the pressure. They put Junior Colson on the end of the line of scrimmage as an edge rusher. And they brought Mike Barrett right up the gut. Did a nice job of getting after the quarterback and rushing that delivery.
Yeah, that was a horrible job by Hudson Card. That was cover 2 defense. Amarion Walker was supposed to be there, but he rerouted the receiver so hard that it knocked him off balance. But if he wouldn't have did that, it would have been a pick 6.
Jake Thaw standing on his own 25 to field this punt from Ansel. Gets off a good one. Thaw will field it. This is returnable. Up the middle to the 30, 35, 40. Jake Thaw cuts inside to the 50. Jake Thaw outside the numbers and wrangled out of bounds by the punter, Ansel, at the Purdue 45-yard line. How about Jake Thaw?
Yeah, nice to finally see a return. And, boy, there was no hang time on that punt. It was a line drive.
Michigan with good starting field position again. From the Purdue 45-yard line, the Wolverines lead at 27-6 with 2:06 to go, third quarter. Michigan offense takes the field with the ball in the left hash. 47 yards on that punt, 23 yards on the return by Jake Thaw. Slippery. Shotgun for JJ. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking downfield, all kinds of time. Now fires. He's got his man Roman Wilson at the 25, and he is immediately met and tossed backwards. All kinds of time there for JJ. Completion to Roman Wilson. Move the chains. First down, Michigan. On the pass to JJ's go-to guy. 19 yards, Roman Wilson.
Well, a great job by Donovan Edwards of picking up the blitzing Karlaftis. That allowed JJ that extra time.
2 receivers split to either side for JJ in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 1st and 10, Michigan. The ball at the Purdue 26-yard line. 1:25 to go, third quarter, clock running. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards, weaving his way through tacklers, and again, just trying to bounce it outside. You talk about so close.
Yeah.
It was there. Isaiah Nichols, the tackler for Purdue. Gain of 3 yards, but hit one last tackle to break.
It seems like there's been a couple of times, whether it's been Blake Corum or Donovan Edwards, that they've just been so close to breaking one out. Got to keep plugging away at it.
45 seconds to go, third quarter. Wolverines leading 27-6. 3 receivers split wide right, ball in the left hash. JJ brings a man in motion, takes the snap. Back to pass, pump fakes. Now he's going to fire one to Colston Loveland at the 10, and he's dragged down and knocked out of bounds inside the 8-yard line, down at the 6. What a throw from JJ there to Colston Loveland, his big, reliable tight end.
Yeah, a little pump fake to the wide receiver screen, and then a back shoulder throw to Colston Loveland. That was a very well-placed ball.
1st and goal from the 6 for Michigan. Donovan Edwards, the lone running back. And clock will expire here on quarter number 3 before the Wolverines can get the snap off. So we'll move from the north end zone to the south end zone, with the Wolverines knocking on the door and leading Purdue 27-6 after 3 quarters of football here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Ford SUV season. Time to gear up for adventure on or off-road. Get great deals on our capable lineup of Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Ford Bronco Sport, and Ford Edge. All designed with technology to give you the confidence on the road. Returning AZ plan lessees can lease a 2023 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,329 due at signing. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 trade assist, $500 year-end sales event cash, and $750 renewal cash. Offer ends November 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Lease a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend today for $299 a month during the Ford SUV season. See your Southeast Michigan Ford dealer today.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan leading Purdue 27-6 and knocking on the door, looking to add to their lead. Wolverines, led by J.J. McCarthy's 266 yards passing on 21 of 32. Roman Wilson, 7 catches, 97 yards. Blake Corum, just 38 yards rushing on 13 carries, but 2 touchdowns. Overall, Michigan 365 yards to Purdue's 176. 19 first downs to 5. Wolverines with just the 1 penalty for 10 yards, and Purdue 5 for 58. Costly for Purdue.
Yeah, they have been, and you see those first downs for Michigan at 19-5, and I know the score is 27-6, but it really feels like Michigan should be even more out in front of this Purdue team. But they've got a 1st and goal on the 6-yard line, and this is where you can't settle for 3 again. I put this ball in the end zone.
So, JJ, message to JJ, this is what we call the 4th quarter.
Yes. This will be a new experience for him this year.
He has not taken a snap in the 4th quarter yet this year, has he?
No, I don't think he has. And, I mean, we've talked about, all of these guys. What was it? Blake has only rushed the ball, 4 or 5 times in the 4th quarter. So This will be a brand new experience.
Michigan will have goal at the 6-yard line as we get quarter number 4 underway. It's a beautiful night here in Ann Arbor. Cool, but not too cold, and packed stadium here at the Big House.
I know Jason will say this is Blake Corum territory.
Hand off to Corum, running left. Jumps over a tackler inside the 5, down to the 2-yard line as Blake Corum.
Yeah, touchdown next play, Blake Corum.
You calling your shot, are you?
Yeah.
Odds are good. Odds are really good. They pick up half of that, running right behind Big Trevor Keegan.
Wolverines bringing an extra tight end, Colston Loveland. Checks into the ball game. Everybody jammed in tight. I formation, Max Bredesen in front of Blake Corum. 2nd and goal. Turns, hands to Corum, running right, breaks a tackle. Blake Corum inside into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines. Set up the block, broke a tackle. Blake Corum's 3rd touchdown of the game, his 16th of the season. And Michigan extends the lead to 33-6.
We got to pretend that Blake is running to the end zone when he's at the 50-yard line.
I know. If that had been on a 50, he would have been untouched.
JT on for the extra point. Will Wagner's snap is good. Tommy Doman puts it down, and JT's kick is up and good. And Michigan now leads Purdue 34-6 here at the Big House, following the Blake Corum 3-yard touchdown run, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 45 yards on the drive. 5 plays, over 2 minutes and 48 seconds. That's set up by Jake Thaw's punt return. And John, Michigan can smell this one.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to imagine Purdue being able to mount much here. They haven't done much all day. Their only scores came when they took over in Michigan territory.
No, and they've been very ineffective at being able to sustain drives. You mentioned the only scores coming to Michigan territory. They've only had 5 first downs. On 3rd down, they're 1-11, and even when they've been in decent position to convert some of those thirds, like on their very last drive. They were 3rd and 1, and then they had the illegal chop block that took them back half the distance to the goal line, and then I think it was about 3rd and 14. And those are really hard to convert, especially when you're trying to come out of your own end zone.
Tyrone Tracy and Dylan Downing deep to field Tommy Doman's kickoff. And this one will be returnable if Tracy chooses to do so, and he decides not to. Fields it just inside the end zone, and the ball comes out to the 25-yard line. I guess, John, I don't understand. If you're an underdog, do you play for a big kick return? Why do so many teams refuse to take it out?
Well, on this one, I know that if you don't believe you can get it out to the 25-yard line, yeah, you want to have that big play capability, and I'm sure all of these guys think they can do it, take it to the house. But if you're not going to get out to the 25-yard line, you still want to give your offense the best chance to start the drive with as many yards as possible.
It's coaching, Doug. Bunch of soft coaches.
Well, I think you take the chance that you can make a big play in special teams. But Card, quarterback draw, 25, bounces it outside, far sideline, chased out of bounds by Makari Page at the 30, gain of 5 for Hudson Card on first down. He's mobile.
Yeah, he is mobile. He's finding some avenues inside there. Nice job by Makari Page as he came up from that safety spot. I know he wanted to drop the hammer on Hudson Card as he got close to the sideline there, but pulled off at the last second. 2nd
down and 5 for Card. In a shotgun, 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Back to pass. Card under duress. Card is
overwhelmed.
Brought down back at the 20-yard line by what I would reference as the entire Michigan defensive line.
Yeah, I think that one might be credited to Chris Jenkins, but my goodness, that was just opened the floodgates.
They brought an extra rusher, and Chris Jenkins indeed credited with the sack, a loss of 6 yards. 3rd and 11 for Purdue. Back to pass his Card. Flushed out of the pocket. Now steps up, looking downfield. Going to fire a deep shot to Burks, incomplete. Oh, yeah. Deion Burks open. We laid out a heck of an effort in the Belleville, Michigan product, but incomplete. Purdue will be forced to punt.
Yeah, when you're able to put pressure on a quarterback, he can't find a rhythm and wasn't able to set his feet. He had some time once he got outside the pocket, rushed that throw just a little bit. It feels like he probably thought that somebody was right on his heels.
Ansel back to punt. Jake Thaw standing on his own 31-yard line. Ansel puts his right foot into it. It's a short punt. Thaw comes up and fields it on the run at the 37 and dropped immediately by the Purdue coverage team. And Jake Thaw, 39-yard punt. Gets about 1 yard on the return, and Michigan will take over on their own 39-yard line. Leading it 34-6 here at the Big House. 13:03 to go here in quarter number 4. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Would you like to learn how AI-driven financial strategies can empower you to meet evolving challenges with confidence? OneStream can help you do just that. It's the next generation intelligent finance platform that streamlines corporate performance management processes such as planning, forecasting, financial close, and consolidation. Choose the smarter option. Choose OneStream. Go to onestream.com/AI and streamline your business today.
Need plastic? Alro Plastics has been a one-stop source for cut-to-size plastic since 1987. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We will cut and ship many orders the same day. Alro provides value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, Alro Plastics will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Hogan Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend another night out at the Big House on Thursday, November 9th. Visit mgoblue.com/Big House for more details. 34-6, Michigan on top here in quarter number 4. Wolverines with the football on their own 39-yard line coming out of the timeout. John, the Michigan offense has really picked it up the last 2 possessions.
Well, they have, and when you can come away with touchdowns, big plays and touchdowns is what this team needs right now. Now it would be nice to salt this clock away a little bit with some sustained drives, get that running game going, build a little confidence before you go to Happy Valley next week. The defense that they're going to face next week is going to be more talented. They're going to be bigger. They're going to be faster.
Penn State impressive today in a win at Maryland. JJ in a shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off to Donovan Edwards, running right to the 40, and he's tripped up at the 41-yard line. Gain of 2 on first down.
Gosh, it's frustrating because it feels like they're just a half step away from making something big happen. And I think Cornelius is going to want that block back. He ran right across the face of the corner and overplayed it just a little bit.
2nd down and 8. Bunch formation to the left with Samaj Roman and A.J. Barner. Cornelius Johnson split wide right. J.J. back to pass. Looking downfield. He's got time. Sets up and fires. Samaj Morgan inside Purdue territory. 45. Samaj Morgan outside the numbers. Far sideline. And he's tripped up at the Purdue 35-yard line by Sanusi Kane. Big gainer there for Samaj Morgan, the freshman. He's got 1 touchdown on the jet sweep. Give him 24 yards there.
Yeah, get the ball in his hands. Something special is going to happen. And JJ did a nice job of standing in the pocket. Took a hit right as he delivered it, but delivered a nice, accurate ball to Samaj. And he was able to get some yards after the catch. Always love those yak yardage.
I formation, Max Bredesen. Lined up at fullback, Donovan Edwards deep. JJ will take this snap from under center from the Purdue 35-yard line, 1st and 10. 5 seconds on the play clock. And JJ snaps the ball, hand off to Donovan Edwards, running left, puts his head down and drives forward for a yard, maybe 2.
Hey, John, you normally don't see freshmen be able to sit in zones like that. That's a good job by Ron Bellamy getting Samaj Morgan ready to play.
Yeah, it's showing really good discipline by them of understanding the defenses, especially since they've been playing so much man and not getting caught in, well, they're just going to be in man, I'm going to run through it again. Sitting down and finding that nice little soft spot.
That throw to Samaj, Michigan's 20th first down. Purdue has just 5. 2nd down and 8. 10:49 to go, 4th quarter, clock running. JJ takes the snap, back to pass. Gets flushed out of the pocket, now he gets dragged down from behind. And it's Nick Scorton, the guy that was in there. And that'll be a loss of 9 yards.
Yeah, this is just the challenge that Ladarius Henderson needed. They haven't been really challenged by great edge rushers to this point this year, and just a bad set, got bull rushed and then collapsed that outside leg. Got to find a way. When a guy lines up that far outside, you don't have to go get him. You just need to take a nice, comfortable set and meet him at the mesh point as he tries to attack the quarterback.
3rd down and 17 for Michigan. Shotgun for J.J. McCarthy. Takes the snap, back to pass. Fires over the middle, and it's over the head of Samaj Morgan, incomplete.
I don't like the hits that JJ's taken. That's 3 in a row. Even on that pass to Samaj Morgan, the completion, he took a hit. Then he gave up a sack and another hit on that play.
That'll bring on the Michigan punt team. Last time Tommy Doman pinned Purdue deep. They got one to die on the 5-yard line. Has a chance to do it again here. Michigan leading 34-6, 9:55 to go in the ballgame. Bowman's got the snap. And this one's coming down at about the 5, and it bounces out of bounds. Let's see where they mark it at the 3-yard line. How about that?
That was a thing of beauty for a kicker. It doesn't get much better than that. Anytime you can get it to go out of bounds inside the 5-yard line, that's as close to perfection as you're going to get.
39 yards. Purdue will have it. 1st and 10 from their own 3-yard line. They trail at 34-6 with 9:47 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Looking downfield, here comes the heavy rush, and down he goes.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride in a brand new Silverado from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. And with features like the most functional bed of any pickup or the available multi-flex tailgate, you'll always be Silverado strong. Whatever road you choose to travel, Silverado will take you there. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield has everything you need to get ready for game day, from comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
(34-6), Michigan on top of Purdue. 9:47 to go, 4th quarter. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be Wolverines. John, the best in the game today so far?
Well, for fear of backlash, I would say Blake Corum with the 3 touchdowns, but I don't know if our number 8 would agree with that. And I don't want to sell our guy Samaj Morgan a little bit short, because anytime he touches the ball, it feels like something special is going to happen. He's got the 44-yard touchdown on the jet sweep. We've seen him pick up a 22-yarder on that last offensive drive there. So I'm going to go with Samaj Morgan today. Young fella. I know you don't agree.
Me?
Yeah.
That was a Tommy Doman. Another punt inside the 5.
I'll probably go with Will Johnson.
Yeah, interception.
Yeah, he's been locking down Burke, their number 1 weapon.
1st and 10 from Purdue on their own 3-yard line. Inside handoff to Maccabee over right guard, and he gets it out across the 5 to the 6-yard line. Give him the 7. Braden McGregor leading the Michigan tacklers. 4 yards for Devin Maccabee, former walk-on.
Nice job by Braden McGregor, taking on the block and then cutting across his face.
2nd down and 6. Handoff to Maccabee, running left. He's got the 1st down across the 15-yard line out to the 17-yard line, where he's brought down by Keon Sabb. Gain of 10 for Devin Maccabee.
Just as I praise Braden McGregor for cutting across his face and making a play, cuts across his face there and leaves a void on the outside. Tried to wrong arm the guard, take him on the inside, push the play back inside, but he's able to bounce it out.
1st and 10 for Purdue on the 17-yard line. Handoff to Maccabee again. Bounces it outside and gets buried. Oh, who is that?
Big old Mason Graham.
6'3", 318, sophomore out of Anaheim. Gain of 1 for Maccabee there.
I really like Mason Graham's ability in that short space. His acceleration inside that phone booth that he plays in.
Yeah, he's a problem. Card in a shotgun. Back to pass. Wolverines bring a Card looking, fires to his back out of the backfield. Tracy gets outside and steps out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Call it the 22. And Purdue will be looking at third down. Gain of 4.
Nice job of this Michigan defense on this set of downs. First down, making a play to limit them, go second and long. This is, if you can force this Purdue team into any type of third down situation, they're 1 of 12 today. That's a win for Michigan.
Third down and 5. Ball on their own 22-yard line. Card in a shotgun. Michigan brings a blitz. Card bounces out of there. Mike Barrett chasing him. Card rolling out, still with it. He's going to fire it and incomplete. Good coverage downfield. And nowhere to go for Hudson Card. Mike Barrett in his face.
Yeah, that's great coverage downfield. When you have to cover for that long, I mean, it's not like they weren't putting pressure on, but Hudson Card's running around, changing directions. That's a long time in a scramble drill to stay locked up on a receiver.
Jaden McBurrows was the man in coverage there. Brendan Cropsey has come in to punt, placing Ansel. And Jake Thaw standing on his own 33-yard line. Cropsey's punt is a short one. Thaw signals for a fair catch, and he gets drilled. Flags are down, and 2 Wolverines are down. Thaw is one of them. And I believe Keon Sabb is the other. Purdue had a man down the field, Botros Alessandro, who was blocking Keon Sabb, and he blocked him right into Jake Thaw.
I think they're going to pick this flag up.
I think they might.
I think they threw that flag out of reaction, but it was
There's no foul on the player. The player that made contact was a receiving team player. It's 1st and 10.
Yeah, both Thaw and Sabb are up, and it looks like they're okay. Jason, I don't know if you saw him come to the sidelines, but
yeah, both guys came off to the sideline. Just a young player, Keon Sabb, not locating the football and recognizing the situation and playing through his leverage with the defender.
Well, the Wolverines will have it on the 43-yard line following that punt, where Michigan will take over, leading this one 34-6 with 7:21 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Olga's Kitchen is bringing their great Mediterranean flavor to Michigan Stadium. Enjoy Olga's in the Big House on the second-level concourse at Gate 9, where Wolverine fans can get favorites like the original Olga, the Philly Olga, and Olga's Snackers. Can't make the game? Visit one of Olga's 24 restaurants to enjoy these classics or new items like the 3-cheese dip, Hellfire Detroit wings, or Brussels sprouts. Having a party? Go to olgas.com for wing platters and hot buffet catering. The best fans in the world deserve the best bread on the planet. Olga's Kitchen, the restaurant you know and love, is more than you remember.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle. It's the Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway every Saturday in November. 2 hourly winners, 5 to 10 p.m., take home a cool $500 cash. At 11 p.m. each night, one lucky guest wins a hot new Jeep Renegade or 15 grand. The Blaze Through Fall Jeep Giveaway, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
Wolverines, Boilermakers, welcome to this rematch of last year's Big Ten championship game.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan leading this one 34-6 with 7:21 to go in the ball game. And, John, it's time to start looking ahead here. Penn State next week. Noon start, State College. We'll be there.
I know. It's that's going to be a big matchup. Obviously, that's going to be the biggest game that Michigan has played to this point. And for a lot of reasons, I'm happy that one's at noon.
That preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season. Proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. JJ back to pass, fires far sideline. It's got Roman Wilson who bobbles it, secures it, and comes down at the Purdue 21-yard line. JJ McCarthy with a dart down the far sidelines to his guy, Roman Wilson again, beating Marcavius Brown in coverage, 35 yards, first down, Michigan.
Nice route, nice throw. And those are some of the plays that they're going to need next week when they do face Penn State. Penn State's got a pretty athletic front. Defensively, they got some good playmakers, some good linebackers, and they can pressure the quarterback. So finding Roman Wilson down the field like that will be key to next week's matchup.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield, and J.J. fires over the middle, low and incomplete to a crossing Cornelius Johnson.
One thing they are going to have to do better heading into next week is protect J.J. That's way too many times in the last 5 to 6 plays that J.J. has had to get rid of the ball. Now that one it's an unblocked player. They brought one more than you could block, so a nice job by J.J. of getting it out, but way too much pressure on the quarterback.
Wolverines headed towards the southern end zone here at the Big House. Under the lights. 3 receivers split wide right. 1 to the left. J.J. in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards off his left hip. J.J. takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards up the middle, and he just gets tripped up as he gets to the Purdue 16-yard line. Good gain there on 2nd and 10. Yanni Karloftis, the man that brought him down. 7 yards for Donovan Edwards, who was, again, 1 tackle away.
Just a half a step. If he just picks up that right foot, he probably pops out of there. But we'll take that as we let the clock continue to tick away.
6:01 to go in the ballgame. Clock running. 3rd down and 3 for Michigan. J.J. in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. J.J. has the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Fires over the middle. Complete. Roman Wilson inside the 5. First down, Michigan. Found a little soft spot in the zone. Sat down, and J.J. found him and fired a dart between 2 defenders. And the Wolverines will have it 1st and goal.
And Jason, where are we?
Blake Corum territory, baby.
I see number 7 in there.
I know. Blake must be tired of scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
Donovan's only got the 1 touchdown on the year.
Yeah, he's been stepping on cracks and on the other side of poles all offseason or something.
Shotgun. J.J. handoff. Donovan Edwards up the middle, puts his head down, drives for the end zone. Donovan Edwards just short. They're going to rule him down at the 1-yard line, inside the 1.
Oh, number 53. I thought it was number 2 coming in.
No,
nobody's ever mistaken those 2 before.
It's Trente Jones, the bonus big fella. Extra offensive lineman on 2nd and goal from the 1. The Wolverines up 34-6, 4:44 to go in the ball game.
Getting good movement up front right now, and that's what they've done inside the 5-yard line. They've been getting really good movement by this offensive line.
I formation, Edwards deep. J.J. turns, hands it off. Donovan Edwards, touchdown, number 7, as Michigan extends the lead to 40-6.
Woo! Get in there, Donnie.
Yep. Get behind that big offensive line and just, hey, it's that blocking sled inside the 5-yard line. Line them up, tee them up, and let's go.
Donovan Edwards' 2nd touchdown run of the season. And the Wolverines continue to pour it on Purdue here in Ann Arbor. Wagner will snap. Dolman will hold. James Turner on for the extra point. Snap is good. Dolman gets it down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. 6 plays, 57 yards. Over 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Donovan Edwards, 1-yard touchdown run. Brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 41-6, 4:30 to go in the ballgame. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning,
commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Hey, Michigan fans, make game day memorable with your Buddies. Buddies, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, with its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, is now a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top, Buddies, the award-winning pizza you know and love, can be your game day tradition. Whether you're cheering on the Wolverines at the Big House or watching the action at home, make Buddies your official taste of game day. Order now at buddiespizza.com.
Puck cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Back at the Big House, Wolverines leading Purdue 41-6 with 4:30 to go in the ball game. Michigan a dominant performance tonight, second half. JJ 24 of 37 for 335 yards. Blake Corum 15 carries, 44 yards and 3 touchdowns. Roman Wilson 9 catches, 143 yards. Purdue just one. Check that, 2 first downs in the second half. 1 in the third quarter, 1 in the fourth. Michigan 22 first downs to Purdue 6. Tracy will field this one at the goal line and fair catch it. The ball comes out to the 25-yard line. And how about the Michigan defense? Hudson Card, Purdue quarterback, 9 of 25 for 102 yards and an interception.
Yeah, he's really struggled, whether he's been under duress, trying to get outside the pocket, and when he's been outside the pocket, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but he had, I don't remember the last time he completed a pass when he got off rhythm. All of his completions were quick slants, quick outs, anything that he had to hold on to the ball with, has just not been able to find a receiver, has been inaccurate downfield.
They got a veteran O-line, and they like to take shots, and they just haven't had time as they run it with Tracy running left across the 25-yard line, tracked down from behind by big Derek Moore out at the 26, gain of 1 on first down, clock running, 4:15 to go.
And one of the challenges for that Purdue offensive line is Michigan shuffles in so many different guys up front, in that front 7, but especially on that defensive line, and they also line up in different positions.
Pistol formation, Card in a shotgun, claps his hands. Play action, fires far side. He's got Sheffield across the 30 out to the 35-yard line. Give him the 36, first down. It's actually Jaden Veal Dixon. Gain of 8 yards. Move the chains for Purdue.
Yeah, they just a little quick hitter to their wide receiver screen. Able to pick up a first.
Quentin Johnson leading the Michigan tacklers there. Nose of the football's on the 35-yard line. 3:24 to go in the ball game. Card in a shotgun with 4 wide. Handoff up the middle. Tracy hesitates, bounces outside 40, 45, 50. Tyrone Tracy knocked out of bounds in Michigan territory by Keon Sabb. That at the Michigan 41-yard line. Move the chains again for Purdue.
Some missed tackles by this Michigan defense, but all in all, it's hard to pick apart much of what this defense has done today.
From the 41-yard line, Purdue's got it, 1st and 10. after that 24-yard run by Tracy. Card fires it quickly, far side. He's got his receiver, Jaden Dixon-Veal, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Michigan 31-yard line. And move the chains again, 10 yards.
That ball in and out of the quarterback's hands, trying to get it outside the numbers, trying to get guys in space. Michigan's playing off quite a bit right now.
Shotgun for Card. Takes the snap, hands it off to Tracy, and he's tracked down from behind as he gets to the 31-yard line. Josiah Stewart brought down Tyrone Tracy. He's a little slow getting up. 6 yards on the carry. 2:10 to go. Purdue's made 2 trips into the red zone, field goals both times on the season. Michigan has allowed 1 touchdown on 11 red zone trips for opposing offenses. 2nd down and 4 for the Boilermakers. Card in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Hand off to Maccabee, nothing there. Swallowed up by big Cam Good and Mason Graham.
Boy, I'll tell you what, when Mason Graham gets a paw on you, let alone 2 of them, and all he does is take on the center, shed the block, and he's standing right in the hole.
Cameron Brandt in on the Michigan defensive line. TJ Guy as well. 3rd down and 4 for Purdue. Card takes the snap, hands it off to Maccabee, and he will be well short of a 1st down. 3 Wolverines in there, including Mike Barrett, TJ Guy, Rayshawn Benny. That'll be 4th down and 3 for the Boilers, and with 58 seconds to go in the ball game, they're going to go for it. Down 41-6. Why not?
Yeah, might as well try to give it their first 4th down attempt today.
Clock running. Inside of 40 seconds to go. Purdue's got 4 wide on 4th and 3. Card claps his hands, looks to the sidelines. Play clock winding down. And they won't get it off. They had to call a timeout. I'm sure the fans don't love that, with 25 seconds left in the ball game. Well, John, I'm very much looking forward to next week.
I am too. I was just going to ask you that. I know you watch, obviously, a ton of college football. What's your thoughts on this Penn State team?
Aller's an interesting talent. Had a pretty good game today from what I could see in their game against Maryland.
Yep, put up some good numbers.
Yep. And their defense is pretty stout up front. I have a feeling next week we might get a heavy dose of Blake Corum.
I think
that's what they'd like to do.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a hostile environment, as is probably every road venue that Michigan goes to for the foreseeable future. But the Wolverine fans here urging on their defense on this 4th and 3. Card in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Lobs one inside the 10 to the 5. End zone. Touchdown, Deion Burks. Heck of a throw. He just ballooned one out there, and Burks ran underneath it. Beat Mikey Sandristel in coverage with 18 seconds to go in the ball game. And Purdue has made it 41-12.
Mike Barrett almost got home on the blitz. And we've seen it so many times today where even if they didn't get home, they were able to throw off the quarterback's throw and the timing. But that one, nice throw by Hudson Card, lofted it up, gave his receiver a chance to run underneath it and make a play.
On for the extra point is Ben Freehill. His kick is up, and his kick is good. That touchdown will matter to some people.
Yes, it will. I don't know what the spread was on the game, but I believe that probably changes the outcome for some.
I think it was 31 and a half. And Michigan, with 18 seconds to go, will field this kick. I think Purdue goes onside here.
It depends if they want to work on it or not. It's not gonna matter in the outcome of the game. But I as well am looking forward to that trip to State College, and it really feels like with the youth of that Penn State team, Singleton, one of the running backs in the backfield, sophomore, another sophomore, Katron Allen.
Yeah.
Alar, their quarterback's a sophomore. They've got a lot of young talent. And in some of the big games, they've started slow, even at home. So it'll be imperative next week for Michigan to iron things out, get off to a fast start. But it's always a great environment in State College.
Yep. By the way, a reminder, everyone, to turn your clocks back tonight.
Well, that's right. An extra hour of sleep.
Extra hour of sleep. Love it. Extra hour bar time, is that what you just said? Not for me.
Yeah, me either.
So the Wolverines don't seem to be lining up expecting an onside kick. Rockover's got the ball teed up, and Samaj Morgan's deep. Rockover approaches it, and will pooch one short. Samaj Morgan waves for a fair catch, but it rolls out of bounds. There'll be a flag thrown, and
free kick out of bounds, kicking team number 41. The ball will be placed at the 35-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10.
There you go. Wolverines just need to snap it once. It looks like Jack Tuttle. I saw something about Jack Tuttle. J.J. McCarthy's second in the country coming into action tonight, completing 78% of his passes. Jack Tuttle is completing 88.2% of his passes.
How many attempts?
17. Okay. 15 of 17. He won't get an attempt here as he takes the snap and takes the knee, and that'll do it as the Wolverines will close this one out over Purdue, 41-13. As the two teams will leave the sidelines and go shake hands. Let's go down to number 8, who's on the field with one of the key contributors today.
I'm on the field right now with Blake Corum. Blake, 3 touchdowns today. You tied for second all-time. Tying Tyrone Wheatley, how does that feel?
Feels good, man. Feels really good to be able to, tie one of the greats. But we got some things to tighten up out here before we head to Penn State.
How was Purdue able to bottle up the run game for the most part?
Purdue did a good job. They had an extra man in the box the whole night, and you could tell they were trying to stop the run. And they did a good job. Like I said, there's some things we gotta work on this week and tighten up. But even on like Samaj's run, the defense exploded and Samaj took off. He's a great player. I'm excited to see what he does over the next couple of years.
You being a senior, having the opportunity to play a night game here at Michigan Stadium, how does that feel?
It feels good. This is my last night game in the big house. It was beautiful, man. I'm definitely gonna miss it, but time's coming to an end. But I'm gonna embrace and just enjoy the rest of the ride. But it's great, man. I love the big house.
Last question I'll ask you is how dangerous can this offense be going into Penn State game?
It can be real dangerous. Like I said, coming off a bye, we struggled a little bit. I'll keep it real. But we still put up 41 points. Defense did a phenomenal job. Dangerous. We're dangerous, man. We just got to get on the same page.
Well, congratulations on the victory.
Appreciate it.
Here is Blake Corum down on the field with our Jason Avant. Lots to do here. Our post-game coverage from the big house. We'll go into the Michigan locker room here for the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Jason Avant will be up there talking to members of the Wolverines. And, of course, we'll have scores from around the country, analysis from Jack Miller and Brian Bush. Wolverines win it 41-13 to improve to 9-0 on the season and set up that huge showdown next weekend in State College. Post-game coverage just getting underway. Stick with us. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.